You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 201, 58 Not Afraid. Then why are you trembling, too? Chamos had just returned to skeletal headquarters only to find the place in utter chaos. Every face reeked of tension, which left him confused about what had happened. Hey, Chamos hastily stopped a female knight who was rushing by and asked, "What's going on? Where is Minister Fenley?" The female knight recognized Chamos and immediately responded to his inquiry. Just now, 10th Squad, which is responsible for the border defense, reported that they've encountered Gerard. Upon hearing the news, Chamos was initially stunned before he rapidly regained his composure. As expected, their earlier speculation wasn't wrong. Gerard was indeed planning to leave Lyra City. Although he wondered why Gerard chose to leave now. What was he doing 2 days ago? But there was no time to think about that, Chamos quickly said. Assemble the 10th Squad immediately. We're going to reinforce 10th Squad now. Tell them to hold on, we absolutely can't let Gerard escape the city. After Chamos had spoken, he realized the female knight was still standing there motionless, her expression quite strange. What is it? Chamos asked. The deputy team, the female knight reported. According to the 10th Squad, Gerard isn't trying to leave the city, but rather has returned from outside the city. Chamos was stunned. Returned from outside the city. What did that mean? Had he already left the city at some point? Then why come back? A barrage of questions flooded Chamos's mind. Before he could sort through them, he heard the female knight say softly, and during their encounter with him, the 10th Squad has already suffered heavy injuries and been completely incapacitated. Chamos was dumbstruck. He knew that 10th Squad, responsible for the border defense, wasn't that strong, but they were still a full unit. They were entirely incapacitated after just one encounter. The image of Gerard popped into Chamos's mind once again. He gritted his teeth and then punched the wall in frustration. So now we've lost track of him again. No, the female knight shook her head. Quite the opposite, we still have his whereabouts under observation. How did you manage that? Chamos asked subconsciously. Because he's not hiding himself at all. The female knight took a deep breath and then whispered. He's already taken down 5 of our checkpoints, injured over 10 skeleton knights, with the latest report coming in 5 minutes ago. And by looking at the trajectory of his advance. The female knight unfolded the Lyra map in front of Chamos. On it, the checkpoints that had been destroyed by Gerard were connected in a straight line, and that line was pointing towards. Chamos turned his head sharply to gaze at the most imposing structure in all of Lyra City. Sky Tower. Byway casually tossed aside a half-blood-stained prosthetic limb and then quietly watched as the limb's owner, a bone knight, passed out from excessive blood loss. With that, the last skeleton knight from the checkpoint had fallen. He then scanned the few Lyrans who were cowering in a corner, spectators to the scene. The immense pressure carried in his left eye left them without the courage to even meet his gaze, and they scattered and ran. Now on the not-so-narrow street, only Byway was left. Byway moved his somewhat stiff neck, while pondering whether this was the 5th or 6th checkpoint he'd breached. He couldn't quite remember clearly. He looked up at the distant Sky Tower. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to reach the true heart of all of Lyra. But Byway didn't plan to continue forward. In his left eye's field of vision, the skeleton corps were retreating from the scattered checkpoints and regrouping swiftly. Clearly, they had deduced his intention and were prepared to abandon the fuel-adding tactic, ready to intercept and capture him together. This was the correct approach. Byway had always thought the skeleton corps checkpoint arrangement was a bit foolish, each station manned by only 2 or 3 skeleton knights. With only this much defensive strength, it was no wonder that Gerard could move in and out at will, even when wounded, let alone Byway who had control of Gerard's body. Clearing a checkpoint was hardly even a warm-up. Of course, this also had to do with Lyra's peculiarities. The most combat-capable force in Lyra was the 2nd generation of demonic pioneers, while the police-like skeleton corps, tasked with maintaining order, was quite limited in combat ability. After all, Lyrans were just too well-behaved. The rules ingrained in their hearts ensured the city would never breed malicious felons, and the skeleton corps, while called a police force, acted more like a combination of police, fire services, and medical emergency services from Byway's previous life. They could do everything, but none of it well. Apart from a few squads responsible for diplomacy, most of the Bone Knights couldn't match the combat ability of a single Rhine Knight. So if this were in Somo City, Bai Wei would never have chosen such aggressive actions. Under Bai Wei's gaze, the skeleton corps had already completed their assembly on his necessary path, even bringing heavy weaponry. If he continued to charge in straightforwardly, it wouldn't be as simple as it was now. However, he had already achieved his purpose. With a smile that the distant Bone Knights could never see, Bai Wei turned around and began walking back the way he had come. From the beginning, his target wasn't the Sky Tower. Chapter 202, 58 Not Scared. Then why are you trembling? 3. 10 minutes later, Bai Wei arrived at his destination for this trip, Lyra's gear train station. Every gear train in Lyra started from here. It was also a very characteristic building, looking like a huge drum bag cut horizontally or a heart. And in a sense, it was indeed the heart of Lyra City. Bai Wei walked into the building alone, where only his footsteps could be heard in the deserted space. Obviously, the staff members had also been evacuated in advance. This was the rule in Lyra. Once an uncontrolled crisis was discovered, personnel within a certain radius must evacuate immediately before the crisis could be resolved. And Bai Wei's actions had already been enough to make this city, long accustomed to peace, deem it an uncontrolled crisis. That's what Bai Wei wanted. He had come here openly to verify something. Through his gaze and perception, Bai Wei arrived at a room in the deepest part of the station. He felt that what he wanted to find was in this room. However, a heavy metal lock was placed outside the room, which made Bai Wei frown. This was not the easy-to-break lock from outside the archives at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This was a special, larger lock. Without a key, the only option would be to cut it open with a sharper blade. But that was going to be a hassle. Gerard had not brought the damaged chainsaw sword when he left the house, and Bai Wei had not expected he would encounter difficulty with a lock even after he had descended. Where to find one? His eyebrows suddenly lifted. It seemed there was no need to go looking after all. A series of footsteps echoed from behind him. Bai Wei put down the lock in his hand and slowly turned around to face the acquaintances, who had suddenly appeared behind him, speaking indifferently. I'm quite surprised you managed to find this place. Chamos was staring at Bai Wei, his teeth almost grinding to bits. Gerard, this time you won't escape. Hearing Chamos's words, Bai Wei wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he smiled. Yes, I can't escape. This smile made Chamos uneasy. He had known Gerard for a year, but had never seen Gerard smile like this before today. Such mockery, sarcasm, and disdain. Indeed, Chamos felt more certain as he slowly gripped his weapon tighter. You damn madman, have you finally stopped pretending? Damn madman? Heh, so that's how you've always seen him. Bai Wei tusked and shook his head, seemingly in regret or in pity. But more than anything, it was still mockery. What, you still want to play dumb? Chamos stared fixedly at Bai Wei, his voice growing louder. You can't fool anyone this time, Gerard. Today is your day to die. But at the same time, he was quickly making hand signals behind his back, telling the 10th squad following him to quietly spread out into formation. Of course, this scene could not escape Bai Wei's eyes. The 10th squad was an elite group within the skeleton corps, a whole squad, minus the squad leader, Q'd. They were also well armed. Bai Wei could see someone had already aimed a loaded automatic fire pistol at him. Such a well-trained squad was clearly not so easy to handle as the Bone Knights from the earlier checkpoints. Moreover, Bai Wei didn't have much time to waste now. He could feel that Gerard was about to wake up soon. In that case, he had to be a little more serious to end this quickly. You've been saying he's a damn madman, Bai Wei began slowly. So now that he's truly gone mad before you, why are you so afraid? Chamos said coldly, why should I be afraid? Is that so? Bai Wei's pupils focused sharply, his star-like eyes seeming to etch themselves into the heart of every person present. Then he said with a light laugh, Then why? Are you trembling? Chapter 203, 59 This is Lyra. Am I trembling? Hearing these words, Chamos subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his arms gripping the sword, only to discover they were indeed trembling slightly. Why? Am I scared? But why should I be afraid? Before Chamos could figure it out, a knight called out from behind, Vice Captain, this guy is charging. Chamos jerked his head upward and immediately saw a clenched fist hurtling toward his face. He realized it was psychological warfare and quickly retreated while swinging his steel-cutting sword at Bai Wei, hoping to push him back. But what he hadn't expected was Bai Wei was even faster. Before his sword could reach halfway, Bai Wei was already closing in on Chamos. One of Bai Wei's hands pressed down on the hilt of Chamos's steel-cutting sword, the other continuing to strike at his face. Chamos could only block with his free hand. Though Bai Wei had closed in, Chamos wasn't too panicked because one of his arms was a mechanical limb while Bai Wei's was not. The difference in strength and power between human flesh and metal was without question, and Chamos was already thinking about how to seize Bai Wei's fist and launch a counterattack. However, when Bai Wei's fist slammed into the open palm of Chamos's hand, there was hardly any pause, like a gear train speeding along, and Chamos's hand was just a barrier across the track. Inevitably blown away, Chamos's face was hit squarely by his own metal fist, triggering a sharp pain that felt like his nose had been broken. "Gerard!" Chamos bellowed, but it was futile. The acute pain in his face, compounded by the palpitations brought on by the gaze, deformed his retaliatory movements significantly. Soon, he got a severe blow to his lower abdomen and even lost his grip on the steel-cutting sword, now in Bai Wei's possession. "With skills like this, you dare to seek me out." Bai Wei's mocking voice rang in Chamos's ears, stoking his anger and humiliation further. He fought back desperately, but every move seemed predicted by Bai Wei, every action preemptively stopped. And what was clear to Chamos was that Bai Wei's strength and speed surpassed his own. But how could that be possible? Surely his mechanization was higher, his prosthetics were more advanced than Bai Wei's, and even in terms of age, he was younger than Bai Wei. So why did he feel like a toy in front of Bai Wei, completely powerless? While Chamos was getting ruthlessly beaten by Bai Wei, the other knights didn't just stand by. They naturally wanted to help. But the problem was, Bai Wei and Chamos were pressed too tightly together, completely entangled with each other, making the rest of the knights dare not act rashly. Because the weapons in their hands were anything but simple. Whether it was the chainsaw sword, the folding axe, or the automatic fire pistol, which someone had aimed for a long time but dared not fire, all were weapons with immense killing range. A slight misstep could take Chamos along with them. Clearly, this was Bai Wei's intention. He could have knocked Chamos down long ago, but then he would have faced those tricky weapons alone. Even though as a first rank he had maximized all the abilities of Gerard's body, it was still mortal flesh. A serious wound from those powerful weapons would be far more serious than mere bleeding. So naturally he had to adopt some dirty, wrong, smarter tactics. Chamos did perceive this, so after spitting out the congestion in his throat, he got vicious, immediately yelling at the other knights, "Don't worry about me. Go straight for Bai Wei didn't give him the chance to finish his sentence, moving behind Chamos and wrapping his left arm around his throat, silencing him. Hey, you idiot, don't think about being a martyr," Bai Wei spoke indifferently. "It's out of character for you. You're better off being stupid. If you find being a hostage boring, let's give you some sense of participation." Then Bai Wei stuffed the steel-cutting sword he had snatched from Chamos back into his hands, then seized Chamos's hand to control it, forcing him to slash down the closest knight. Chamos's eyes widened. "Ah, good job," Bai Wei said with ease. "Such a sharp, beautiful stroke. Can you do it even better?" Chamos hadn't had the chance to examine the fallen knight's injuries when Bai Wei controlled his body to make a 180-degree turn, drawing a silver arc in the air with the steel-cutting sword, followed by several crimson streaks. Thus, another knight who had attempted a sneak attack from behind also collapsed, clutching his chest. Watching Bai Wei use his own body to viciously attack and hurt his subordinates, Chamos was shaking all over. "Demon madman, damned rebel." Chamos used every vicious word he could think of to curse Bai Wei, but it was no use. His subordinates were falling one by one to his sword. He screamed desperately, urging the others to ignore him and launch an attack on Bai Wei. He also wanted the distant automatic fire pistol to open fire. Chapter 204, 59. This is Lyra 2. As long as he could avenge Cude, as long as he could kill this damned bastard, he would willingly descend into hell with him. But he couldn't speak. He couldn't say it out loud because Bai Wei had his throat in his grasp. And as long as he didn't speak up, the knights of the 10th Squad didn't dare to rashly make a move. Because Chamos was their superior. Subordinates couldn't harm their superiors, that was the rule, and they couldn't break such a rule. When Chamos had risked it all to come and intercept Bai Wei, he thought of countless possibilities, but never had he imagined it would come to this. Under Bai Wei's control, he was like a marionette on strings, only able to watch as the knights of the 10th Squad fell one by one to the edge of the steel-cutting sword. Yes, he could only watch, because Bai Wei had controlled his strength so precisely that Chamos didn't even have a chance to seek his own death. It wasn't until the last knight fell in a pool of blood that Bai Wei finally released Chamos. Chamos knelt in the blood of his comrades, his body trembling. "You bastard!" He tried to speak, but his damaged throat made even cursing unclear. "Oh, am I the bastard?" Bai Wei said with a light laugh. "Aren't all these people dead for you?" Chamos's body quivered again, as he abruptly raised his head to look into Bai Wei's eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. "If you hadn't brought them here overestimating your own strength. If you hadn't been too weak to be controlled by me, making them hesitant. Would they have died here?" Bai Wei's voice seemed to resonate directly inside Chamos's chest. "So who really killed them, me or you?" After hearing those words, Chamos couldn't hold back any longer and screamed aloud, holding his head. Bai Wei, on the other hand, watched with satisfaction at his reaction. Wasn't this more adorable than acting like a fool and making a fuss? Bai Wei paid Chamos no more attention and returned to the locked room, once again examining the lock before him. Previously there were no suitable tools, but Chamos had brought a great many, and now there was a pile of weapons scattered on the ground. Picking any of them should be able to open the lock. If push came to shove, he could use the automatic fire pistol to blow it open, though he feared it might destroy the contents inside. Well, whatever he was planning to do, it needed to be faster. Otherwise, the main force members of the Skeleton Corps gathered in the Sky Tower would start to react. And with all the noise here, more Bone Knights would soon find their way here, making things more troublesome. Bai Wei's gaze wandered over the weapons scattered on the ground before picking up a chopping axe. As he prepared to split it open with might, he heard a faint click from behind him. He slowly turned around, just in time to see Chamos charging at him, his mechanical limb extended with a mini chainsaw blade inside, emitting a screeching whine. "Die!" Chamos roared as he thrust the chainsaw blade toward Bai Wei's head. But of course he wouldn't succeed. Bai Wei effortlessly caught his hand. "You really never learn?" Bai Wei's voice grew colder. "Honestly, I'm quite annoyed with you sticky fellows, never able to see the truth, always drifting along, only believing what you hear, never willing to witness with your own eyes. From this point of view, compared to that guy named Cude, you're still far lacking." Hearing Bai Wei mention Cude, the rage in Chamos's eyes intensified. "What right do you have to speak of him?" "Because I didn't kill him," Bai Wei casually responded. "It's that simple." "You're still lying." "If you had a bit of eye power, you could look around and know I'm telling the truth," Bai Wei said. "When I took over this body, I made a promise, and you guys aren't worth breaking my word over." He paused, then looked toward the mini chainsaw blade in Chamos's prosthetic. "However, the promise I made was just to not kill you. The rest doesn't matter, does it?" Bai Wei said it lightly, but the tone brought strong unease to Chamos. Then he saw Bai Wei pressing his other hand on Chamos's shoulder, before suddenly exerting force. Bai Wei brutally tore off Chamos's entire mechanical limb. In that instant, the splashing blood dyed half of Bai Wei's body red. Then Chamos saw Bai Wei smiling at him. "I'm going to borrow this for a sec." Thud. Chamos was discarded like trash in a blood pool. Before losing consciousness, he saw Bai Wei cut the lock in front of the door with the mini chainsaw blade in the prosthetic limb and then walked right in, disappearing from his sight. Gerard slowly opened his eyes, immediately smelling a strong scent of blood. He instinctively looked down and was shocked to see half of his body soaked with blood. What happened? "Don't mind it," Bai Wei's voice echoed in his mind, answering casually. "There was just a bit of a nuisance on the way here, but don't worry, I've dealt with it." "A nuisance?" Gerard wanted to question further, but the words died on his lips as he recalled something else, and instead he simply nodded after a brief silence. "I understand." Chapter 205, 59. This is Lyra 3. Your reaction is much better than your colleagues," Bai Wei said indifferently. "Don't worry, not killing is part of the deal. Since I promised, I'll stick to it. Though the methods were severe, at least I didn't kill anyone on the spot." Gerard made an mhm sound, and finally took a look around to see where Byway had brought him. Then he caught sight of a spire-shaped furnace in the room, around which a dense network of lines wrapped, sprawling out in every direction, making it look like a miniature sky tower. "What is this?" Gerard asked. "Power furnace," Byway replied. "The gear train's power furnace. Those external lines are connected to the gear trains outside, and this furnace is responsible for powering them." Gerard nodded slightly and then asked, "Why have you brought me here?" Haven't you noticed? The structure of this power furnace is very similar to your sky tower," Byway said slowly. "Aren't you curious? Why only your Lyra has things like the sky tower and the gear train and nowhere else can replicate them? Now the truth is before your eyes. Open this furnace." Gerard saw that there indeed was a side door on the power furnace that could be opened, so he stepped forward and grabbed the handle. Then his body stiffened. For some reason, at the moment his hand touched the doorknob, the hairs on his body stood on end, and every organ seemed to come alive, twisting furiously, struggling, resisting, as if preventing him from opening this door. The oppressive feeling that surged up at that instant almost made him collapse. Just then he heard Byway's voice, "Open it." There was no room for doubt in his words. So the strange feeling in his body disappeared, the clamor and noise flying away in an instant, as if everything before was an illusion. "Open it," Byway repeated. Gerard pursed his lips, then began to exert force. Accompanied by a harsh creak, the handle of the furnace, which had been sealed for who knows how long, was finally pulled open. Gerard was at last able to see what was inside the furnace. It was not source oil, not machinery nor coal, but flesh and blood. No, to be precise, it was an organ that clung to white bones, interwoven with muscle and blood vessels. Gerard involuntarily took 2 steps back. He stared blankly at the flesh and blood in the furnace and vaguely guessed something, but still couldn't believe it. "This is..." "As you see," Byway said blandly, "this is your lord, the Lyra god." He paused, then added softly, "It seems I guessed correctly. Lyra City is the Lyra god transformed into a city. Heth, no wonder the connection between the people of Lyra and the Lyra god is so profound. You are standing on his very body." Lyra City was the Lyra god. Even with the flesh and blood before his eyes, Gerard still found it somewhat unbelievable. He couldn't help but murmured softly, "Could this really be possible?" "If you don't believe it, you can verify it for yourself." "Verify?" Gerard was startled. "How do I verify?" "Quite simple. Do you know why gods are gods?" Byway asked. "What is the difference between a god and a mortal?" Gerard squinted his eyes. The shock of everything before him had slowed his thoughts, and it took him a while to say, "Gods are not influenced by mortals. Mortals' words cannot affect the spirit of a god. Mortals' weapons cannot harm the body of a god." "Is that it?" "Yes, and that's the reason mortals cannot contend with gods. All means in the mortal realm, whether it's spells, spell words, or weapons, cannot affect a god, not in the slightest," Byway said with a light chuckle. "But there is an exception." "An exception?" "Yes," Byway said, "and that is my body." Gerard suddenly lowered his head, looking at his slowly straightening finger, sharp like a bayonet. Gerard was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his hand, aiming at the flesh. And then he pierced his middle finger into it. Moments later, all the people of Lyra looked up, their faces filled with terror. Because they could hear it. Something was screaming in agony. Chapter 206. I've been waiting for you for a long time, in A. Yang Xin was awakened from his sleep. Although he needed very little sleep since acquiring his body, it did not mean he could do without rest entirely. Especially in recent times, due to the mysterious domination disturbance, his body had already become less stable than before, and those several uncontrollable incidents had drained too much of his energy, forcing him to spend more time resting. Then he was awakened by that piercing screech. It was as though an invisible hand had suddenly seized his heart, propelling him to bolt upright in bed, clutching his chest tightly, his eyes filled with shock. For he knew very well, that screech was not one any species of the mortal world could produce. Without a doubt, it was a divine voice. It was Lyra. But why? Why would he hear Lyra's voice? Yang Xin's grip on his chest tightened bit by bit. A terrible thought surged to his mind, setting his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that it had awakened? But how could that be possible? How many years had it been sleeping? Why would it awaken now? Yang Zin immediately pulled open the drawer of the bedside table. Inside the drawer lay the tentacle, which was far from stable. It was currently twisted into an eerie shape, like a wrung-out rag. But it was not a real rag. These movements continually made the tentacle emit a creak-creak sound, and the not-smooth surface began rapidly sprouting cracks, as if it would completely shatter before long. Sure enough, Yang Zin's eyes narrowed slightly. There was trouble from that side, and at that moment the door was knocked on urgently. Yang Zin took one last look at the struggling tentacle before closing the drawer, calming his emotions as much as possible, and said calmly, "Come in." The servant immediately entered, his face full of urgency. "Lord Yang Zin, there's been an incident." "Don't panic," Yang Zin said. "Take your time." Afterwards, the subordinate reported all the things that had happened that morning to Yang Zin. After listening, Yang Zin did not speak immediately, but looked at his pocket watch first. The pocket watch showed that he had slept less than 3 hours, just after meeting with Ine, nearly at dawn. Just 3 hours? Gerard had managed to do so much. Although he was still striving to keep calm, Yang Zin couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The subordinate flinched, then stuttered, "I thought you were resting." "I was resting." Yang Zin gazed at his subordinate, that overwhelming pressure making the servant almost unable to breathe. "So you didn't think to wake me? Is it in your eyes that Lyra's destruction is less important than my rest?" The subordinate wanted to say that this was what his predecessor had told him, to try not to disturb Lord Yang Zin while he was resting. This was the rule taught by his superior, so he hesitated previously. And it was this hesitation that led to a bigger event. Under the inexplicable oppression, the subordinate did not dare to retort and could only bow his head deeply, apologizing profusely. As for Yang Zin, he rubbed his temples with a slight fatigue, as if somewhat helpless. The point of helplessness was that he felt the abilities of his subordinates were getting poorer and poorer. From the very beginning with Akat to later with Terrell, these two assistants who had been with him the longest and were the most capable were both killed by Gerard, one after the other. Then there was Zaman, Terrell's apprentice, who was much less capable compared to Terrell, and on that night he even turned into an informant, leading the Bone Knight called Cude to his presence. But such a person was also killed by Gerard, and it was a case of mistaken identity. This posed a problem for Yang Zin, no one useful to employ. It was somewhat absurd to say it, but it was the truth. The new Chaser Association had indeed developed and expanded, but it remained an organization that could not emerge into the open as long as Lyra's rule was still unbroken, and due to his identity, Yang Zin was the most core figure who could not expose himself. So over the years, whatever he wanted to do, it had always been through Terrell and Akat, who under Yang Zin's influence could do some things against the rule. But now both of them were gone, even their disciples were gone, and all that was left to aid Yang Zin was a rule sticker, who didn't even know whether to wake him up for such a major incident. This made Yang Zin feel like laughing. He had not expected his foster father to bring him trouble in such a way. Lord Yang Zin," the subordinate, seeing Yang Zin had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but worry. "Is this?" "It's nothing," Yang Zin interrupted the subordinate calmly. "I already know." Putting aside the frustration with the subordinate and the reality of the situation, it was indeed surprising that Gerard could actually find that place. But things clearly had not developed to the worst-case scenario. The Lyra god apparently had not awakened. Otherwise, their reaction would not have been so mild. "Has the skeleton core gone over?" Although he didn't have much hope, Yang Zin still asked, "Did they capture Gerard?" No, the subordinate shook his head, answering nervously. "The 10th squad of the skeleton corps did indeed arrive first, but the intercept failed. Like the 12th squad, all were wiped out." Chapter 207, 60. I've been waiting for you for a long time, in A2. Yang Zin slightly narrowed his eyes. "Everyone is dead." "No, not at all," his subordinate responded. "It's actually quite strange. This morning's series of riots didn't result in any deaths. It seemed as if Gerard intentionally controlled his strength, causing those Bone Knights to sustain only non-lethal injuries. Of course, some knights lost too much blood and haven't woken up yet, but overall he didn't kill anyone." "He didn't kill anyone?" Yang Zin softly repeated. "That makes it somewhat incomprehensible for me." Yang Zin truly found it hard to understand. Before today, he had clearly felt that Gerard was becoming increasingly radical. In the past, he would never lay a hand on the people of Lyra. However, after returning from Rhine, whether actively or passively, he had killed several people. This led Yang Xin to believe that Gerard, just like him, had lost the constraints of rule and was sliding toward another abyss. While he was listening to his subordinate's report just now, he thought Gerard had finally reached the bottom of the abyss, beginning to pursue his goals recklessly. But now, his subordinate was telling him that Gerard hadn't killed anyone. Why was that? Clearly, rule no longer binds you. So what is it that binds you? Although curious, Yang Xin didn't ponder this question for long, as there were more pressing matters. Gerard had found the main station of the gear train, which meant he already knew the core issues. But if that was all, there was no need to worry too much. After all, even with the truth known, the chasm between mortals and the divine couldn't easily be crossed. Even their new Chaser Association, with over a decade of careful planning, could only hope to let Lyra sleep eternally in her dreams without being able to physically harm her. So how had Gerard managed to disturb Lyra? In Lyra, the only force Yang Xin could think of was the tongue from the depths of the polluted land's abyss. Could it be that Gerard had obtained it? Yang Xin grew increasingly uneasy, especially since the tendrils had not responded yet, indicating that things had not stabilized on that side, and he couldn't ascertain the specific situation. However, before that, he couldn't just do nothing. After some thought, Yang Xin raised his head and looked at his subordinate, saying, "Notify the Devil's army to accelerate their mission and find that thing as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Yang Xin, but what about Gerard? Are we not going to deal with him?" "No," Yang Xin calmly said. "From now on, raise his wanted level, search for him throughout the city." Under his subordinate's gaze, Yang Xin took out the application form that he hadn't been able to sign last night. But this time, his hand did not hesitate, but smoothly signed his name on the application form. "Since he has decided to show himself," Yang Xin said, "then let's satisfy him." Skeleton Corps Headquarters. Ine looked at the bone knights being carried back and forth on stretchers, sinking into a long silence. She had been watching for a long time. Seeing these knights, bloody and partially paralyzed, struggling, wailing, or simply passing out, weighed heavily on her heart. Because Ine knew these were all Father's handiwork. Originally, Ine was planning to return to the pollution zone today, but she heard the explosive news this morning, so she immediately rushed here and then witnessed the tragic scene of severely injured knights being brought back for emergency treatment. If it weren't for numerous knights personally identifying him, Ine would never believe that Gerard was capable of this. It could have been the act of a thug, a madman, or a polluted individual, but it certainly shouldn't have been Gerard. How could Gerard be such a disregarder of life? Ine's hand slowly clenched. It could only be that thing. In her mind, the familiar face with a completely strange smile from last night surfaced again. Was that guy's influence on her father still deepening? While Ine thought this, another batch of knights was carried back, and before they arrived, Ine heard the screams. "Ah, my leg, my leg." Ine turned her head and saw a man who had lost his left leg struggling on the stretcher, turning the white stretcher blood red. But there was no one around to help him because most of the bone knights were still out pursuing Gerard, and there were too many in need of aid, so the headquarters was severely understaffed. Ine looked around, and finding indeed no one could help this knight, she immediately stepped forward, picking up painkillers from the table, ready to inject them. But just then, someone beat her to it by injecting the painkillers into this knight's thigh. The knight immediately calmed down. But Ine widened her eyes. Because the knight who had appeared later had climbed up from another stretcher, he himself was severely injured, missing an arm. Yet he seemed unfazed by the pain, administering his own painkillers to the knight who had lost his leg, continuously patting the other's chest to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's okay now, it's all right." Even in the Devil's army, Ine rarely saw such people, so she continued forward, walked up to this person, and handed the painkillers to her. Chapter 208, 60. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Ine 3. The man raised his head and looked at Ine, seemingly surprised, but still took the painkiller, thanked her, and then injected it into his body. "Thank you for your trouble," the man said softly. Ine shook her head. She saw the man's armband, the 10th squad of the Skeleton Corps. According to the intelligence Ine had heard here earlier, she knew this was her father's former squad, and it was also the last squad to confront her father face-to-face. But as for the outcome, they too had failed. Looking at the group of knights whose fate was unknown before her, Inae's lips moved slightly. She originally wanted to ask about Gerard's situation, but the words turned into an apology. The man was stunned for a moment, then raised his head looking at Inae. "Why are you apologizing to me?" Inae didn't hide anything, softly saying, "My name is Inae, Gerard. He was my foster father." The man paused briefly, and the emotions in his pupils shifted dramatically, from the initial sadness to shock, and then to anger and hatred. Inae was familiar with this look, because it was very similar to Shauna's. For a moment, Inae thought the knight in front of her was about to strike her down. But what she hadn't expected was that the fury in his eyes, after reaching its peak, gradually cooled down. "I see," he said softly. This stark contrast in behavior left Inae slightly stunned. Why such a bland reaction? The man guessed Inae's confusion, then he spoke in a low voice. "I just encountered your father." "No, not just encountered. We went looking for him. I believe he killed our captain, so I wanted him to pay a blood debt. But what I didn't expect was that before him we were completely ineffective, practically defeated in an instant. We were like fish on the chopping board." Inae silently watched the row of knights around her, whose fate was unknown. "But he didn't kill us." Inae's expression immediately turned to astonishment. "He didn't kill you." "Yes, although it's hard to believe, but it's true," the man said. "On the way back I've asked in detail, and my teammates were only severely injured, but none died. Gerard, he avoided all our vital points. After I came back, I also found out that it wasn't just us. Other knights were the same, all severely injured by him, but none fatally." He paused, then raised his head looking at Inae with a mix of confusion and pain. "I previously firmly believed that he had killed Captain Cude, but if that was the case, why didn't he want to kill us?" "Do you know why?" Inae pursed her lips. She did not answer his question, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she simply said, "Take care," and turned to leave. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. Her father hadn't killed anyone. That meant he hadn't completely lost his true self. Thus, there was still a chance for redemption. So she decided to immediately return to the polluted land, to find the purification source crystal that had been lost for 10 years. Only that could save her father. Inae quickly left the headquarters of the Skeleton Corps, heading towards the 5th zone. But as she passed through a narrow alley, she heard that incredibly familiar voice. "Inae." Inae froze immediately. She slowly turned her head and saw a man covered in blood walking out from the alley, then standing in her line of sight. "I've waited for you a long time," Gerard said softly. Chapter 209, 61 will win 5K. Inae hadn't expected to see Gerard at a time like this. Although she had already seen him yesterday, in her eyes, it wasn't Gerard she had seen then, just a devil that had taken over Gerard's body. But now, as she watched Gerard sitting tiredly in the corner of the alley, forcing himself to look spirited as he gazed at her, memories of her childhood when Gerard would still try to talk to her after work despite his exhaustion uncontrollably surfaced, telling her that this was indeed Gerard himself. This was her father. "Are you all right?" She couldn't help but ask, just as she had many years before. After that, she felt somewhat dazed, as it felt like it had been a very long time since she had talked with Gerard like this. Gerard clearly felt something similar. Inae could clearly see his fingers twitch involuntarily, and his iron-like expression softened significantly at that moment. "I'm fine, Inae." Gerard tried to give her a smile, but he didn't succeed, only managing to twitch the corner of his mouth after much effort. "You don't look very well in your state," said Inae. "Heh, is that so?" Gerard replied dryly. Then father and daughter fell into silence once more. They hadn't had a conversation like this in a very long time. The last time they had was 10 years ago. Back then, Inae was still very young. She still had a brother, and Gerard had not yet taken his squad into that bottomless abyss. "I'm sorry," Inae suddenly said. "What?" Gerard was a bit slow to respond. "For leaving you back then," Inae said gently as she looked at Gerard. "You took my brother and me out of the orphanage, gave us a new life, but I left when you needed me most." "You just wanted to find the truth about that time," Gerard said. "If you had stayed by my side, you wouldn't have been able to join the Devil's army, I understand that, so you don't need to apologize." "No, that was just an excuse." Inae's tone grew more emotional. "Just something to tell myself, I just couldn't bear those." "Enough, Inae," Gerard interrupted her, and he too looked into Anae's eyes and said gently, "You didn't do anything wrong, really." After hearing Gerard's words, Anae also calmed down gradually. Then with a bitter smile she said, "You're still the same, you've always been this way, but I thought you had changed." "All right," Gerard said. "Let's not talk about the past anymore, at least not now. We have more important things to deal with, right?" He paused, trying to make a joke with a light-hearted tone. "Think about it, outside there are still bone knights trying to capture me. Isn't it inappropriate to reminisce at a time like this? Reminiscing requires coffee and bread, not, dark iron sticks. How does that saying go again?" Seeing Gerard's somewhat awkward expression, Anae let out a soft sigh. "You really are still the same as before, not good at making jokes." But the poor joke still eased the atmosphere between them considerably, also making Anae realize that this indeed wasn't a good time to reminisce. Right now, they had more troubling matters to deal with. "I know why you came looking for me," Anae said. Gerard was surprised. "You already know." "Yes, I found out about that thing inside you, right?" Anae narrowed her eyes, recalling the scene from yesterday afternoon, and spoke seriously, deliberately. "I will help you defeat. No, I will help you kill it, father." After hearing Anae's words, Gerard first reacted with astonishment, then couldn't help but press his forehead and said, No, he's actually not that easy to kill. I mean, he's not that important." "No, that's not what I mean either. Don't look at me like that. I'm not schizophrenic." Gerard took a deep breath, and then became serious again. "Anae, I came looking for you not just because you are my daughter, but because of your identity," he said slowly. "We are facing bigger troubles now." "Stop!" A muffled voice came from beneath the thick mask as Yuri, leading the team, gestured and gave orders to his teammates. "Record the coordinates, check the pollution concentration, proceed with the search once confirmed." No one in the team spoke. They silently responded to his commands with actions. They had already reached the edge of the abyss. There was actually no need to check the pollution concentration specifically, because the crystal at the top of his detector, used for detecting pollution, had already turned a dense black. This indicated the pollution concentration was beyond the standard. But still, they entered, coming in after equipping all the protective gear. Whether these protective suits were of much use, no one knew. But they had no choice. The orders coming from the rear were getting more and more direct, and as the team leader, he had no choice but to proceed with extreme caution. Once the pollution concentration and coordinates were sorted out, Yuri gave the command, "Begin exploration, limited to 15 minutes, evacuate after 15 minutes." Then the team members dispersed in all directions, each disappearing into the thick fog as if swallowed by the abyss. Chapter 210, 61 will win 5K, 2. Such deja vu made Yuri very uncomfortable. He shook his head, trying his best not to think about those things, and began to explore. The abyss was like a vast graveyard. The pollutants wandering here were mostly large or extra-large, but they showed no desire to attack or even to move. Most lay curled up like corpses, allowing their bodies to rot bit by bit without any movement. It was as if the previous frenzy was an illusion. How long could Lyra City be supplied if these extra-large pollutants were turned into source oil? Yuri thought about this, and then involuntarily recalled the phrase he'd heard during yesterday's contamination. The source is the contamination. He remembered the phrase until now. What did it mean? What was the source? Was it the source oil? The source oil was indeed separated from the pollutants, but at the moment it turned into source oil, shouldn't it have lost its contaminating feature? Could it be? Yuri felt rather heavy-hearted. Although logically he shouldn't trust anything he saw or heard under contamination, it was hard for him not to care. Why precisely that phrase? He was walking along when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed straight ahead, his breath almost stopping. Because there stood a fully armed person in front of him. But it was not the attire of the Devil's Army, but Night Star. A Knight of Night Star. Had he been contaminated again? Yuri immediately reached for the emergency device on his neck and found it to be functioning properly. Strange, he could sense the emergency device, which should mean he wasn't contaminated. What was going on? Before Yuri could figure it out, he heard footsteps. He abruptly looked up and saw that the knight from Night Star was walking toward him. He immediately placed his hand on the blazing fire sword, although he didn't know if this sword would work against the fellow from 10 years ago. The knight from Night Star kept approaching, his dull footsteps ticking like the seconds of a clock. Yuri gripped the blazing fire sword even tighter. Logically, he should have retreated quickly at this moment, regardless of whatever the other party was, as he shouldn't have direct contact with him. But remembering the corpse that screamed, "Run!" at him yesterday, he stopped the urge to back away and just stared straight at the other. So the knight from Night Star came to stand right in front of him. A muffled and hoarse voice came from the old mask. "Are you reinforcements?" Reinforcements? He was looking for reinforcements. Yuri quickly thought it through, but for someone who should have died 10 years ago, many behavioral logics did not apply, so he asked warily, "What do you need reinforcements for?" "What do I need reinforcements for?" The knight from Night Star cocked his head, seemingly confused. "Ah, for what?" He too began to ponder. He seemed not quite lucid. Had he been completely contaminated? Yuri asked nonchalantly, "Yeah, you're looking for reinforcements. There has to be a reason, right?" "What to do, what to do?" The knight from Night Star repeated Yuri's words, as if that was all he could say. It seemed like he had no more reason left. Yuri began to slowly draw out the blazing fire sword. Then Yuri saw him suddenly lift his head, the motion so intense as if he might break his own neck. "Ah, I remember now," he said. "We found the target, but we can't bring it back. We need reinforcements to retrieve it." Yuri's heart skipped a beat. They'd found the target. What target? Was it the same thing they were looking for? Yuri immediately asked, "What is it, where?" "What is it, where is it?" He began to repeat these two phrases again. But Yuri knew he would answer, so he was not in a hurry to press him but waited patiently. As expected, he soon gave out coordinates, which should be the location of that thing. But he couldn't specify what exactly the thing was. After giving out the coordinates, he became even more urgent than before, his whole body visibly agitated. "Reinforcements, reinforcements," he murmured. "Can't hold on much longer, can't hold on." "Who can't hold on?" Yuri asked again. "Who can't hold on?" The other party once again repeated the question, appearing very confused. He couldn't answer that question either. Yuri realized that the knight's thought process and memory were in disarray. He only knew he had to find reinforcements and take them to that set of coordinates. But as to what was at those coordinates, and what couldn't hold out any longer, he could not say. It felt like a fragmented memory. Yuri looked into the eyes beneath that mask and asked one final question. "Who are you?" This question immediately quieted him down. "Who am I?" Yes, Yuri sensed that he had touched upon the crucial question. Who are you? He stood silently, unresponsive, as if dead. But soon, Yuri saw liquid flowing from beneath his mask. Were those tears? Was he crying? Yuri experienced a moment of disorientation, and then the other suddenly moved. He bolted in the direction from which Yuri had come. Yuri reacted promptly, reaching out to grab his hand. But there was nothing to grasp, he caught only air. Chapter 211, 61 will win 5K3. Yuri froze in place. Was this a phantom? As the figure vanished from sight, Yuri hurriedly gave chase. But when he passed through a patch of white fog, all he saw were the devil knights who had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Yuri, they immediately approached him. "Captain, where did you run off to? Why did you take so long?" Yuri quickly asked, "Did any of you see someone run past, someone dressed in Night Star's uniform?" The devil knights looked at each other with seriousness in their eyes, despite all wearing masks, as if they could see the gravity of the situation in each other's masked gaze. Was the captain infected too? But at that moment, one of the devil knights stepped forward, somewhat anxiously saying, "Captain, I think I encountered him too, but I don't know if it was a hallucination. He spoke a sentence to me and then disappeared." Someone else had seen it too. Yuri immediately turned to look at him. What did he say? He said, the devil knight took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear in his heart, yet his voice still trembled uncontrollably. He said his name was Gerard. Gerard. Everyone was stunned. Then another knight stepped forward. I encountered him too, he said nervously. He didn't say who he was, just kept repeating the same sentence over and over. What sentence? My son is still waiting for me. After listening to Gerard's account, Ine felt her breath catching. What had she heard? A new god had emerged within the Lyra god, a new god who wanted to ascend by killing Lyra God. And this so-called New Chaser Association was the new god's followers. They were close to succeeding, and even Bishop Hallman, one of the 5 great bishops, had died this way. And Lyra City was built atop the Lyra god's body. Now the Lyra god lay sleeping and could not awaken, and Gerard's rush to the train station that morning was to try and rouse Lyra god's body directly in order to awaken him. All of this was so fantastical that Ine thought it was a poor story Gerard had fabricated more than 10 years ago to lull her to sleep. But it wasn't completely poor because there were many things Ine herself had not realized. For instance, the image of the Lyra god, which she, a member of the Devil's army, could not remember if Gerard had not mentioned it. No wonder Gerard said that the thing inside him was not anything particularly important. Compared to Lyra, spiritual duality indeed did not seem worth fretting about. "This is truly unimaginable," Ine said softly. "It seems you are willing to believe me." "Although I am very reluctant to believe," Ine said with a bitter smile, "intuition tells me it's true." She paused, then looked straight at Gerard. "Have you been facing all this alone for 10 years? Gerard shook his head. "No, not that long. I found out these things only after coming back." "So, how did you come to realize it?" "This, I can't tell you," Gerard said softly. "I'm sorry, Ine, not yet at least." Ine realized that it probably had to do with the other personality. She nodded slightly. "I understand. So what do you plan to do now?" "The new god intends to kill Lyra in his sleep," Gerard slowly revealed what Baiwei had told him. "If Lyra could wake up earlier, perhaps there's still room for negotiation." "To awaken Lyra?" Ine asked. "Like what you tried this morning. I also heard that sound, but it seemed unsuccessful." "Because the part exposed at the train station is not the core part." Gerard's expression also became strange when discussing his own god. "So that part wasn't as direct. The Lord's core part is in the 5 towers." "I see," Ine said, "but you can't enter those towers, can you? The towers are guarded too strictly, right?" Gerard nodded. "So the reason you came to me was to set the next target on the 5th zone." Ine understood. "The sub-tower in the 4th district has been damaged, and among the remaining zones, the Skeleton Corps and the New Chaser Association control 3, which are not easy to enter. But the 5th zone is different, controlled by the Devil's army. You hope to use my identity to enter the 5th zone, right?" Gerard was somewhat surprised that Ine could understand everything so quickly, and his gaze towards her changed. Just like Ian back then, she truly was no longer a child. A complex emotion rose in Gerard's heart, but he couldn't tell if it was relief or something else. "Yes," Gerard put those thoughts aside and continued. "Operations in the 5th zone depend on the pass. The Skeleton Corps won't search there, so I need your help." As soon as Gerard finished speaking, Ine had already handed the pass to him, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had thought he would have to say more to get Ine's agreement. Ine saw what Gerard was thinking and said softly, 10 years ago, I couldn't believe you, but this time I won't make that mistake." Gerard's mouth twitched slightly, as if he were smiling. He was about to take the pass, but Ine withdrew it. "But I have 2 conditions." "What are the conditions?" "The first, you have to take me with you." Gerard immediately frowned. "Please agree," Ine said calmly. 10 years ago you took my brother. This time, after 10 years, I hope you take me. No matter what happens, I don't want to be left alone again." Gerard looked at Ine silently, Ian's image surfacing in his mind once more. He sighed gently, "Okay." Ine pursed her lips, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief, then continued. "The second condition, it's about that other personality inside you. I know you don't care, but it's no small matter. After all this is over, I will find the purification source crystal and help you get rid of that guy. I hope you'll cooperate with me." "How should I cooperate?" "Until I find the purification source crystal," Ine said, her eyes earnest, a hint of pleading in her voice. "Please, you must hold on, and not lose to him." After a long silence, Gerard said with a light laugh, "Don't worry. I will win." Chapter 212, 62 Long time no see father, 6K. "Why didn't you tell her?" After Ine left, Bai Wei's voice rang in Gerard's mind. "Since you've already said so much, why not tell her about her brother's situation as well?" Gerard watched Ine's figure disappear at the alley's entrance, his gaze not leaving the spot, and he softly said, "You heard all that." "Is that a silly question?" Bai Wei said languidly. "I'm in your body, what could I possibly not hear?" He paused, Though next time you and your daughter discuss how to kill me, should I think about turning my back, might that be better? Could you turn your back if you wanted to? Seems not really possible, Byway said faintly. It's like being a pig trapped in a pen during the new year, forced to watch as humans sharpen their knives and discuss how to cook you tastily, unable to cover my eyes or block my ears. What's New Year? Is that really your main concern? Then what's a pig? Heh, Byway raised Gerard's eyebrows. Seems you're in a good mood, capable of cracking jokes after talking with your daughter. There's probably nothing funnier than the legendary Visa's describing himself as a pig, right? Gerard said gently. If you're the pig waiting to be slaughtered, then what are we? Meat already laid out on the chopping block. It seems you're still quite pessimistic about the current situation, Byway said. Relax, if we go by my plan, you at least won't die. You might even retire peacefully, watching your daughter bring someone with yellow hair to call you father-in-law. Is that prospect more terrifying to you than the world ending? I'm starting to understand less and less of what you're saying, Gerard said. But am I to take it that I won't die like the last host did? You can take it that way. And why is that? What why? Why did the last host need to die, but I don't? T.S., you really are concerned with the strangest things. Isn't not having to die a good thing? Byway said. But it's true, this does seem like the kind of thing you'd ponder. You Lyrians are a bit too meticulous, always wanting an answer for everything. Byway paused for a moment before continuing. Simply put, it's because the circumstances are different. You're much stronger than that guy, and I need to leave behind an undying case after all, Byway said faintly. Otherwise, when I find the next host and tell them that the previous two croaked, chances are I won't even get the opportunity to negotiate. I see. Listening to Byway's half-joking, half-serious words, Gerard smiled silently, his thoughts unknown. So you haven't answered me yet, Byway said. Why not just tell her about her brother? Not saying it now will only make it more complicated later on. Gerard slowly closed his eyes. His mind conjured the image of Ian, his face serious yet filled with apprehension. Father, I want to join Night Star. I've been wondering why I agreed to let Ian join Night Star too. Gerard's eyes slowly opened again, still fixed on the mouth of the alley. Although Ine had left a long time ago, his gaze had not shifted, reminiscent of those fathers from bygone eras, sending off their college-bound children at the train station or airport. It might be because I didn't want to stop him from becoming what he wanted to be, or maybe because I wanted to see my beloved son fighting beside me in that boundless, polluted land. Gerard began to speak, as if talking to himself, and yet also to Byway. But no matter what I was thinking, I agreed. I let him become someone like me, and then he encountered the same things that befell me. Byway understood what Gerard meant. So you regret it. You think if you had not agreed then, he'd still be fine now. Yes, Gerard said softly. Even though Hallman told me that he has returned, I don't know what he has encountered, nor do I know what he has become. I only know that if I had refused him at that time, he wouldn't have ended up like this. At least, he could have lived well together with Ine. Even if it meant he would hate you for it. Even if it meant he would hate me. Byway laughed. So that's how it is. Your daughter hopes you would treat her like you did her brother, but you instead hope she doesn't follow the same path you and her brother took. It has a sort of stubborn, autocratic, fatherly feel to it. By the way, have you ever lied to her before? No. So this is the first time? Yes, Gerard said gently, rubbing the pass from the Devil's Army in his hand. This is the first time and the last. At the iron bridge connecting the 4th District to the 5th Zone, Ine abruptly turned her head, looking back. It was empty, there was nothing there. Do you have a problem, Deputy? A member of the Devil's Army guarding the bridge asked. Ine shook her head, no problem. Then she looked towards the bridge guards, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why are there so few people on duty? There's been some trouble in the polluted land, the Devil Knight said. The Abyss urgently needs manpower, so most have been reassigned there. Chapter 213. 213-62 Long Time No See Father, 6K2. Chapter 213. 62 Long Time No See Father, 6K, 2 Chapter 213. 62 Long Time No See Father, 6K, 2 The Abyss has had an incident. Lyra's pupils shrank slightly, and she immediately asked what had happened. As one of the vice-commanders of the Devil's Army, Lyra certainly had the right to know about these things, so the Devil Knight immediately told Lyra about the situation in the polluted land. After listening, Lyra immediately frowned and subconsciously looked in the direction of the polluted land. She hadn't expected such a significant change to occur in the abyss just a few days after her return. If it weren't for a more pressing matter, Lyra would have wanted to return to the polluted land now to begin the exploration of the abyss, after all. That was something she had been longing for 10 years. But precisely because there was something more important, Lyra had to suppress this urge and said nonchalantly, "I see, you all should hurry to support them then. Leave the guarding here to me." The Devil Knight was somewhat surprised. "You want to stand guard?" "Yes, since Denny hasn't returned yet, I'll just wait for him here." Lyra turned her head to look at the Devil Knight in front of her. "Why, you think I can't do it?" "Of course not," the Devil Knight said. "With you here, we can indeed reassign more people to support the abyss. When do you plan to start?" "Tonight," Lyra waved her hand and strode off. "Wait until you've finished your shift, and then I'll take over." The Devil Knight saluted Lyra. Everything went smoothly. Even better, because of the incident in the abyss, the entire security force of the Fifth Zone was severely lacking, which was clearly an advantage for Lyra. It meant there would be even fewer obstacles facing her and Gerard's operation tonight. But would it really go that smoothly? Lyra felt an inexplicable unease. And behind her, the masked eyes of the knight who had just saluted her were emitting a faint, shimmering light. "What? So that's how it is," Yang Zin said softly as he looked at the Devil Knight who was saluting him. "You know it's tough to take action in zones 1 to 3, so you directly targeted the 5th zone, which appears even harder to act upon, even dragging Lyra into it. Indeed, he has also begun to resort to any means necessary." The Devil Knight asked, "Lord Yang Zin, do you need our cooperation?" No need," Yang Zin said indifferently. "Your staying there might actually arouse their suspicions, so just leave as she requested. It's good timing since the abyss is short on people." Yes, the Devil Knight promptly took his leave. And then Yang Zin called over his subordinate. "You heard everything just now, didn't you?" Yang Zin asked. The subordinate nodded. "I heard it." "Then you should know what to do." Yang Zin looked at his subordinate, slowly saying, "Order the skeleton first to the 5th squad to secretly enter the 5th zone. The rest of the squads will continue to maintain the hunt for Gerard without arousing his suspicion. But the 1st to the 5th squad may carry any amount of heavy weaponry and immediately execute Gerard on sight, without hesitation." As he spoke these words, Yang Zin saw his own right hand trembling slightly. "Are we not seeking to capture them alive?" asked the subordinate. "And what about Lady Lyra?" His right hand trembled more intensely, yet Yang Zin's expression remained unchanged, always wearing a faint smile. "The same, execute on sight." The subordinate took the order and left. Meanwhile, Yang Zin turned his gaze to his right hand, his smile growing wider. "The reason you've persisted in not dying up to now, it's because of those two, isn't it?" Yang Zin chuckled lightly as he turned to look out the window. Under the clear sky, more clouds had gathered with distant thunder rumbling, so after tonight. "You can finally rest in peace, Ian." What? Past noon, the weather took a sudden turn for the worse. Clouds that had been sparse now covered half of Lyra City. Though it hadn't started raining yet, there was an unbearable heaviness and stuffiness blanketing Lyra City. It was just like the city's overall atmosphere. Ju walked out of the school alone, watching the visibly tense adults hurrying to pick up their children as if observing another world, where everything was unconnected to her. After such a major incident this morning, Lyra City was almost under martial law, and the school naturally didn't dare to continue classes, immediately notifying parents to pick up their children. But Ju had no parents, so she had to leave the school alone, watching as one child after another was led away quickly by their parents. Even the bullies who had always tormented her were no exception, their formerly arrogant demeanor replaced by looking like quails in their parents' arms. Yet even so, as they passed by Ju, they mocked her with scornful looks, as if laughing at her for being parentless. Luckily, Ju was used to it. She just lazily kicked a rusted screw on the ground into the nearby artificial lake, listening to the plop sound it made, then blankly watching the ripples spread and slowly fade. Not very interesting, Ju thought. Should she do what she used to do? Stuffing into the shoes of kids, she disliked those balls which, when stepped on, would explode with a splatter. But with so many parents around now, it seemed like it wouldn't be easy to get away with it. Ju pondered this, and then she overheard the conversation among the passing parents who were frantically discussing. What happened this morning? Chapter 214. 214-62 Long time no see father, 6K3. Chapter 214. 62 Long time no see father, 6K3. Chapter 214. 62 Long time no see father, 6K3. You didn't hear. It's that guy named Gerard again. At the mention of that name, Ju's eyes, originally as calm as the surface of a lake, rippled like a stone suddenly thrown in. Seems interesting now. Ju's steps suddenly became light. She had thought that everything happening now had nothing to do with her, but now it seemed to. Because Gerard's body, she had fixed it. So did that mean that everything that happened today was related to her too? Thinking of this, Ju found the idea of tossing explosive eggs into other people's shoes rather boring. So she casually followed the two parents she had overheard, listening to their conversation. A lot of people died, it seems. The whole station was under martial law. The skeleton corps are littered with bodies. The light in Ju's eyes grew brighter, and even her breathing quickened without her noticing. Then she ran into a parent in front of her. Who are you? Why have you been following us? The parent looked at her sternly. Before Ju could speak, the parent's child shouted, She's Ju, that criminal's child. That rebel's child? Why are you following us? Damn it, she must be in cahoots with that Gerard guy, grab her. The parents were about to act, but Ju, experienced in these situations, had already taken off running the moment the kids yelled. The parents couldn't catch up with her, and could only yell at her retreating figure. Rascal, sooner or later, you're going to be sent to meet your damn father. You're going to be hanged from the mast, along with that guy named Gerard. These words didn't affect Ju, they only made her footsteps lighter and lighter. She even made a special trip to the Skeleton Corps headquarters, and seeing those bone knights with their arms and legs broken off, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ju had almost forgotten the last time she laughed. Indeed, treating and modifying Gerard was the right choice, she thought. Wasn't this more interesting than those explosive egg balls she had made? She wondered where Gerard was now. Wait, if he hadn't been caught, could it be possible? Something occurred to Ju, and she immediately turned around, dashing back home with sparks flying. When she opened the front door and saw that familiar figure frowning and cleaning blood-stained parts, Ju finally stopped. Gerard seemed surprised that Ju would return at this time. Seeing her sweaty appearance, he thought she had been chased by bullies again and was about to ask when Ju spoke first. What are you doing? Ju asked. Gerard was a bit embarrassed. The parts you replaced for me are damaged again, so I thought I'd see if I could replace them myself. He really didn't want to bother Ju. After all, given what he had done that morning, he didn't even know how to start explaining to Ju that he was, in fact, a good person. He couldn't blame Bai Wei, nor could he tell Ju the entire truth. So Gerard had intended to be self-reliant, to complete his work as soon as possible and leave without seeing Ju again, because, regardless of how today's actions went, Lyra would only intensify the manhunt for him, and he would truly struggle to hide in such a small warehouse. But Gerard hadn't expected Ju to return so early. This made him hesitate, unsure of how to explain to Ju. Then he heard Ju suddenly say, Let me help you. Gerard blinked, thinking he had misheard. What? I said I'll help you, Ju repeated. I'll help you with the repairs. Then she remembered something else and added, No need to pay. Why was that? Gerard couldn't quite understand. He stared blankly at Ju, trying to read a bit of a joke in her eyes. But Ju was clearly not joking. Her intent gaze was filled with seriousness. So after a moment of silence, Gerard nodded. I appreciate it then. He paused and then added softly, I have something very important to do tonight. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Ju's eyes. Although she was very curious about what exactly Gerard had to do, she didn't ask. Instead, she nodded, trying hard to contain her excitement. Leave it to me. What? As night fell, the rain that had been stewing all day finally came down. Ine lowered the brim of her hood and walked to the bridgehead, then said to the devil knights still on guard, Change shifts, get some rest early, and gather your energy for tomorrow's trip to the abyss. Yes, the devil knights saluted Ine and moved to leave. Wait a minute. Ine's peripheral vision suddenly caught a section of the gear train parked on the tracks not far away, and her brow furrowed slightly. What's the deal with that train? Oh, that's the support from Sky Tower, replied the devil knight. Tomorrow morning, Captain Yuri will send someone to receive it. I see. Ine nodded. Got it. That was the normal procedure because the gear train tracks could only reach this far. All supplies had to be delivered here and then carried by devil knights to the polluted land. Chapter 215, 62 Long Time No See Father 6K4. Chapter 215, 62 Long Time No See Father 6K4. Devil knights paid their respects to Ine once more, and then they left together. Ine sat alone at the checkpoint at the end of the bridge, gazing across to the other side. But what she didn't know was that, not far from her, inside a gear train, fully armed bone knights were silently watching her. "What? It's perfect," Gerard said softly as he felt his brand-new body. "You're really quite remarkable." Ju, while wiping sweat from her brow, pointed expressionlessly to the chainsaw sword placed aside. "That, I've fixed it as well." Gerard became even more surprised. "Can you tell me what are you going to do tonight?" Ju asked. Gerard immediately fell silent, then gently shook his head. "Sorry, I can't tell you." Ju let out an "oh," seemingly unsurprised, but then asked again, "Will you come back?" Gerard looked at Ju with some astonishment. He definitely felt that Ju was different today. Although she had always been unafraid of him, she had never shown something like anticipation towards Gerard as she did today. Although he didn't know what specifically had happened, at that moment, Ju still made Gerard feel a sense of daze. Just like many years ago, the little girl who asked him when he would be returning home. "I'll come back," Gerard replied. What? The sky grew darker, and the rain heavier. Ine looked at the pocket watch and the time swiftly passing, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. It seemed like returning to many years ago, when she awaited Gerard's return at home. That restlessness and unease. For what felt like the umpteenth time, she stretched her head out of the checkpoint, looking across to the other side of the bridge. But there was still nothing there, pitch black. "Just a while longer," she murmured to herself, about to pull her head back in when something in the corner of her eye caught her attention, and her entire body froze. She saw a figure wearing a familiar uniform, walking towards her from the direction of the polluted land. This, how could it be? Ine was stunned. She blinked subconsciously, and just like that, the figure disappeared. But Ine still felt her hair standing on end. Because she was certain the figure she saw just now was Gerard. But it was Gerard from 10 years ago. She immediately came out of the checkpoint, looking around her. But there was nothing, just the pitter-patter of rain. What? Inside the sky tower. Yang Xin stood in the lobby, watching Lyra amidst the rainy night, silently calculating the time in his mind. "Is there any news from over there?" Yang Xin asked. Then a figure appeared from the shadows. "No news yet, Lord Yang Xin." "Is that so?" Yang Xin nodded slightly. "It seems I am too anxious. You may leave, let me know when there's news." The figure stepped back. Yang Xin continued standing by the window, looking in the direction of the 5th zone. By rights, tonight ought to be the end. The only threat would be eliminated. Yang Xin was confident about this, because he didn't believe that Gerard would leave Ine there alone. For the same reason, the thing inside him kept lingering and refused to die. Even so, Yang Xin still felt a certain anxiety. Was he too eager? He thought to himself, then footstep sounds reached his ears again. It was his subordinate, Lord Yang Xin. "Is there news from there?" "No," the subordinate presented an envelope. "Your people sent to Somo City have news. This has just arrived." Yang Xin's pupils contracted slightly. He had almost forgotten about that. Though it was no longer important, for some reason, as he looked at that sealed letter, Yang Xin's unease intensified. He took the letter, then waved his hand for the subordinate to leave. After the subordinate left, he opened the envelope. After quickly reading through, Yang Xin's expression went from feigned composure to surprised. The lost eyes, how could it be the eyes? So it was the eyes after all. At that moment, it was as if he understood everything. Then footsteps sounded once more. Yang Xin let out a heavy sigh, then turned his head to face the newcomer. "It's been a long time," he said softly. "Father." Chapter 216, 63 Have you come to pick me up, Father? Chapter 216, 63 Have you come to pick me up, Father? Gerard walked out from the darkness, looking at the face that was oh so familiar. Just like in his memory, not even a hint of aging, still so young, as if it was only yesterday that he had been pleading to join the Night Star team. It made Gerard feel somewhat dazed. Then he heard Yang Zin speak again. "You have aged a lot, father." That voice pulled Gerard out of his daze. He looked at the face again. It was indeed over 90% similar to his memory. The only difference was that the once youthful and spirited smile had turned into a highly uncomfortable, fake smile. But for Gerard, that was the most significant difference. "You," he slowly began, "what exactly are you?" Hearing this, Yang Zin sighed lightly. "Isn't it a bit too much to call me a thing? Father, have you forgotten who I am? Or is it that an illegitimate son doesn't need to leave such a deep impression?" Gerard ignored such low provocation from Yang Zin and just quietly looked at him. Yang Zin's gaze gradually moved down, looking towards Gerard's feet, where one of his subordinates lay, previously an elite of the Devil's army, but in front of Gerard he had no chance even to utter a warning. It must be because... His gaze gradually moved up, focusing on Gerard's left eye, that very special eye, which still faintly glowed in such darkness. "You got yourself a fine eye," Yang Zin chuckled. "I never figured out why upon your return from Rhine you suddenly could see so much more clearly. Our cover-ups appeared merely as decorations in front of you. All your actions were transparent to you, all plans laid bare as if you had changed your eyes, and I never imagined it was literal." He paused, then while showing a letter he had opened to Gerard, he sighed lightly. "What a pity the news I received from Rhine came too late. If I had known earlier that the eye might have ended up with you, I would never have waited until now. But I still really want to know, how did you get that eye? According to my information, it should have been a Rhine priest named Ulu who took that eye. What deal did you make with him that he gave the eye to you? Or did you kill him? If that's the case..." His gaze shifted again, this time to Gerard's left hand. "Then you have more than just an eye. No wonder you were able to defeat Bishop Hallman." Yang Zin kept muttering as if talking to himself, yet also as if speaking to Gerard. But he didn't answer any of the questions, just stepping closer to him, his heavy footsteps ticking like a second's hand in a pocket watch. Then Gerard stood in front of Yang Zin. A metallic friction sound. The massive chainsaw sword then rested on Yang Zin's shoulder, the ferocious and sharp teeth closely pressed against Yang Zin's neck, swiftly slashing the skin, blood uncontrollably flowing down. "You still haven't answered my question." Gerard gazed at Yang Zin, slowly beginning. "You, what exactly are you?" Yang Zin finally stopped talking to himself. He looked down at the chainsaw sword set against his neck, fully aware that if Gerard were to activate it, his head would fall off instantly. But even then, his expression hardly changed. "Do you want to kill me, father?" Yang Zin smiled as he looked at Gerard. 10 years ago you abandoned me, now 10 years later are you going to kill me personally?" 10 years ago. Gerard seemed somewhat dazed. "It seems you really have forgotten, father," Yang Zin gently said. 10 years ago in the abyss, when I could no longer walk, you told me you would come back, asked me to wait for you to return to pick me up. I waited and waited, but never did until now." Yang Zin spread his arms, as if wanting to give Gerard a big hug. "Now have you finally come to pick me up? I really have been waiting for a long time." After he spoke, Yang Zin slowly moved towards embracing Gerard, while Gerard showed no extra reaction. Until Yang Zin's hands were about to touch Gerard's body, he heard a faint click. Yang Zin hadn't figured out what it was when the worn chainsaw sword on his shoulder suddenly roared louder, like a beast bellowing. The crazily spinning teeth instantly sliced through Yang Zin's neck, and then effortlessly continued downward, splitting his entire body in two. Among the bursting spray of blood, Yang Zin widened his eyes, staring hard at Gerard, seemingly unable to believe Gerard had acted like this. "Why did you?" By the time he managed to speak, he was already a half-body lying in a pool of blood. He stared intensely at Gerard, his eyes filled with shock, loss, and pain. "Father, why?" Gerard looked at Yang Zin's twisted half-body, calmly saying, "My son died 10 years ago. You are merely a monster that came back using his body." Yang Zin opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more, but the huge loss of blood still drained the remaining life and strength from him. Eventually, his eyes wide open, motionless. Chapter 217, 63 Have you come to pick me up, Father 2. Chapter 217, 63 Have you come to pick me up, Father 2. It seemed he had died just like that. But Gerard did not leave. He merely stepped back a few paces and silently watched. Then there was a sigh. Well, under that eye, fake pretenses are indeed meaningless. Yang Xin suddenly came back to life. Under Gerard's gaze, the severed half of his body crawled back and reattached itself to the other half. The more I think about it, the more curious I get about that eye, Yang Xin said as he recombined, looking again at Gerard's left eye. Logically speaking, I can even stop my heartbeat. You shouldn't be able to see through me, and before you took action, there should have been no difference between me and any normal person. He paused. Or is it that you didn't act because of that eye, but because you wanted to kill me from the very beginning? Yes, it must be that way. This is so like you, this is you. He became increasingly excited, licking his lips soaked in blood, and screamed. Just like when you could act against your polluted comrade, now you can act against your contaminated son. This is you, ahahaha. Yang Xin's laughter had not yet ended when the chainsaw sword was swung into the air again, tracing a semicircular arc before chopping off his incompletely attached head again. Then he swung the sword around again, making a downward slice along the headless body. Although this chainsaw sword, repaired by Ju, was far less powerful not only compared to the new model nowadays, but also compared to itself 10 years ago, it was still sufficient for a mere mortal. Moreover, Gerard clearly did not consider Yang Xin as a normal person. He treated him like the pollutants that had been lingering at his doorstep for the past 10 years, aiming each attack to chop him into pieces, making sure he couldn't come back. Soon, Gerard had chopped Yang Xin into a mess, making it impossible for him even to stand. Yet Yang Xin still did not die, as his voice was coming from all directions. Right, this is it. This is the you I remember, this is what you taught me. Gerard discovered that the sources of the voices were Yang Xin's scattered flesh and blood. So he stepped forward again, crushing each piece of vocal flesh and blood with the chainsaw sword. Yet Yang Xin's voice did not disappear. He shouted at Gerard. Do you want to kill me now? Why? Have you forgotten? You were the one who told me not to die. You told me not to die. Gerard's body paused for a moment. He spun around and saw those bits of flesh and blood, like dandelions, drifting in the air behind him, taking shape. He struck a strange pose, battered and nestling in a corner, as if seriously injured, yet revealing a pale smile towards him. Why would you forget? Yang Xin softly said. It was you who told me not to die, father. This image struck Gerard like a hammer to the heart. No, not to die. That phrase made Gerard feel somewhat bewildered. At the same time, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. He subconsciously turned his head, then widened his eyes, because he saw someone walking toward him. And that someone was dressed in Night Star's uniform, his face full of urgency and panic, as if desperate to accomplish something. But that was not the point. The point was, that man was Gerard himself. He thought it was another of Yang Xin's tricks, instinctively slashing with the chainsaw sword. But the chainsaw sword hit nothing, slashing through the air unhindered. Is this an illusion? Shocked, Gerard hadn't reacted further when that 10-year-old illusion rushed in front of him and merged with him. Then Gerard felt a burst of intense pain, as if new things were constantly emerging in his mind. Soon after, he heard Bai Wei's voice. Oh, I see. This is the price you pay. Price? What price? Before Gerard could understand, the newly emerged memories in his mind whisked him away. Back to that forgotten moment 10 years ago. What? Lord Gerard, this is an urgent mission. Please lead your Night Star to the polluted land as soon as possible. Affairs Officer 44 handed over a piece of paper with a smile. This is important, please hurry. After receiving the paper, he unfolded it to find a simple drawing of an open box containing a piece of tongue. Bring it back, said Affairs Officer 44. What? Captain, the location of this mission is quite deep, isn't it? A middle-aged knight in a tidy uniform pointed solemnly at the map. This has already far exceeded the designated scouting range. That place is completely unknown. What are we looking for there? He raised his head, looking at the distant fog and the mountainous, indescribable mass within the fog. He softly said, We're looking for the Hope of Lyra. What? Captain, what exactly is this thing? A severely wounded knight sat there, his face showing exhaustion, yet he looked over with intense seriousness. As soon as we took it, all the pollutants in the polluted land rushed towards us like crazy. At this rate, all of us will die here. I'm not afraid of sacrificing, but I want to know, what exactly are we risking our lives for? He lowered his head to look at the tongue in the box, then raised his head again, gazing at the remaining half of the team, and clenched his fists tightly. I can't say. The ground began to tremble, and the roar of beasts echoed in his ears again. He knew those damned creatures were catching up. We can't rest now, he said. What? Father, it seems I can only make it this far. The excessively young knight revealed a pale smile as he struggled for breath. You must take it out, this is our last hope. Also, Ine, please tell her I'm sorry. No, Ian. He grasped the box and screamed desperately at the young knight, Don't die, don't die. The tongue in the box trembled slightly. He turned his head, the monsters still approaching in the distance, and now only he and the young knight remained in the entire squad. And he knew, relying only on himself, there was no way to bring back the tongue. The monsters would not let him leave. No, don't die, Ian. He spoke again to the young knight, who was about to lose all his vitality, his voice filled with pleading, even he was about to break down. He was severely injured. Could not take the young knight with him. Nor could he take the tongue. He needed reinforcements. He was about to leave the pollution zone, just a little reinforcement, and he could quickly return here. Looking at the young knight, barely hanging on to life, he knew he had only one choice. Don't die, he pressed his forehead against the young knight's, as if trying to transfer some of his own warmth to him. Wait for me to come back, I will definitely come back. Then he buried the box in the massive purification source crystal nearby, hoping this product from the holy sound could bring some delay to those monsters. Even a slight delay would suffice. He took one last look at the young knight, then without hesitation dashed in the direction of Lyra. He knew he was Gerard, the Knight of the Night Star. He needed reinforcements to save his son, as well as take away the thing that could save Lyra. He must come back, his son was still waiting for him. He thought so, but his head hurt. It really hurt, as if something was tearing apart his body and soul, making him feel as though things were continuously falling. What? He was Gerard. He needed reinforcements. His son was waiting for him. Lyra was waiting for him. What? He was Gerard. He needed reinforcements. His son was waiting for him. What? He was Gerard. He needed reinforcements. What? He was Gerard. What? Finally, he ran out of the fog, but his eyes were full of confusion. Why was he here? What was he supposed to do? He raised his head, seeing countless people rushing towards him, screaming at him. Gerard, you betrayed Lyra. What? His eyes snapped open. Yang Xin was still sitting there, covered in blood. Do you remember, father? You told me not to die, you said you would come for me. He spoke softly. Are you here to pick me up now? Chapter 218, 64 Yang Xin and Ian. Chapter 218, 64 Yang Xin and Ian. I remembered. All of it I remembered. Gerard's memories that he had chased for 10 years all returned to his mind at that moment. Why, he said softly, has it come to this? It seems you finally recalled, father, Yang Xin said, pointing to his mangled face and smiling. As for your question of why, do you truly not know? This is the price. Gerard's pupils narrowed slightly. The price. You possess that eye. You should be very clear about what the price means, right? Yang Xin said softly. Outsiders can indeed use the power of visas, but it's not without a reason. What you want to obtain, you must first pay for it. You asked me not to die, so I certainly won't die, but when you said you'd come back to save me, your obsession, your memories. He paused. They could only be taken as a price, and then be forever trapped in that place you always wanted to return to. Hearing Yang Xin say this, Gerard's clenched fist grew tighter, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He was angry, but the source of his anger was himself. How could he have forgotten? How could he have forgotten? How could he have forgotten his mission? How could he have forgotten his son was still waiting for him? Naturally, Bai Wei also felt Gerard's immense emotional turmoil. To be honest, Bai Wei hadn't expected the truth to be like this either. The domination on Yang Xin's body was given by Gerard, and Gerard lost a part of his memory because of the price of domination. More precisely, it wasn't the memory, but the soul. It's just that those memories were stored on the soul. The spirit that suddenly approached Gerard earlier was, of course, witnessed by Bai Wei as well. Gerard's fragment of soul had always lingered in the polluted land, never able to leave, just as Gerard had always been unable to find the truth of those days. But now that lost part of the soul had returned. If Bai Wei was not mistaken, it had to do with the summoning he performed the day before yesterday, which made the entire abyss come a lot closer to Lyra. Perhaps that was when the influence occurred. Gerard's memories and obsession finally caught up with him, although Bai Wei wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or a bad one, because he noticed that Gerard's sword-wielding hand was trembling. Just a moment ago, when he had swung his sword at Yang Xin, there had been no hesitation. But Bai Wei didn't say anything and just watched. After several deep breaths, Gerard gradually calmed his emotions. He looked up at Yang Xin and asked with as calm a tone as he could manage, "So what happened afterward?" "Afterwards I survived." Yang Xin was still smiling. "Father, do you realize how powerful domination is?" He casually picked up a piece of his own flesh from the ground and showed it to Gerard. "You should know what kind of end accompanies a prolonged stay in the polluted land," Yang Xin said. "My flesh, bones, even my brain are rotting. I should have been like those pioneers who eternally rest in the polluted land. My body completely disintegrated, rotted, and then became part of the polluted land. But you enforced that I must not die, or rather domination enforced it. So it kept forcibly urging every part of my body to recover to normal and then resume normal functioning." He released his hand, and the flesh immediately flew back to his mangled cheek, once again making the face seem whole. "This is domination," Yang Xin said gently. "It doesn't let me die, and in this world there's nothing that can make me die, not even the polluted land, so I survived and finally returned to Lyra." Gerard looked into Yang Xin's eyes. "Then why didn't you come to find me?" Yang Xin smiled again. "Father, have you forgotten? In the polluted land, it's not only the body that rots. Isn't it the spirit that begins to decay for everyone lost in the polluted land?" Gerard's heart shivered. "My body couldn't die, but my mind," Yang Xin touched his temple with a finger, "was constantly under attack, tormented. Back then I almost went insane. I even wished I could kill myself, but—" Yang Xin paused, then looked at Gerard again. "Just like I said earlier, you didn't let me die, so I couldn't even do that to myself." The moment Yang Xin's words ended, he suddenly acted ruthlessly, thrusting his finger right into his temple with a plop sound. Pure white blood spilled out, but Yang Xin still kept smiling. Just like now, the scene was a bit eerie, a bit gruesome. But in Gerard's eyes there was only heartache, because he knew all too well the feeling Yang Xin described. But he didn't lose his sanity because of it. He still watched Yang Xin coldly. "What does this have to do with you not coming to find me?" Yang Xin sighed softly. "Don't you understand yet? Father, in the day-to-day torment, I finally realized what I wanted." "What do you want?" Gerard asked subconsciously. Yang Xin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly stood up, opened his arms towards Gerard, and said word by word, "Rebirth." "Rebirth? Yes, I no longer want to live like this. Living like this only brings me endless pain," Yang Xin said indifferently. "So I yearn for rebirth. I want to discard this body that should have decayed long ago. I want to be reborn anew. And all of these Lyra couldn't help me with, only the New Chaser Association could. That's why I changed my name to Yang Xin. I just want to live again to end the current pain." Chapter 219, 64 Yang Xin and Ian 2. Chapter 219, 64 Yang Xin and Ian 2. He paused. "So, Father, are you going to stop me? It was you who made me what I am now. And now, are you just going to watch and let me live forever like this?" Gerard did not speak, but even Bai Wei could feel his body trembling slightly. Such a bloodless knife, Bai Wei thought to himself. Then he heard Gerard softly say, "No, I won't just watch. Since all this was caused by me, then I shall take responsibility." Upon hearing these words, a smile gradually returned to Yang Xin's face. But in the next second, the roaring of the chainsaw sword resonated. Yang Xin's body was split in two once again. "I will send you to hell myself," Gerard said coldly, "and don't call me father, I'm quite sure you are not Ian." A heavy sigh. "So you've seen through me after all." This time Yang Xin did not rush to reassemble his body. Instead, he remained split apart and pulled several segments of bone out of his body. The bones were inlaid with metal. Just like the original Ian, who at all costs wanted to kill me, even implanting these blades into his bones to prevent resurrection, Yang Xin said with a light smile. "But he failed, just as you will today, and I killed him, and today I will kill you too." With that, Yang Xin charged at Gerard with a howl. More accurately, each part of Yang Xin howled as it charged Gerard, like a puppet whose body parts had scattered, each part attacking Gerard from different directions. And Gerard certainly wasn't just watching. He activated Overload. Although the prosthetic limb perfected by Yaoju could not unleash the full effect of Overload, at most only the effect similar to a youthful version, it was adequate to handle the current onslaught. Gerard swung the seemingly heavy chainsaw sword with the agility of a twig, continuously slashing, and the chainsaw sword screeched as it sliced through the air. Then came several crisp sounds and the collision of sparks. Those bones were shattered, flesh flew in all directions. But it didn't have much effect. Soon enough, they regrouped and attacked Gerard again. Just as Yang Xin had said, the separated flesh would come together again, the broken bones would reconnect. He was undying, no one could kill him. What should I do? Gerard asked Bai Wei in his mind. There are two methods, Bai Wei said lightly. The first one is my eyes. Use your eyes. Yes, Bai Wei said. You haven't forgotten the rule of my eyes, have you? Of course, Gerard hadn't forgotten. Facing that assistant named Terrell in the 4th District Tower, Gerard had witnessed the true power of Bai Wei's eyes. Something immortal, just erase it, huh? Indeed, it was a very good method. Only a rule can counteract another rule. But I wouldn't recommend using this method, Bai Wei's voice rang out again, because this guy is no ordinary person. Just erasing a sufficient part of his body would kill him for sure. But from my observation, even if only one finger is left, he's the kind that will not thoroughly die and maybe turn into something that hops around leading others to fall. Hopping, leaping creatures leading others to fall. Gerard always felt this phrase sounded a bit odd, but he couldn't afford to ponder it, for the attack launched by Yang Xin was becoming increasingly troublesome. Although the chainsaw sword in his hands could sever every part of Yang Xin, the severed parts would either reattach themselves or split into two and continue to assault Gerard, leaving them impossible to vanquish. This back and forth, even with the enhancement of Overload, Gerard couldn't possibly endure indefinitely. So if you want to use your eyes, you can only eradicate all of his parts, which is quite troublesome, and your body will hardly withstand it, Bai Wei said slowly. Therefore, I suggest using another method. Gerard felt irritated. He didn't understand why Bai Wei was speaking so slowly, as if he was concerned about something. In that instant, a rib had already circled to Gerard's blind spot, and with a whistling sound tearing through the air, stabbed towards Gerard's head. By the time Gerard noticed, it was nearly in front of his eyes. But at that moment a swift shadow flashed by, and before Gerard could react, it sent the rib flying away. Gerard froze. He turned his head and saw that the shadow that had neutralized the attack was Yang Xin's right hand. What was going on? Was Yang Xin's body trying to stop another part of itself? After a moment of confusion, Gerard thought of something. His eyes widened incredulously, but he still roared toward that arm. Ian. As soon as his words fell, more flesh surged in front of the arm, quickly engulfing it, and then reformed into the figure of Yang Xin. Ah, you found out, huh? Yang Xin said with a faint smile. Yes, your son hasn't died yet. At that moment, Gerard finally lost his calm demeanor he maintained before. His eyes bulged with bloodshot vessels, and his intense gasping nearly overwhelmed the roar of his overload state. What have you done to him? And what do you mean, what have I done to him? Yang Xin tilted his head, then slowly raised his right hand. Gerard saw that the hand was trembling violently. I haven't done anything. It's just that he wanted to kill me, but he didn't succeed, that's all. He paused, then a glint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Do you know, he and I should have been the closest of people. After you left him alone in that place, helpless, tormented daily by the agony of the polluted land, by the burden brought by his body disintegrating and reconstituting. Yet even so, he refused to return, didn't want to see you, because he sensed my presence. Yes, he knew he was, as you say, contaminated. He thought I was dangerous, so he refused to let me return at all costs. During that time, he tried various methods to stop me, like attempting to kill me directly on a soul level, but how could that be possible? The polluted land is my home ground. I possess an endless supply of power, whereas he had nothing. He also tried killing himself, but, as I've said before, domination, or rather, you wouldn't let him die. So even if he gouged out his own heart, chopped off his own head, severed his limbs, it was all in vain. The body would reconstitute time and again. Even if he embedded steel into his flesh, it was of no use. So in the end I won and he lost. Gerard clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced through his flesh. In the end I still returned here under the guise of Yang Zin. Yang Zin spread his right hand in front of him, and he is left with only this. To be honest, I still can't be certain if he is alive or merely left with a lingering sentiment, but I'm inclined to believe he's still alive. And the person responsible for such an outcome. In Gerard's trembling pupils, Yang Zin's smile grew ever more triumphant. It's you, Gerard. In that instant, lightning flashed outside, casting the entire hall into a pale light. Seconds later, the thunderous roar slowly followed, striking Gerard's heart like a bomb, causing his body to quiver uncontrollably as if he was about to collapse the next second. But he propped himself up with his sword and didn't fall. Then he spoke slowly, as if addressing Yang Zin or another person. Another method, what is it? Bai Wei's voice slowly resonated within his mind. I'll seize the domination within him and give it to you for one more use, but only one more time. You should understand what I mean. Chapter 220, 65 Rest in Peace. Chapter 220, 65 Rest in Peace. The rain grew heavier, its pounding noise easily drowning out the ticking of the pocket watch. Ine stood at the bridgehead, gazing silently for a long time at the lake below, agitated under the torrential rain. Much time had passed since the appointed hour with Gerard. But he had never shown up. Leaving Ine alone, standing there just like that night 10 years ago when they'd set off for the polluted land on a sudden departure. Father, why? Ine whispered softly. Why leave me alone again? She lifted her head, letting the rain pelt her cheeks. In the night sky cluttered with dark clouds where the moon couldn't be seen, she recalled another's face. Brother. What? Rip. The chainsaw sword struggled to split the corpse before it in two. Its operation was now far from smooth. Too much flesh and small bones jammed between the teeth had dulled its once sharp edge, turning it into a blunt knife. Just like Gerard at the moment. Splat. Gerard kept retreating, pulling a shard of bone from his shoulder and snapping it off. But it was no use as the broken bone quickly regenerated. Your movements are getting slower, Father, Yang Zin's voice echoed from all around. You really have aged. 10 years ago you wouldn't have been this distressed. Gerard lifted his head, watching Yang Zin's body come together not far away. It looked like dandelion fluffs returning to their stem, which could have been somewhat beautiful if the things whirling around weren't flesh and blood. Actually, I've been wondering, Yang Zin began leisurely, Father, why must we fight to the death? The new world is vast enough for both you and me. Gerard looked at Yang Zin coldly, but said nothing. And why am I not considered your son? Yang Zin continued. Why must you view me as the enemy? I'm not a monster, I'm just another personality of Ian. I could also call myself Ian. No, I am Ian. I was born in his body, I have all his memories, I know what you like, what you detest, and I also have feelings for you. Yang Zin pointed to his chest as he spoke. Yes, right here, naturally present from the moment I was born. That's the best proof, isn't it, Father? Yang Zin extended his hand to Gerard once again. But Gerard just silently shook off the blood and bone from the chainsaw sword, trying to get it running again. It seems that's your answer, Yang Zin sighed and withdrew his hand, then added faintly. Why must it be like this? Have you ever thought about it? Once a person dies, they have nothing left. Even that which you most desire, the truth, will be completely buried with your death. You will die as the last member of Night Star, unable to clear their name. Even the things you are doing now before you die will deepen people's disdain and fear. 100 years from now, you'll be labeled worse than the rebels. Doesn't that concern you? Splash. The last small bone was cleared out. The chainsaw sword, after a brief shudder, slowly regained power, though it was far from its former self. Yang Zin, of course, wasn't afraid of such a weapon. More than the rusty chainsaw sword, or Gerard's simple gear barely functioning in overload mode. Yang Zin was wary of Gerard's left eye and left middle finger. More accurately, they were Visas's left eye and left middle finger. From a certain perspective, Yang Zin himself was created by domination. Thus, he was acutely aware of how powerful Visas's abilities really were. If it weren't for that eye and finger, Yang Zin wouldn't have bothered to talk this much with Gerard. Yet Gerard never used Visas's power, merely fending off Yang Zin's attacks, leaving Yang Zin at a loss as to what Gerard was really thinking. Even now, as Gerard was covered in injuries, there was still no sign of action. All this made Yang Zin wonder if he was mistaken, Perhaps Gerard never received Visas's eye, since all he had was information about a priest named Ulu who killed the archbishop from Rhine and vanished, with Visas's left eye, too, gone missing. Combining this with the changes in Gerard since returning from Rhine, Yang Xin concluded that Gerard had found that missing eye, which allowed him to see so much more. But Gerard still hadn't used it. Could it be he didn't have the eye, and what happened before was just a coincidence? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. The thought had barely crossed Yang Xin's mind when it was vehemently dismissed. After all, Terrell's peculiar death and the lingering echoes over his corpse, along with the several times Yang Xin's own body nearly disintegrated, all attested to one fact. The eye was real. Do you fear death? After a long silence, Gerard suddenly spoke, catching Yang Xin off guard, as he had thought Gerard would remain silent unto death. Do you think I fear death? Yang Xin replied with a smile. I was born from the polluted land, which for you is a death zone, right? But for me, it's... Chapter 221, 65 Rest in Peace 2. Chapter 221, 65 Rest in Peace 2. Why did you want to escape from there? Yang Xin's smile suddenly froze. You were born from death, yet you desperately flee from death, pursuing rebirth. Gerard looked up at Yang Xin and said gently, what you fear most is returning there, but we are different, just as you said. That place is a land of death to us, but we are not afraid to go there. However, that doesn't mean we are not afraid of death. It's just that, for us, there are things more important than death. After Gerard finished speaking, the chainsaw sword in his hand was also regaining power, its rumbling noise growing louder. Gerard looked at Yang Xin, whose face had lost much of its smile. And these things you cannot understand. You were born from Ian's body, possessing all of his memories, but you lack the most crucial thing. Therefore, you can never be my son. You will always just be one of those monsters wandering in the muck. Even if clothed in human skin, I can smell the stench on you. After Gerard had spoken, the little smile that remained on Yang Xin's face disappeared completely. He was like someone stripped of all disguise, flayed and deboned, nothing more than a writhing pollutant. You really dare to say it? Yang Xin spoke softly, still trying to maintain his calm, but the anger beneath that calm seemed ready to erupt at any moment. I originally wanted to spare your life, considering you are my father, but since you do not need it, then forget it. Yang Xin's tone grew heavier, his body undergoing transformations, his flying bones cracking and then turning into sharp bone spikes, blooming like flowers. After you die, I will bring your head to an A, and then, well, it's pointless, I might as well send her to join you in hell. Then you can all discuss together what things are more important than death. Gerard could feel Yang Xin's ferocity, but he did not care. He hardly even looked at him, instead focusing on Yang Xin's right hand. Yang Xin clearly noticed this and sneered. Then his right hand exploded with a plop, impaled from the inside by bone spikes. In that blooming blood mist, Yang Xin pushed his struggling right arm toward Gerard. Since you care so much about your son, Yang Xin said lightly, then go die with him. Facing the right arm that was moving closer to him, Gerard bowed his head and said softly, I'm sorry, Ian. Just when the right hand was about to touch Gerard, Yang Xin suddenly heard the sound of the wind. Wind. He felt bewildered, because it was pouring rain outside at the moment, with fierce winds howling in through the window. But Yang Xin felt that the wind he heard now was not from the storm. Instead, it was from a more gentle, lighter breeze. The breeze blew through a decaying giant tree, lightly shaking its branches as if calling for something. Wait, calling. Yang Xin suddenly realized something, and his eyes widened in shock. His body uncontrollably slipped into disarray, the flesh floating in the air, trembling fiercely, small pieces even falling to the ground and quickly rotting as if some force was draining the vitality from within them. No, to be precise, what was being drained was not vitality but domination. It happened again. Indeed, it was happening again. Yang Xin backed away in alarm. This wasn't his first experience with this. There had already been 2 previous instances. But this time, he was certain that Gerard was behind it. Yang Xin desperately tried to maintain his body's condition, then grabbed his right hand that had just flown away, and with the last of his strength attacked Gerard. However, this hasty attack was clearly useless against Gerard, who easily chopped down the bone spikes. And the fallen bone spikes did not reassemble as before, but quickly decayed, turning into the muck commonly seen in the polluted lands. Gerard looked up, seeing Yang Xin, who was barely holding his human shape, beginning to flee. He didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. Damn it, what in the world is that power? Yang Xin cursed inwardly as he fled. As far as he knew, no part of the body, neither the eyes nor the fingers, possessed such power. Even considering the whole taboo book, Yang Xin could not recall any similar power or rule. But it didn't matter. If it had been the first time encountering this situation, Yang Xin indeed might not know how to respond. But this wasn't his first time, and he had already devised a way to deal with it. And the countermeasure was exactly within this sky tower. Because this sky tower is the closest place to Lyra. Thus, naturally, it was also the closest to the new god. Here, Yang Xin could directly summon the new god's power and enter a state similar to Rhine's divine blessing. Even more powerful than Rhine's divine blessing, since Rhine's god was in the divine country, while his new god was right beneath their feet. So the closer one got to the core of the sky tower, the more they could. Bang! The ground under Yang Xin's feet suddenly cracked open. He barely lowered his head when Gerard and his chainsaw sword crashed into him. Rising from below, Gerard pinned Yang Xin against the wall with his chainsaw sword, and the roaring blade immediately shredded Yang Xin's still dispersing body into mud. "You can't escape," Gerard said coldly. Yang Xin struggled intensely, but now barely able to maintain his domination, he couldn't break free and could only watch powerlessly as his body dissolved in the sharp saw teeth. For the first time in 10 years, he felt death was so close. "You think you've won?" Yang Xin roared at Gerard. "Do you think you know where you are? Do you think just with that eye you can defy the great lord? I tell you it's impossible, absolutely impossible." With a snap, Yang Xin crossed his hands, fire seemingly burning in his eyes. After he finished speaking, both Gerard and Bai Wei sensed something in the depths of the sky tower responding to him. Bai Wei immediately furrowed Gerard's brows. The power of domination was close to being retracted completely. It would be troublesome if Yang Xin managed to wield the new god's power at this time. After all, divine descent wasn't something you could cancel with a finger, and the eye needed more preparation time. Could it be? At that moment, Yang Xin's crossed hands suddenly parted. His right hand was resolutely pressing on the palm of his left hand. Both Yang Xin and Gerard's eyes widened. "Impossible," Yang Xin exclaimed in shock. "How can you still have so much strength? This cannot, Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xin's expression twisted suddenly. Under Gerard's gaze, Yang Xin's expression underwent turbulent changes as if he was undergoing a harsh struggle. Then he once again raised his head to look at Gerard. Although it was the same face, Gerard's body suddenly shuddered. "Father," Ian softly spoke. In that moment, Bai Wei could feel Gerard's hand holding the sword trembling. "Ian," his voice was hoarse. Ian opened his mouth as if he had a lot to say to Gerard, but his expression once again became one of struggle. Clearly, he was trying hard to suppress Yang Xin. "Make your move, father," Ian said. "There's no time, I also can't hold on much longer." Seemingly to prove his point, his left hand tremulously shook violently, then grabbed his right hand again, and that distant response became clear again. "It's okay, Gerard." Bai Wei's voice also sounded at this moment. "Now you can only say one sentence, just one." Gerard looked up, staring at Ian's face. Scenes engraved in the memory surfaced at that moment. From the boy protecting his sister in the orphanage to the young man eager to join the Night Star, and then to the warrior who kept him going. And now, staring at this familiar face, Gerard had too many words he wanted to say. But at this moment, the only thing he could say was, "Rest in peace, Ian." Chapter 222, 66 Have a Good Rest, Son, 5K. Chapter 222, 66 Have a Good Rest, Son, 5K. Rest in peace. When these 3 words escaped from Gerard's lips, the entire world seemed to freeze for a second. The flesh that fluttered down like dandelion seeds fell in heaps, turning into puddles of mud returning to the earth, while Yang Xin, more accurately, the vitality in Ian's eyes was rapidly dissipating. As a result, his face immediately took on a look of cleavage, half filled with relief and liberation, while the other half showed fear and madness. "What have you done? What have you done?" The madness quickly overwhelmed the relief, and Yang Xin once again took the upper hand, screaming desperately at Gerard. "How could you dare? How could you possibly dare? You don't think you've won, do you? I'm telling you it's impossible, absolutely impossible." Though his vitality continued to wane, Yang Zin did not yield, still struggling fiercely. The dissolving flesh seemingly began to gather strength once more. Gerard didn't understand why this was happening. He had thought everything would end right after those words were spoken. Then he heard Bai Wei sigh inside his heart. "You said the wrong thing." "What?" "You should not have used a soft word like rest," Bai Wei said. "At his core, he was corrupted by a new god and possesses that god's power. You should have used more decisive and explicit language like, 'Just die already,' which would then correspond to the initial 'don't die.'" Listening to the phrase, "just die already," Gerard couldn't decide if Bai Wei was serious or joking. But still, he gripped the chainsaw sword's hilt tightly, staring with an ugly expression at the increasingly maddened Yang Zin. "Is there nothing we can do now?" If it was because of this that Yang Zin survived and Ian could not find peace, Gerard would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. That's not necessarily true. After all, rest in peace essentially is another way of telling someone to die. It's just slower, but the process is irreversible, Bai Wei spoke with a casual tone. "And I can understand what father could bear to tell his son he hasn't seen in 10 years to just die already. By telling him to rest, at least you granted him some time to speak with you. All right, let me help you. Relax your mind. Well, I mean empty your brain." Gerard hesitated for a second and then looked again at the Yang Zin in front of him, who seemed ready to pounce and bite, becoming increasingly chaotic like a pollutant's raw instincts. He hesitated momentarily. To empty one's brain in front of contamination of this level was indeed highly risky. He wasn't afraid of death, but if such a high level of contamination was left behind, that would be. "He doesn't have much time left," said Bai Wei calmly. "Don't you have anything you want to say to him?" Hearing Bai Wei's words, after a brief silence, Gerard slowly closed his eyes and spoke softly. "I'm troubled." He suspended his mental defenses. Seeing this, Yang Zin was taken aback. He never expected Gerard to dare to do such a thing, to empty his mind in his presence. Did this man not fear my mental invasion? Although Yang Zin sharply sensed that Gerard's action was strange, it was too late for further thought, as he realized Ian's body at that moment was like a house on fire with no way out. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't avoid the fate of being burned alive inside. But now the door of the house was open, and outside was another house with its door wide open. So the choice was simple. Yang Zin rushed in like a madman. Regardless of what Gerard was planning, his body was endowed with the power of a new god. Was there anything left for him to fear? And so Yang Zin plunged into Gerard's mind. Then he saw a huge ancient tree. Under the ancient tree sat a humanoid shadow. It smiled and greeted him. "Yo, welcome to Taoyuan village." What? Gerard could feel Yang Zin entering his brain. The feeling of being invaded was clear. But it was only clear for a moment. Soon he couldn't feel Yang Zin's presence at all, as if he vanished into thin air just like the previous time with Akkat. Is this the work of visas? Gerard was originally going to check carefully to see if Yang Zin truly had disappeared, but he suppressed the thought as he had more important things to do. Then he slowly opened his eyes. And indeed, he saw Ian smiling at him. "Father," Ian said softly, "finally I see you." At that moment, something struck deep within Gerard's soul. "Yes," he replied softly, "it has been a long time." As his voice faded, Ian began to cough violently. "Ian." Gerard tried to support Ian, but as soon as his hand touched Ian's shoulder, the spot began to decay instantly. And after the violent coughing, what Ian spat out was not blood but shattered viscera. "Father, it seems I really don't have much time left," Ian said with a troubled smile to Gerard. "Let's skip the unnecessary talk. I will tell you everything I know." Gerard clenched his fists tightly. But then he let go. "Okay." What? It was raining in the polluted land. This made the march of the Devil's army even more difficult. Chapter 223, 66 Have a Good Rest, Son, 5K2. Chapter 223, 66 Have a Good Rest, Son, 5K2. By rule, the Devil's army should not operate at night, nor should they operate in rainy weather. But here they were, working arduously through the night, amid a deluge within the mire of the polluted land. There was no choice, it was an order. According to officials from the rear, Lyra was facing an immense crisis at the moment, thus demanding greater action from the Devil's army. And for the majority of Devil Knights, they had no idea what the crisis actually entailed. Somewhat aloof from worldly affairs, Their responses to the events unfolding in Lyra City were naturally dull, save for a vague awareness that Gerard had caused some trouble. Gerard, that name again. Suddenly, the Devil Knights' resentment toward Gerard reached new heights. Especially during the day, more than one Devil Knight claimed to have seen Gerard's spectral visions still roaming the polluted land, including their commander, Yuri. This naturally cemented the belief that Gerard was a contaminated individual, and they were eager to rush back to Lyra City to take his place, those useless Bone Knights, and apprehend Gerard directly. As the team's commander, Yuri was naturally aware of the unsettling atmosphere among his troops. But he had no real solution. He too felt that something was terribly wrong with Lyra, as the signs were too numerous to ignore. Yet with only the information he possessed, he couldn't paint a complete picture of the truth. It made him restless. No, he couldn't afford to be restless. The more dire the situation, the more he, as the commander, had to remain calm. He looked around at his surroundings, at the subordinates by his side. Years ago, Gerard had come here with Night Star and ultimately met with complete disaster. Yuri had always taken this as a warning, determined not to let such a fate befall him, not to repeat Night Star's doomed path. "Stay sharp," Yuri shouted. "Keep an eye on your comrades, don't get separated." Before his words fell, he heard a low chant beside his ear. "Rest assured, we won't get separated. We've already scouted the path for you." Yuri paused, instinctively turning his head toward the source of the voice. And then he saw, standing atop a massive corpse, two figures clad in Night Star uniforms. They raised their hands, pointing toward a direction. "Over there." Before Yuri could react, voices of Devil Knights came from the direction the figures had pointed. "Found it! Commander, we found it." "What? You're saying the others are still alive?" Gerard was taken aback by the first piece of news Ian had brought. It stunned him. "No, not alive," Ian shook his head and said. "Their bodies have been completely annihilated. Only their souls remain. In the abyss, souls do not dissolve. That's also why Yang Xin couldn't completely kill me, and why your soul was able to remain there for 10 years. But without bodies, the souls become more and more fragmented." He paused, then spoke softly. "During the fight against Yang Xin, I saw you and others. At first, they could talk to me, but gradually they couldn't. They became increasingly fragmented, either forgetting who they were or remembering only that." Gerard, reminded once more of the spectral vision that had entered his own body, and thinking of his former comrades still wandering in that eternal fog, couldn't help but ask, "Is there no way for them to return?" "No, their bodies are destroyed," Ian said softly. "Without bodies, the souls cannot leave the abyss. Yang Xin was able to leave because my body wasn't destroyed." "When you came back, were you already Yang Xin?" "Yes," Ian said. "I'm the one who knows him best in this world. I know what he is. If we let him return to Lyra, it would be an absolute threat to cough, cough, cough." Watching Ian in agony, Gerard instinctively wanted to pat his back to ease his pain. But he stopped halfway, because he knew that would only hasten Ian's death. "Don't blame yourself, Ian," Gerard could only say softly. "It's not your fault." "I don't have time for guilt anymore," Ian squeezed out a smile. "Father, do you know what's truly in the abyss? I mean, apart from Visas's tongue." "Apart from Visas's tongue, are you talking about a new god?" "Yes, you already know," Ian said. "It's the corpse of a new god." Gerard's pupils constricted slightly. Although he had already speculated as much, since all the evidence was pointing in that direction, his surprise hardly lessened when confirmed by Ian. Ian's next words doubled his astonishment. "To be precise, not a new god, but an old god." "Old god?" "Yes, it's the remains of an old god," Ian continued. "But that old god has forgotten its identity, for its body is decaying, its soul dissolving, it is dying, or rather, is already dead. Does this state seem familiar to you?" "Just like those contaminated," Gerard understood Ian's meaning. Looking into Ian's eyes, he said deliberately, "Like you and Yang Xin." Chapter 224, 66 Have a Good Rest, Son, 5K3. Chapter 224, 66 Have a Good Rest, Son, 5K3. "Yes, God and man are like a contrast of large and small," Ian said softly. "The closer humans get to God, the more they become like God. Is this a blessing or a curse?" Ian's words had already stirred up a tempest in Gerard's heart. A contrast of large and small. This bore a striking resemblance to what Bai Wei had said about deducing the state of the gods from the state of the followers. If we were to exemplify using Ian, Is it like how the new gods are to Lyra as Yang Zin is to you? Gerard asked. At these words, a flicker of surprise passed through Ian's tired eyes. Is something wrong? Gerard thought he had misspoken. No, I'm just surprised, Ian said softly. You'd actually utter such words of desecration. Because the greatest desecration lies within my own body. Gerard sighed inwardly. But essentially that's it, Ian said. Lyra brought back the remnants of the old god and was influenced just like me. The new god then awakened within him, leading to everything that followed, including the new Chaser Association. All of these were repercussions of the new god's birth. The new Chaser Association wasn't founded by Yang Zin. No, Ian shook his head. It existed before Yang Zin returned. By that time, many people were already under the influence of the new god. That's why we were sent out 10 years ago, because Lyra could no longer contend with this new god. He had to place his hopes on the power of Visas. Although there is no concrete evidence, I believe that it was Visas who killed the old god, and the reason he has remained half alive and half dead is likely related to Visas' tongue. Gerard had guessed that Lyra wanted to use Visas' power to suppress the new god. Time is running out, father, Ian suddenly said, both for me and for Lyra. Only then did Gerard notice that Ian's breathing had become frighteningly faint, as if it might disappear completely at any moment. But he was still trying to speak. Even if Yang Zin dies, the new Chaser Association won't stop their actions. They will continue to hail the arrival of the new god. There's only one way to stop them. Ian gazed into Gerard's eyes and said deliberately, the Purification Source Crystal. The Purification Source Crystal. Yes, father, Ian said. Haven't you ever wondered why, before our mission, the new Chaser Association was insignificant and couldn't influence major decisions? But after we began our mission, they were able to accomplish so much instantly. Gerard's pupils narrowed slightly, because we took the Purification Source Crystal. Yes, because we took the Purification Source Crystal, the best means to counteract contamination, Ian said. Once the Purification Source Crystal was gone, they could do as they pleased. You should not forget, where was the Purification Source Crystal originally placed? Gerard's fists clenched tighter. Of course, he remembered. The Purification Source Crystal, being a strategic resource, had always been kept for maintenance inside the Sky Tower. Meaning, once they took the Purification Source Crystal away, the Sky Tower lost its greatest protective measure. It's not too late, father. Ian kept gasping for breath. Everyone in the new Chaser Association is contaminated. If we retrieve the Purification Source Crystal and clear the contamination from their bodies, we can still bring them back to our side. There's still time. But they will surely realize this. They absolutely must. They absolutely will. Ian's throat ruptured at that moment, unable to speak any further. It's okay, Ian, Gerard said softly. I understand what you mean. Ian shook his head, then reached out a hand to touch the blood on his neck and began to write on the ground. He wrote a name, Oliver. Gerard knew this to be the bishop of the Sky Tower. Are you saying he's contaminated too? Gerard asked, and that I should use the Purification Source Crystal to help him. Ian nodded painfully and began to write again. This scene was agonizing for Gerard, who very much wanted Ian to stop. It was enough. But he knew this was the end. These were the final words Ian could say to him. Ian wrote another familiar name, Ine. And does it have to do with Ine? Gerard immediately asked. Ian shook his head. Then are you suggesting not to tell Ine about your situation? Gerard guessed. Ian shook his head again, more urgently this time. Gerard truly did not understand Ian's meaning, but in that moment he heard Bai Wei's voice. He wants you to tell Ine everything, to let her know the truth and not let her think it was you who killed him. Gerard was startled and promptly relayed Bai Wei's words, then watched as Ian nodded. He opened his mouth, feeling his eyes blur. I understand, he said with an incredibly hoarse voice. I'll tell her everything. Ian flashed a weak smile. Then his shoulders twitched again. I think he wants you to embrace him, Bai Wei added. I know. Gerard reached out his arms and took Ian, who was about to dissipate completely, into his embrace and softly said into his ear, You've done well enough, rest easy now, son. What? At the same time, inside a gear car, Bone Knights who had waited an entire night without seeing their target and were growing impatient, saw Ine suddenly kneel down in the distance. It was unclear what had happened, but her shoulders were shaking incessantly. As if she were sobbing. Chapter 225, 67 We're home, 5K. Chapter 225, 67 were home, 5K. It's their team leader, the Devil Knight pointed ahead. Actually, he didn't need any special reminder, for even though they were still tens of meters apart, Yuri could still see the gleam that neither dense fog nor the pouring rain could obscure, like an everlasting, brightly shining gem. Yuri knew that was the purification source crystal. He quickened his pace and soon entered the range covered by the faint light of the purification source crystal. He then felt his previously somewhat muddy brain become clear, as if he had poured a bucket of ice water over his head on an extremely hot summer day. This made Yuri realize that, even after 10 years, the purification source crystal had not been damaged and was still in effect to this day. Truly a remarkable thing. Upon approaching the purification source crystal for a closer observation of the gem-like light flowing beneath it, looking much like blood, Yuri felt even greater admiration for the technological prowess of Holy Sound. It stood here somewhat abruptly, but the pollutants from the abyss dared not approach, thus forcibly creating a small, clean zone in this most dangerous and heavily polluted area. No wonder Night Star had been able to reach this place relying on it, while without it, the same path took the Devil's army, armed with even more advanced equipment, 10 years. At last he had found it. Yuri slowly reached out his hand, touching the purification source crystal that had been lost for 10 years. Even with thick gloves on, Yuri could still feel a cool sensation spreading from his fingertips throughout his body. "Pretty good, isn't it?" someone asked. "Yes," Yuri replied subconsciously, "it's very good." After answering, Yuri suddenly felt that something was amiss. This voice was not one of the knights on his team. But he had heard it somewhere before. It was very familiar. So he abruptly turned his head, and sure enough, he saw that knight clad in Night Star's uniform, standing quietly among the Devil Knights as though he was one of their party. And the other Devil Knights seemed not to notice anything amiss, now looking at Yuri with slight confusion. "What is it, team leader?" Yuri instantly felt his hair stand on end. How could this be happening? This was different from the situations he encountered before. He hadn't fallen into an illusion like last time, because he could still clearly hear the clicking sound of the emergency device on his neck. Yet his subordinates showed no reaction whatsoever to the ghostly figure that had suddenly appeared. What in the world was going on? "Don't be nervous." The Night Star Knight pointed at the purification source crystal nearby, his voice muffled under the heavy mask. "You are still within the source crystal's coverage and have not been contaminated." If it wasn't for this knight's reminder, Yuri would have almost forgotten that he was still under the source crystal's coverage. Given the purification source crystal's effect, he should not have been contaminated. So the question was, if he wasn't contaminated, what was up with the Night Star Knight before him? "Team leader, what's wrong?" The Devil Knights became anxious when they saw that Yuri hadn't spoken for a long time. "Do you see that Gerard again? Can you see them under the purification source crystal as well?" At this moment, the team, slightly relaxed after the arduous search for the purification source crystal, tensed up instantaneously again. They scanned their surroundings but still could not see the Night Star Knight standing among them. Yuri then realized that they were now in the deepest part of the polluted land, and the team was extremely tense due to a series of events they'd encountered over these short 2 days. Telling them that a Night Star Knight was standing among them, invisible to them, would certainly not bode well. So after taking a deep look at the Night Star Knight, Yuri made a decision. "No, there's nothing. I might be seeing things, saw a shadow, but it must be that thing." Yuri pointed at a monstrous pollutant corpse that was like a small mountain in the distance. "I feel like it just moved," Yuri said. "Send 2 men to keep an eye on it, don't let it suddenly come to life." Yuri's words eased his team a bit. Even though the pollutants in the abyss were very strong and troublesome to deal with, no matter how strong they were physical entities, and they had hunted them many times before. In contrast to these pollutants, what they feared more were those unseen, intangible things. Because as long as it could be seen and touched, it could be killed, and what can be killed is not worth fearing. So immediately, 2 Devil Knights took the orders and went to watch over the gigantic pollutant. "An intelligent decision," the Night Star Knight commented, having witnessed this scene, and he began praising Yuri. This surprised Yuri a little. Because the Night Star Knights he had seen before, whether it was that first decaying body or the illusion of Gerard that came after, were confused memories without basic logic. But this one was different. He clearly had sound logic and could even actively engage in a conversation with Yuri. Yuri immediately realized that this was a rare opportunity. So he let his subordinates continue with their check to see how to transport this great crystal that had rooted itself in the polluted land for 10 years. He himself quietly stood beside this Night Star Knight and then asked in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Are you Gerard?" Chapter 226, 67 We're Going Home, 5K2. Chapter 226, 67 We're Going Home, 5K2. Yuri felt that this question was indeed a bit strange. But after all, he had already seen a Gerard, and it wasn't just he who had seen him, so subconsciously he thought that the Night Star Knight speaking to him was still Gerard. However, the other person responded with a puzzled tone, "Gerard, who's that?" Yuri's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but before he could react, he saw the other person wave his hand and say, "Sorry, this Gerard you speak of might indeed be someone related to me, but I must have forgotten." Forgotten? Yuri was even more surprised. How could you forget something like that? Yes, the other person nodded and said, "In my current state, I can't remember too many things, so to keep myself lucid and in existence, I need to continuously forget. In fact, it's not just that person called Gerard. How should I put it?" There was a click. He suddenly took off his mask. Taking off the mask in the abyss was an extremely dangerous act. Yuri instinctively wanted to stop him, but then suddenly realized that the person in front of him should have died many years ago, so the mask should have been useless to him by now, which is why he suppressed the urge to speak out and stop him. He then watched the man remove his mask, revealing his complete face. "In fact, I have even forgotten my own name," the person said while pointing to his face and asking Yuri, "Do you know who I am? If you do, please tell me." It was the face of an ordinary young man, one that Yuri had never seen before but still found somehow familiar. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the first corpse he had seen the day before yesterday. It was the one that kept holding his hand and shouting, "The source is the pollutant." The face of that corpse had long since decomposed beyond recognition, but for some reason, Yuri just felt an intuition that the corpse and the Night Star Knight in front of him were the same person. Their voices were also over 90% similar. "Do you recognize me?" The other person seemed to be able to see through the expressions under Yuri's mask. Yuri hesitated for a moment, but still told the other person about the corpse, wanting to see his reaction. Then he saw the other express an enlightened look. "Oh, that's why you can see me. It seems you encountered my corpse, so at that time you made a connection with me." Encountered a corpse. Yuri found this explanation to be freakishly bizarre. "What exactly is going on?" he asked. "When I first came here, I also saw two Night Star Knights giving me directions." "Is that so?" He did not seem to care. "And who are they?" He shook his head again. "I don't know." "How come you don't know anything?" "There's no helping it," he said. "I must discard more memories to remember the most crucial things." "The most crucial things?" Yuri asked. "What are they?" "That," he pointed again towards the purification source crystal. "What's up with the purification source crystal?" Yuri asked. "There's something very important beneath it," he replied. "Something very important." Yuri was slightly taken aback, and before he could collect his thoughts, he heard a Devil Knight shout, "Captain, we found another one." After a brief moment of being stunned, Yuri realized what it was and temporarily left the Night Star Knight, quickly walking over. Sure enough, he saw what was buried under the purification source crystal. A tongue. "What? It's about time," Bai Wei's voice slowly arose. "You can't even hold it anymore." Bai Wei was referring to Ian's body. This body, which should have decayed 10 years ago, had been forcefully sustained by domination for 10 years, and was finally dissipating at this moment. A complete and utter disintegration, even finer than the pollutants that turned into source oil. Even though Gerard maintained the embrace, there was still nothing left in his arms. "I know," Gerard took his hands back, moving very slowly as if afraid of hurting Ian, and then he stood up, looked at the corpse in front of him, and suddenly said, "Also, thank you." "Thank me?" Bai Wei raised Gerard's eyebrow. "Thank me for taking away Yang Zin's soul." "Not just that," Gerard softly said, "and so much more, for without you, there are things I would never have found answers to in my lifetime." "Don't worry about it," Bai Wei said nonchalantly. "It's merely an exchange of needs." He paused and then asked, "So what do you plan to do? Follow what your son said. Is the breakpoint at the purification source crystal?" "Yes." I see. Gerard detected an unusual note in Bai Wei's tone and asked, "Do you think there's a problem?" Well, Bai Wei said leisurely, "If it were me, I might be inclined to a more direct solution." Although he didn't spell it out, having spent so much time together, Gerard understood what Bai Wei meant by a more direct solution. But Gerard looked down again at the disfigured corpse and softly said, "I don't want to see another Ian." "I guessed you'd say that," Bai Wei said. "Then go ahead and do it." "I thought you would stop me." "Why would I stop a father who wants to fulfill his son's last wish?" Bai Wei said indifferently. "Don't forget, we are now of one heart, aren't we?" A twitch appeared at the corner of Gerard's mouth, seemingly wanting to smile, but at this moment he just couldn't. He could only say again, "Thank you." Chapter 227, 67 were home, 5K3. Chapter 227, 67 were home, 5K3. "Since you've decided to use the purification source crystal to solve the problem," Bai Wei asked, "then there's an even bigger issue. How will you find the purification source crystal? Are you planning to take another trip to the polluted land?" "No, the Devil's army will bring it back." "Do you trust your juniors that much?" "It's not about trusting the Devil's army." Gerard slowly closed his eyes. After his fragmented soul returned, he not only recalled the memories he had lost, but his mind was also filled with new images. These were what his fragmented soul had witnessed wandering the polluted land for 10 years. "I just trust them." "What? They actually found it." The tongue lay right beneath the purification source crystal. Yuri directed the Devil Knights to securely encase the tongue, preparing to transport it along with the purification source crystal. Afterward, he walked back to the side of the Night Star Knight. "Is this what you were supposed to tell us?" Yuri asked. "Yes," he nodded. Yuri thought back on the journey they had taken, remembered the 2 guiding Night Star Knights from before, and asked, "Was it your role to show us the way?" "To show the way? No, not quite." He shook his head. "I was only responsible for telling you that the thing lies beneath the purification source crystal." "What?" Yuri did not grasp the meaning at first. "Guiding would probably be someone else's task," he explained. "What I had to do was wait here and then tell you that the thing is beneath the purification source crystal." Yuri was somewhat stunned. "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." "But what's the point of that?" Yuri didn't understand. "If we found the source crystal, wouldn't we certainly find the tongue?" You seem to have a point there." He scratched his head. "So does that mean what I did was meaningless? Sorry, the only things I can clearly remember are just these." Hearing these words, Yuri felt as if something had fiercely gripped his heart. He finally understood what this was all about. Those Night Star Knights had forgotten too much, only remembering their mission, to bring this tongue back to Lyra, which had also been their task 10 years ago. But they had wandered here far too long, losing their memories so rapidly that they couldn't even lead the way entirely anymore. Thus, they turned themselves into something akin to signposts, with each person remembering the bare minimum, like turn left or turn right. Like the 2 guiding knights he had seen earlier, and those he hadn't, who had led the other Devil Knights here. And the one before him now. The one just to tell him the tongue lay beneath the source crystal. To Yuri, it seemed a completely pointless reminder. However, to him, it was the most critical thing. Thinking this, Yuri fell into a prolonged silence and then said softly, "I'm sorry." "What you did, it was meaningful." Yuri looked at him earnestly and spoke. "Thank you for everything you've done for Lyra." "What's Lyra? Okay. He waved his hand and then sighed. "I really can't remember much else, but it's good to know that what I do remember is meaningful." He paused and then asked, "You're leaving now, aren't you?" Yuri nodded. "I see." There was a look of relief on his face. "It looks like I finally don't have to remember this anymore." But then he hesitated. "But I've forgotten everything else." Yuri pursed his lips. He wanted to do something for him, but didn't know what he could do, especially since the man had died 10 years ago, and he had seen his rotting corpse with his own eyes. "Oh, maybe I haven't forgotten everything." A memory seemed to strike him, and he turned to look at Yuri. "Can you do me a favor?" Yuri immediately became attentive. "Tell me." "There's a melody that keeps playing in my mind like it's coming from a little box," he gestured while speaking to Yuri. "I can't remember what it is, but I vaguely recall promising a woman. I think it was a woman that once I returned I would give her such an item, but I can't recall who she was, only that. She must have been important to me." He said this with some embarrassment. "Is that too vague?" If it's no good, just forget it. No, I will do it, Yuri said, I promise. Ah, that's really kind of you. Is there anything else you'd like me to convey to her? Anything else? Well, this truly is troubling since I can't remember who she is. He looked up blankly at the dim sky as if the fog would never clear. That's just it. If I must say something. He paused. Please tell her I love no sorry. At that moment the sound of footsteps approached Yuri, and turning, he saw a subordinate, nervous and agitated. Captain, he lowered his head, mustering the courage. There's something I've been hesitant to tell you. I didn't find the purification source crystal. It was a monster. Before he could finish, Yuri placed his hand on his shoulder. No, not a monster. Yuri turned back to the spot where the Night Star Knight had been standing, but now there was nothing there. He took a deep breath and said, a hero. Then, with a puzzled look from the Devil Knight, Yuri turned around and spoke to all the Devil Knights. Pack everything up. The mission is over, he roared as loudly as possible, as if he intended for others to hear. We're going home. Chapter 228, 68 Why Can't I Kill All Such People? Chapter 228, 68 Why Can't I Kill All Such People? Looking at the mud before him, Fenley felt his head was about to explode. The subordinate trailing behind him whispered, Minister, this should be a pollutant, right? Hearing this, Fenley turned his head and gave the speaking subordinate a murderous look, silencing him. Damn it, did he not know it was a pollutant? Though he commanded the Skeleton Corps and not the Devil's Army, he could still recognize the body of a pollutant. Even if it was ground to bits, it could be directly used as source oil. But was that the point? Was the body of a pollutant the main issue? Of course not. The point was that the body of this pollutant appeared inside the Sky Tower, and what this pollutant had been before its demise. With a click, Fenley pulled out a match, trying to light a cigarette to steady his nerves, but his trembling hands struggled multiple times, almost burning his fingers before finally getting the cigarette lit. The swirling smoke gradually soothed his mind. He certainly noticed the peculiar looks from his subordinates. After all, smoking in the Sky Tower was not allowed, but who gave a damn now? When the carcass of a pollutant could appear inside the Sky Tower, formerly the ultimate desecration, then what was one cigarette? Moreover, the appearance of the pollutant's carcass inside the Sky Tower was not the most important point. The most important point was, this corpse wore a uniform. This indicated he had once been an employee of the tower. The appearance of a contaminated employee inside the Sky Tower was a negligence that would have caused a scandal. What made Fenley even more frustrated was that he knew to whom the corpse belonged. Yang Xin. In less than a minute, Fenley had smoked his cigarette to the end, and the fading smoke could no longer shield the anxiety and exhaustion in his eyes. With that one cigarette, he seemed to age decades. As the minister of the Skeleton Corps, it was impossible for Fenley to not understand Yang Xin, not to know what Yang Xin and the New Chaser Association wanted to do. Whether willingly or not, Fenley was now part of the New Chaser Association, naturally aware and mentally prepared for the upcoming changes to Lyra. He knew the city would soon be renamed, along with a change in allegiance. But then at this crucial moment, Yang Xin was dead. He naturally guessed who was behind it. Other than Gerard, there could be no other. This truly was a fine scheme. Using his own daughter as bait to draw away most of the Skeleton Corps, knights, and then coming here to dispose of Yang Xin, who was alone. This series of maneuvers made Fenley begrudgingly admire the former Night Star Knight. Besides admiration, though, Fenley didn't know what else he could do. Because with Yang Xin's death, Fenley found himself in an awkward position. He didn't know what to do or who to turn to. Within the New Chaser Association, Fenley had shallow roots, and due to his special status, all his communications with the association were via Yang Xin. On Lyra's side, after the 5 great bishops entered the thought amber to slumber, Yang Xin had also maneuvered to become the man with the real power in the city. In other words, be it the underworld or legitimate affairs, Yang Xin had been Fenley's direct and only boss. But now Yang Xin was dead. So Fenley looked around and realized that in both Lyra and the New Chaser Association, the person with the highest status and most power now seemed to be himself. At this thought, Fenley's hands began to shake again, and he had to pull out another cigarette to calm himself. Minister, the subordinate asked, what should we do now? What to do? How would he know? All he knew was that something big was about to happen soon. But when it would happen, what to do right now, he had no clue. He only knew that Lyra was a mess right now. Work meant for him and not meant for him alike were suddenly dropped in front of him. His job included Gerard. Gerard had not been caught yet, should he still be pursued. And work not meant for him. The source oil processing plant had been destroyed, and the Devil's army was engaged in another mission. Without further action, the entire Lyra would grind to a halt in a few days. And then the confrontation between Lyra and the new gods. What was the result of that? With Yang Xin dead, should he now stand with Lyra or with the new gods? Fenley did not know. He envied those who knew nothing. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he grew, quickly finishing the second cigarette and then pulling out a third, as if he wished to drown himself in the smoke forever. This left his subordinate skeleton knights looking at each other, unsure of what to do. But just as Fenley was about to light up his third cigarette, an aged voice called out. "Do you intend to smoke yourself to death here, Fenley?" The voice stunned Fenley. He turned sharply to see an elderly man dressed in sumptuous robes approaching. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "How can this be?" he muttered to himself. The rest of the skeleton knights also looked over, equally puzzled. Chapter 229, 68 Why Can't I Kill All Such People, too? Chapter 229, 68 Why Can't I Kill All Such People, too? Most of them didn't recognize the elder either, but the sight of his ornate robe seemed to stir something within them, as if they could guess at something. The elder walked up to Fenley, calmly gazing at him. "So, 10 years have passed and you've already forgotten me, Minister Fenley." The words hit Fenley like a bucket of ice water over his head, making his body shiver as if electrocuted, and then he quickly bowed, speaking in the most respectful tone. "Of course not. Welcome back, Bishop Oliver." What? Ju lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Now and then, she would climb out of bed and look through the tiny window like a little girl yearning for freedom. But in reality, she was only waiting to see if there would be an explosion like the one a few days ago, hopefully powerful enough to awaken the entire Lyra city. It wasn't an unfounded expectation. Since Gerard would cause a big commotion every day, Ju believed tonight would be no exception. But to what extent? Ju didn't know. However, since Gerard had specifically requested her help in repairing his body, as if he had something very important to do, Ju felt whatever was to happen couldn't be smaller than the previous event that had nearly destroyed half of the 4th District's tower. Was it possible to destroy the Sky Tower in its entirety? Ju tiptoed, looking in the direction of the Sky Tower. That majestic tower, seemingly linking heaven and earth, was visible from any corner within Lyra City. In the hearts of most Lyrians, it was a symbol of faith. But to Ju, it was not. Her greatest wish was to see that tower collapse, hoping the fall would crush half of Lyra and the remaining half engulfed by the dust it raised. Then Lyra would be no more. She had thought about this long ago, yet it had always been unattainable, for she was the daughter of rebels. If her father had not left her this small warehouse, she would never have been able to touch the machinery. But then Gerard appeared, and Ju saw her chance. Suddenly, Ju heard footsteps. By the time she turned around, Gerard was already standing beside her, even looking at her with a slightly surprised expression. "Haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Ju shook her head. "I see." Gerard nodded slightly, and then moved slowly towards the corner where he had stayed these past days. Maybe it was an illusion, but Ju felt that Gerard looked somewhat hunched, even more exhausted than when she had first seen him, wounded and barely able to stand. He sat there, eyes devoid of any sparkle. What had happened? Ju was puzzled. But she didn't ask Gerard outright, content to watch him in silence. After a while, it was as if Gerard had finally thought of something, belatedly asking, "Why aren't you resting?" "I can't sleep," Ju spoke up. "What have you been up to?" Gerard seemed surprised. To his recollection, this might be the first time Ju had asked him a question. So after a long silence, he replied softly, "I went and killed someone." "Just one person." "That person was very important to me, huh?" Gerard had expected Ju to ask who that person was, and was prepared to answer, but her question was completely unexpected. What does she mean by asking if he had killed only one? Did she think he should have killed many? Gerard felt there might be a problem with the image he presented in Ju's eyes. He instinctively wanted to explain, but the words reached his lips without knowing how to clarify. Because every time he came to see Ju lately, he did not seem like a good person. Especially this morning, with who knew how many people's blood on him. Although that was by Wei's doing, and there was no actual slaughter, such things could obviously not be mentioned to Ju. So after hesitating, Gerard ultimately sighed lightly. I know what I'm doing might give you the wrong impression, but please believe I'm not a bad person. I'm just looking for the truth of what happened years ago. In fact, I've almost found it now, only the last piece is missing. To Gerard's explanation, Ju merely responded with an "oh," suggesting she wasn't quite convinced by what he had said. This left Gerard feeling somewhat helpless. Then he realized he hadn't communicated with Ju enough these past days. As for the daughter of an old acquaintance, Gerard had always been unsure of what to do or what he could do. Indeed, he had dealt with some thugs for Ju, but that was only once. He had also given Ju some money, but that was a fair transaction to the extent that, strictly speaking, he still owed Ju money now. He wanted to do more, but even now, he remained a wanted criminal and the biggest sinner. So was there anything he could do right now? Gerard looked around the room and then at the bedside of Ju. There lay the photo of Night Star that had once been taken together. He had an idea and his tone softened. You've probably never met Abel, have you? That's your father. Perhaps I could tell you about him. He was a good man. Chapter 230, 68 Why Can't I Kill All Such People 3. Chapter 230, 68 Why Can't I Kill All Such People 3. I don't want to know any of that, Ju abruptly interrupted halfway through the conversation. Gerard paused for a moment, then what do you want to know? Standing by the window, Ju looked at Gerard, the moonlight making her eyes shine brightly. When do you plan to destroy the Lyra? She asked. Can I join you? What? Thank goodness you've returned, Bishop Oliver. In the office once occupied by Yang Xin, Oliver sat there while Fenley bowed to him with great respect. If you hadn't returned, no, the entire Lyra wouldn't have known what to do. Oliver's face always bore a benign smile. Don't worry, Fenley, everything will turn out fine, he said. For Lyra, the night is about to end, the sun is about to rise. Fenley lifted her head cautiously, looking at Oliver. Even though 10 years had passed without him showing himself, this Sky Tower bishop remained the same as ever, even looking a bit younger. Bishop Oliver, I don't know about your thoughts on the current. Rest assured, Minister Fenley, although I've been in the thought amber, I'm very much aware of what's happening outside, Oliver said. I know exactly what we have to do, and we are doing it. Do you refer to Gerard? He is indeed a trouble, but it doesn't matter anymore, Oliver shook his head. We have more important things to do. More important things? Fenley was somewhat puzzled. Yes. Out of sight from Fenley, Oliver opened a drawer in his desk, which housed a piece of tentacle. He reached his hand towards the tentacle, and it came alive suddenly, quickly burrowing into Oliver's body, assimilating with his flesh and blood, but Oliver's expression did not change as he simply said, Call a national assembly. Notify everyone. In 2 days, we will welcome the new life. What? Silence. A long silence. Watching Ju not far away, Gerard thought he had heard wrong. Destroy the Lyra, he said. When did I ever say I was going to destroy the Lyra? You didn't say it, Ju replied, but isn't that what you've been doing? When have I been doing that? All of that was. At this point, Gerard suddenly stopped, feeling like he had missed out on some crucial information. So he looked at Ju again and said softly, Are you helping me because you think I can destroy the Lyra? Ju nodded. So that was it. Gerard finally understood. He had never really understood Ju, mistaking her for a reticent, straightforward child, much like most mechanicians. But now he suddenly realized there seemed to be a fire in Ju's eyes. A fire that wanted to set the Lyra ablaze. And facing the thoughts that Ju had finally revealed, Gerard did not rebuke her, but after a long silence asked softly, May I know why? Ju lowered her head, looking at the tips of her shoes, and then said softly, They say my father was a rebel, and that I am the rebel's child, destined to be executed one day for betraying the Lyra, so why not fulfill their expectations? They say rebels will destroy the Lyra, so I'll just destroy it. But your father was not a rebel, Gerard said. You are the child of a hero. Are you saying they have wronged me? Ju said. They were all wrong in how they treated me. Yes. Then Ju raised her head and spoke earnestly. Why can't I kill all those people? A Lyra like this, shouldn't it be destroyed? Chapter 231, 69 He plans to come earlier. Chapter 231, 69 He plans to come earlier. When the sky began to lighten, Ju, who hadn't slept all night, finally drifted off. Gerard stood by, gazing at the young girl on the iron bed who still looked so childish, sinking into a prolonged silence. "It's hard to believe, isn't it?" Bai Wei's voice slowly echoed in Gerard's mind. "Such a small body harbors such grand dreams." His words were laced with mockery. "It's not funny," Gerard said. "Is it not? Then let's talk about something even less funny," Bai Wei asked. "What do you plan to do?" "What do you mean?" "Of course I'm talking about this child," Bai Wei spoke lightly. "Although she's still very young and extremely malnourished, to the extent that one second she's talking about destroying Lyra, and the next she's passed out from physical exhaustion, just like a little brat spouting harsh words without thought. But you should know she's not joking, and—" Bai Wei paused then. While observing everything in the warehouse, he continued. "You also know she really has, well, not to say abilities, but at least she definitely has the potential." Gerard knew Bai Wei was right. Ju was only 10 years old this year, and without any guidance, relying solely on the relics Eric left in this warehouse, she had taught herself to this point today. She could even use these low-grade parts to help Gerard bring overload together. To describe her simply as talented was an understatement. Gerard had no doubt that if she could have a normal growth environment, if her father Eric were still alive and personally guiding her, her future would be unimaginable. But she didn't have that premise. From beginning to end, she was alone. Even because of her identity as a rebel, the vast majority of the people in this city despised her. No, it wasn't simple disdain anymore. Even Gerard had encountered such bullying. How many more incidents had he not witnessed? Gerard gently pulled up Ju's sleeve and saw the slender arm covered with dense scars, as if recounting everything this silent young girl had endured. But Ju never showed it. Even when bullied to that extent, Ju didn't cry. She just looked on coldly, never asking Gerard for help, only retaliating through her own means. At Bai Wei's reminder, Gerard rummaged through a small cabinet and pulled out a bunch of makeshift tools Ju had crafted. These tools were so crude but also so effective. They skirted the edges of Lyra's rules, inflicting as much pain as possible without endangering lives. For instance, ripping off someone's fingernails or delivering a painful blow to some private parts. Looking at these small tools, Gerard could imagine just how many nights Ju had spent alone making these. And everyone knew this was not her limit. Gerard picked up a small tool that resembled a nail clipper and placed it in front of his finger, then pressed the button. Then there was a click sound. The nail clipper instantly transformed into a guillotine, with a sharp steel spike hidden below that bit toward Gerard's finger like a cold, venomous snake. Of course, it did not harm Gerard's finger, because the finger Gerard had used for the test was the left middle finger. "I find this quite uninteresting." Bai Wei slowly pulled out the pointed head. "Don't you think you should test it with your own finger to better understand her pain?" Gerard didn't object, but moved it next to his ring finger and pressed down. Another click sound. This time the venomous snake successfully bit down, and blood gushed from the wound. "Geez, you really did it." Gerard ignored Bai Wei, just silently observing the venomous snake in front of him, as if he could see it, 10 years from now, transforming into a huge monster tearing at Lyra. Yes, Ju really was like a venomous snake. She never complained, didn't rely on external help, never asked for assistance in front of Gerard, and always seemed indifferent to everything, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Only today did she briefly reveal herself. Clearly, because she thought Gerard was someone like herself, she believed she could achieve her dreams more directly through Gerard, so she wanted to cooperate with him. "She's still too young," Bai Wei said slowly. "If she were a bit more mature, perhaps no one would notice until she really did something." Speaking, Bai Wei added in a slightly wistful tone. "To be honest, I quite admire this young girl. I think her path in life is just missing a guiding light like me." Gerard immediately became alert. "What are you planning?" Bai Wei's words made Gerard suddenly realize that if Ju got involved with Bai Wei, the consequences could be unimaginable. "Don't worry," Bai Wei said lightly. "Although her personality indeed suits my taste, she's too young, and besides mechanics, she knows nothing. Choosing her as the next host would bring me no benefits. I'm not bored enough to babysit." Bai Wei's words did not make Gerard feel relaxed. Chapter 232, 69 he plans to come earlier too. Chapter 232, 69 he plans to come earlier too. Because he understood that as long as the core problem wasn't solved, caring about anything else was completely meaningless. And the core problem, naturally, was. Gerard looked again towards Ju, who was lying on the bed. "What, are you planning to have a serious talk with her when she wakes up?" Byway said indifferently, "to persuade her to abandon the destruction of Lyra, to wholeheartedly embrace goodness." Gerard shook his head. That indeed won't be of any use." Byway nodded slightly, making a guess. "After all, with her personality, as soon as she realizes that you are not the kind of person she imagined, she'll immediately retract her venomous fangs, and she'll agree to whatever you say, but you won't know what she's really thinking, right?" "That's not the reason." "Then what is it?" "How am I qualified to advise her to let go?" Byway raised an eyebrow at Gerard. "I'm quite surprised to hear you say such a thing, considering that just half a day ago, for the sake of Lyra, you personally ended the life of your own son." Upon hearing this, Gerard fell into a long silence, as if Byway had struck a soft spot in him at that instant. Just when Byway thought that Gerard wasn't going to speak again, he heard Gerard say softly, "It is precisely because of this that I do not wish for her to follow in my footsteps." "Heh, is that so?" Byway asked with interest. "So what do you plan to do?" Byway paused for a moment. "Moreover, if there really comes a day when she is determined to destroy Lyra, will you make the same decision as you did last night?" Gerard was silent once again. This was clearly not a question whose answer could be easily obtained. But he did not have that much time to think anymore. Because not long after dawn, a shocking piece of news suddenly spread throughout the entire Lyra city. That was, Bishop Oliver of the Sky Tower had returned. What? Lyra City had 5 bishops, each responsible for managing a district. Although they did not have a supreme pope like other churches, Bishop Oliver of the Sky Tower was clearly a little higher in status, and wielded more power than the other 4 bishops. Although he had not shown himself for more than 10 years, to the extent that Lyra's people were almost about to forget the existence of such a bishop. Just like when Bishop Hallman of the 4th District passed away, people suddenly remembered that they had such a bishop. But Oliver was obviously different from Hallman. The news of his return swiftly spread throughout Lyra City, and anyone going to the Sky Tower could see Oliver standing atop the tower, smiling and waving at the faithful. That moment invigorated the entire Lyra. Because of the series of events that had happened in Lyra City over this period, more than one person sniffed the scent of danger, and there was even a feeling of an imminent storm. And at this time, the return of Oliver was like a stimulant injected into the people of Lyra. The people's support for him reached its zenith in an instant. Countless individuals rushed to the base of the Sky Tower, looking up at Oliver as he made earth-shattering promises to the faithful. "Children of Lyra," he smiled and said to those present, "I know we are currently facing a tremendous crisis. Bishop Hallman has passed away. The source oil processing plant has been torched. Someone wants to see us perish. But we refuse. In 2 days, our heroes will bring back new hope. At that time, we will be reborn anew." People roared back at him, the applause seeming as though it could echo through the heavens. Only a very small portion of people showed a hint of confusion. "Crisis? What crisis are we facing exactly?" "Not to mention the source oil processing plant was destroyed. Source oil is depleted, right?" "Is this what crisis looks like? What's the new hope then?" No one could answer them, and they themselves didn't have time to wonder for long, as when everyone began to applaud, they found that their mechanical prosthetics were clapping uncontrollably as well. When the applause erupted, the doubt in their eyes instantly turned into frenzy. "What? Speak, where did Gerard go?" A beam of light shone on Inae's face. Sitting in the interrogation room, Inae looked at the 2 bone knights interrogating her and said with a calm tone, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Gerard, I severed ties with him over 10 years ago." "Then who were you waiting for last night?" pressed the bone knight. "I was waiting for the wind," Inae remained calm, "and for the rain. Is that a satisfactory answer?" Inae's tone made the 2 bone knights feel a mixture of anger and helplessness. Last night, Inae did not wait for Gerard, but waited for 3 impetuous members of the skeleton corps armed with heavy weapons, waiting inside the carriage. It was then that Inae realized her and Gerard's plan had been exposed, and she understood why Gerard never showed up last night. Did this mean her father had known they were going to be exposed earlier? Or had he realized something was amiss after he went and thus didn't show up? This was a source of annoyance for Ine. Regardless of which possibility it was, why hadn't she sensed anything and waited there foolishly? If it hadn't been for the Bone Knights revealing themselves, she still wouldn't know why. After all, her father had been retired for so many years, and she was still an active pioneer knight. Is the gap really that big? Since last night, this question had been on Ine's mind. As for the interrogation by the skeleton corps, she really wasn't too concerned, because she knew very clearly that the Bone Knights didn't have any evidence. If her father had indeed shown up last night and was captured by them, that would have been concrete evidence. Otherwise, these Bone Knights wouldn't be able to do much with her, especially since she had the backing of her identity as a Devil Knight, and normally, Bone Knights couldn't interrogate a Devil Knight who had run into trouble. Sure enough, after receiving Ine's response, the two Bone Knights whispered to each other for a while, then said with dark faces, "All right, you're free to leave, Miss Ine." Ine nodded without saying much else and stood up to leave. But halfway through, the Bone Knight stopped her again. "Miss Ine, perhaps there's something you still don't know." The Bone Knight spoke. "Last night, Gerard broke into the Sky Tower and killed a very important official." Ine paused but didn't turn back, asking plainly, "So, what's that got to do with me?" "It's not particularly related, I just mentioned it offhand," the Bone Knight said indifferently. "Is there a possibility that your foster father never intended to meet you and last night he only used you as bait to lure us in? You better watch out for yourself." Hearing this, Ine stood in place for a while, but in the end said nothing and walked out of the interrogation room. She was now in the headquarters of the Skeleton Corps. She had been here yesterday, and at that time the place was filled with injured members, but now it was almost empty of people. Only her footsteps echoed in the deserted hall. The Bone Knights seemed to have vanished. But Ine knew it was because Bishop Oliver had returned and was holding a temporary speech at the Sky Tower, and most of the Bone Knights had gone there to maintain order. But did it really require so many people? If it was before, Ine might not have thought there was anything wrong, but now that she had learned most of the truth from her father, she couldn't help but wonder if this meant something. She couldn't find the answer herself. Fortunately, she wouldn't need to figure it out on her own. Soon she stopped in her tracks, her face filled with surprise as Gerard suddenly appeared in front of her. "Father, you... take me to the pollution zone now." Gerard spoke with a tone leaving no room for doubt. The new deity plans to come early. Chapter 233, 70 Return. Chapter 233, 70 Return. "Father..." Ine hadn't expected Gerard to suddenly appear here, considering this was the headquarters of the Skeleton Corps. Just now, those two Bone Knights were trying to get information about Gerard from her, yet now Gerard had directly shown up. But Gerard's words, "The new god plans to arrive ahead of schedule," promptly choked back the question that was nearly on Ine's lips, turning her surprise into even greater astonishment. "What does that mean?" Gerard glanced behind Ine to make sure no one was paying attention to them, then he slightly lowered his hat brim and whispered, "It means exactly what it says. Come with me. This isn't a good place to talk." After that, Gerard turned and walked away, and Ine took a deep breath before quickly following him. "Bishop Oliver suddenly came back," Ine asked. "Is what you just mentioned related to him?" "Of course," Gerard said. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to find you." "You knew I was here?" "I could guess roughly." Gerard turned his head to glance at Ine and then decided not to voice his thought. "Actually, my eyes can see quite far." Instead, he said, "After all, I used to work here and am quite familiar with the procedures." "Quite familiar with the procedures." Ine couldn't help but think about what those two Bone Knights had said to her earlier. "Last night, he just used you as our bait." This made her feel somewhat dazed, and then she nearly bumped into Gerard's back. "You seem to be distracted, Ine." Gerard's voice rose again. "Sorry, father." Ine realized this was not the time to be confused, so she immediately cleared her mind and focused. "It's just that what you said earlier was so shocking. Have you grasped any new information now?" Ine thought that Gerard would present some solid evidence or that he had obtained new information, but to her surprise, after asking this question, she saw a hint of hesitation flash across Gerard's face. "I don't have any information," Gerard shook his head and said. "If anything, it's just an intuition." "Intuition?" In her memory, Her father rarely relied on intuition, because in the polluted land, nebulous intuition could get someone killed. Gerard suddenly stopped and grabbed Inae's hand, pressing both of their bodies against the wall. At first, Inae didn't understand what he was doing, but she soon saw a bone knight hurrying past in front of them. From his viewpoint, they went unnoticed. This level of alertness surprised Inae. Had Gerard managed to walk in like this all along? No wonder no one had noticed him. But how had he managed it? Inae felt that there were more and more things about Gerard that she couldn't see through. I don't know how to explain this to you. Gerard looked into Inae's eyes and said, but I just have this feeling that the new god can't wait any longer. When I came over, I saw Oliver delivering a speech in the Sky Tower. He said that the future would arrive in 2 days. Could it be that the future arriving in 2 days is the new god? Gerard said softly. He is the future in the eyes of the new Chaser Association. Inae's pupils shrank slightly. The new god would arrive in 2 days. This was too soon. For Inae, she had just learned from Gerard yesterday about the existence of the new god and the crisis facing Lyra, and today she was being told that the new god was arriving in 2 days. She hadn't made any preparations, or even knew what she should and could do to prepare. A pile of questions surged in her mind, but Inae reminded herself not to rush, to take one step at a time. Why in 2 days? Inae asked. Is this a key date? According to what you said before, the new god was supposed to arrive in a fortnight. Why has it been moved up so much? That's the key to the problem, Inae, Gerard said gravely. He said a hero would bring a new hope. Who do you think he's referring to? Inae instinctively wanted to say Night Star. After all, it was almost ingrained in her bones, but she realized it was not right as the last member of Night Star was right in front of her. Could it be us? By us, Inae naturally meant Devil's Army. Yes, Gerard said. Devil's Army must have found something in the polluted land, and they are bringing it back. And the time they are likely to bring it back is 2 days from now. Inae understood instantly and murmured, the new god wants to use what Devil's Army is bringing back, the corpse blocks, to arrive ahead of schedule. Gerard nodded. Inae's expression immediately turned grim. After all, she was now a member of Devil's Army, and her sense of belonging to Devil's Army was not much less than Gerard's to Night Star initially. So learning that her team was transporting something that could destroy Lyra, and becoming an accomplice in destroying Lyra, was something she found hard to accept. How can it be like this? Inae muttered. So the very thing we have always been searching for is meant to destroy Lyra. Could it be that the one controlling and leading Devil S, not the Lyra god, but the new god? Chapter 234, 70 Return to. Chapter 234, 70 Return to. Now is not the time to worry about such things, Inae. Gerard terminated his daughter's fanciful thoughts. We have more important things to do. Inae looked up at Gerard. We can't let that corpse blocks fall into the hands of the new gods, Gerard said deliberately. We must stop them. Stop them? Inae asked. You mean intercept the corpse blocks beforehand? Not just the corpse blocks, Gerard continued, but also the purification source crystal. Purification source crystal. Inae was even more surprised. You mean the Devil's Army has also found the purification source crystal? That was also something Inae had always wanted to find. Yes, Inae, Gerard said. Just retrieving the corpse blocks is useless. We also need the purification source crystal. Someone had told me before that Oliver has also been corrupted by the new gods, and as the Bishop of Sky Tower, Oliver could do too much. We must use the purification source crystal to clear the pollutants from his mind. Does this mean they had to intercept both the corpse blocks and the purification source crystal at the same time? Inae didn't notice the slip of Gerard's tongue just now. She was more concerned about how to snatch those 2 items from the hands of the Devil's Army. But before that, how did Gerard know that the Devil's Army had already found the corpse blocks and the purification source crystal? Even as a deputy leader, she hadn't yet received the news. Could this also be part of the extraordinary intuition Gerard had just shown? Gerard, of course, noticed Inae's confusion but couldn't reveal the truth to her. After all, Baiwei had told him these things. Before leaving, Gerard had also asked Baiwei why he knew that the Devil's Army had found his corpse blocks and were on their way back. And Baiwei's answer was simple. Nonsense, your body is approaching you, can't you feel it? This retort was as self-evident as, of course, you use your mouth to eat, leaving Gerard momentarily without a rebuttal. For by way, the sudden action of the new gods also came as a surprise. They had chosen to advance the time of descent once again, which was much earlier compared to the timeline in the game. Was it out of desperation, or did they have another plan? Now even Byway couldn't be sure, because there were too many variables, and the storyline and timeline from the game could no longer be applied. Thus, he decided to let Gerard take action beforehand, at least not to let the new god so smoothly get his tongue. But for Ine, who was not so acquainted with all this, it was slightly difficult to digest all the information at once. Gerard also noticed this and thought about how to explain it to Ine, but it was at this moment that Ine spoke up. "Father, after everything is over, will you tell me the whole truth?" she softly asked. Gerard turned and looked at Ine's face. For a moment, the scene from last night flashed through Gerard's mind. Tell her everything. This was also what Ian wanted Gerard to do. So after a brief silence, Gerard softly replied, "Of course, when the time comes, I will tell you everything." Hearing these words, Ine, who had been a bit anxious, immediately calmed down, as if she had been waiting just for this promise. "All right, father," Ine nodded slightly. "Now let's take back the future of Lyra." What? Yuri took a deep breath, and his thick mask immediately emitted a dull huff-and-puff sound. "You seem somewhat uneasy, Lord Yuri." A slightly sharp voice arose from behind Yuri. Yuri turned his head to look at the man behind him who wore the same mask. "You've already completed your mission. As long as you safely return these items, you will be a hero of Lyra." "Is that so?" Yuri said indifferently. "Mr. Hogni, do you mean a hero like the former Night Star?" Hee, you're joking again, Lord Yuri," Hogni said. "Why would you compare yourself to that infamous rebel? You are a true hero. If you hadn't brought so many people with you, I might have believed you." "This isn't a matter of distrust, just the most basic security measure," Hogni replied. "You haven't been in the city for a long time, and you may not know that it's quite chaotic inside. The Knight of Night Star is still causing trouble for us. He's practically a terrorist." Yuri didn't respond. He simply shifted his gaze to the rear, looking at his team. It was a massive team consisting of hundreds of people. Like primitives, they manually pulled carts, each piled high with blocks of pollutant remnants as large as hills. Since the gear train couldn't lay tracks into the polluted land, and animals couldn't enter, transportation in the polluted land could only rely on the most straightforward and direct human labor. Although Lyra officially boasted the world's most advanced technology, here, they were no different from primitives. And the reason they were transporting these massive remnants of pollutants was naturally because of Hogni. After finding out that the Devil's army had located the purification source crystal and corpse blocks, Hogni had hurried over immediately, bringing a large force from nowhere, demanding cooperation with the Devil's army. In Lyra, no one had ever managed to cooperate with the Devil's army. Naturally, Yuri wanted to refuse, but the problem was, the other party had brought an order from Oliver. Lord Bishop Oliver of Sky Tower, Yuri had almost forgotten the name. It had been 10 years, and this Bishop of Lyra, nominally holding the greatest power, had finally shown up, which made Yuri somewhat dazed, subconsciously thinking the order was a forgery. However, it was real. Bishop Oliver requested that the Devil's army coordinate with the troops Hogni brought, and besides the purification source crystal and corpse blocks, they also hauled many carts of massive pollutant remnants. This was also unprecedented. They usually extracted source oil from the pollutants before transporting them back. This was the first time they transported the raw materials. Because the pollutants were not dead before being completely processed into source oil like now, those remnants were still continuously reviving, constantly growing new bodies. Thus, the Devil Knights had to chop off these newly grown parts every now and then to keep them within a controllable range. And the reason for doing this was just to conceal that piece of corpse block and the purification source crystal. Yes, nominally, these massive remnants were better raw materials, but in reality, Hogni was using them to hide that corpse block and the purification source crystal. He had stuffed those two items into the remnants of the pollutants. The bodies of the pollutants can block all means of detection, Hogni had said to Yuri. Even the most outstanding dogs can't sniff them out through their noses. Yuri naturally didn't understand. He simply said indifferently, "Do you think Night Star can steal the items under the protection of so many people?" Captain Yuri, if you knew what Night Star has been doing in the city lately, you would understand that our caution is reasonable, Hogni said with a smile. He's too much of a trouble, and these two items are too important. Without doing this, we really couldn't be at ease. Like now, only you and I know where those two items really are, and this is the safest way. Yuri ignored Hogni. He just felt uneasy, and this uneasiness reached its peak the next night, because they had finally returned to Lyra. When their footsteps touched the soil of Lyra, Yuri suddenly had a very strange feeling, as if the breath of the city suddenly grew heavier. Chapter 235, 71, I'm afraid my father will kill you. By the time Yuri returned to the Fifth Zone's garrison, he felt that the land beneath his feet, which should have been familiar, had become somewhat unfamiliar. He couldn't pinpoint the source of this feeling, although, as the captain of the Devil's army, he seldom returned to the garrison, spending most of his time commanding operations in the polluted land. He did occasionally come back and never felt this way before. And now, when he could finally take off his mask and breathe fresh air, he discovered that the air was permeated with an unfamiliar, viscous scent, as if it were mixed with blood. This feeling was not good. You've worked hard, Captain Yuri, Hogni said, also removing his mask, standing beside Yuri with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. You and your men can rest and relax properly now. Can we really rest well? Yuri turned his head, looking at the large chunks of pollutant flesh behind him. With these things here, I find it hard to relax. Don't worry, Hogni shrugged. We'll handle it tonight. Tonight? Yuri slightly furrowed his brows and looked again at Hogni. You guys. Yes, Captain Yuri, Hogni said. Your mission is completed. It's our turn now. What are you going to do? Yuri became alert. As you know, we are of course going to take those two things away, Hogni said with a smile. Move them overnight. Is there a need to be so hasty? Of course, Hogni said. You should be aware that Bishop Oliver has returned. He needs those two items, and tomorrow he will give a new account to the people of Lyra. What kind of account? Naturally, Hogni smiled, a brand new future. Yuri's frown deepened. He didn't know if Hogni was deliberately speaking in riddles, or if there had indeed been too many changes in Lyra during this time, and he, being out of the loop, couldn't understand. But either way, this feeling was not good. Yuri wanted to have Hogni clarify things directly, but he knew he didn't have the right. Because the Devils were not the Night Star, ever since the incident 10 years ago, the Night Star Army was disbanded, and the Devil's Army was established. The two generations of Pioneer Force differed not only in name, but also in status. The Night Star of the past could participate directly in Lyra's affairs, but now the Devils could only specialize in the pollution zone and were not permitted to interfere with Lyra's decisions, such that even the Fifth Zone was demarcated separately. The Knights of the Devil's Army, without application, had no way to leave the Fifth Zone. Even more so, they had emergency devices added to their necks, just to prevent a day when the Devil's Army might go out of control like the Night Star did 10 years ago. This feeling of sacrificing for Lyra, while being simultaneously guarded against by the entirety of Lyra, always loomed over the hearts of every Devil Knight. This also led many Devil Knights to try every possible means to leave. That so-called New Chaser Association, that guy named Yang Xin, was one of their methods. It seemed he had thought too far ahead. Yuri, in a moment of distraction, felt his thoughts were too scattered, and so refocused his attention, looking again at Hogni. Do we need to do anything else? Yuri asked. Just as I said, all you and your team need to do is rest well. Hogni was still smiling. Leave the rest to us. We will also take care of the remains of the pollutants. Yuri nodded. He understood what Hogni meant, of course. This wasn't literally about letting them rest, but about having them step aside for a while, so that the Devil's Army wouldn't know what Hogni was going to do next, or when they would leave. In this way, their movements would become a secret, and they could ship those two items back without anyone being the wiser. Even though Yuri had guessed Hogni's intentions, he still had some lack of understanding. They were already back at Lyra. Even if there was distrust of the Devil's Army, what about the Skeleton Corps? Wouldn't it work to simply have the Skeleton Corps escort them? Lyra wasn't a place of chaos, and the other side was just one person. Was it really necessary to be this cautious? Moreover, Yuri narrowed his eyes, looking again at the people behind Hogni. Until now, these people still hadn't removed their masks and were fully armed. Logically, Lyra only had two military forces, the outward-facing Devil's Army responsible for the polluted lands, and the inward-facing Skeleton Corps. Clearly, Hogni's group wasn't the Skeleton Corps, so who were they? If they were Bishop Oliver's, then why would Bishop Oliver need to establish a new military force? In name, both skeleton and devil were supposed to take his commands. Could this be part of the brand new future that Bishop Oliver spoke of? Being away for only a few months made Lyra suddenly incomprehensible. Yuri remained silent for a while, and in the end, he didn't voice his thoughts on the matter, simply saying to Hogni in a subdued tone, "Just make sure to handle it properly, don't let those things leak out." What he referred to, of course, were the remains of the pollutants. The corpse blocks and purification source crystals were none of his business, but the remnants of the pollutants were related to him, and Yuri decided to do his job well. Chapter 236, 71, I'm afraid my father will kill you too. Chapter 236, 71, I'm afraid my father will kill you too. Of course, Hogni had obviously understood Yuri's meaning and answered with a smile. "Don't worry, we will handle it cleanly. We won't make it difficult for you, Captain Yuri. Thank you for your cooperation." Yuri didn't say much else but turned and left. Of course, he didn't do nothing, but outside Hogni's sight, he called over a few devil knights positioned on guard duty to stand watch at the periphery. Even if he ignored what Hogni was going to do, he absolutely couldn't allow the pollutants to leak out. Once such signs were discovered, they'd be immediately warned. After receiving promises from the devil knights, Yuri was able to leave with peace of mind. It was only after he had walked several streets over that Yuri gradually relaxed his expression, and the brows that had been tense for months slowly softened. But his pace quickened, because the row of low houses at the end of the street had come into his view. The 5th Zone, where the Devil's army was stationed, was not a military fortress. Just as the name suggests, it was simply a division. 10 years ago, it also had many ordinary residents, until the Night Star incident 10 years ago, when the ordinary residents gradually moved away, leaving only the newly established Devil's army and their families. In some sense, the 5th Zone was once Rim Station, the same village of heroes from Night Star. Only it had long lost the prestigious name of heroes, more so an entity to be avoided and isolated. Although it still provided housing and all basic life support to the Devil Knights and their families, no one regarded it as a normal division anymore. Very few Devil Knights were willing to bring their families here to live. Out of about 10 Devil Knights, only 1 or 2 would do so, which resulted in very few family members in the 5th Zone. However, as a captain, Yuri had still brought his wife and daughter here. Although because of his busy work, he had little time to meet with his wife and daughter, that place was still the most important to him. His wife felt the same. Even though she knew he seldom had time to return, she would still light a lamp at the home's doorway every night, just to illuminate his path home at night. And now Yuri saw that lamp, and it instantly softened his heart of steel, and he thought about quickening his steps. But then he suddenly thought of the conversation he'd just had with Hogni, and couldn't help but stop in his tracks, turn his head, and look to the other side. Not far away, a tower not as grand as Sky Tower, but equally imposing stood under the moonlight. That was the sub-tower of the 5th Zone. Its overseer was Bishop Wizen of the 5th Zone. And Bishop Wizen also hadn't shown himself for 10 years. What exactly had happened? What did the bright new future, that Bishop Oliver who had returned, speak of mean? Yuri had been admonishing himself, telling himself not to worry about things outside his essential duties. But now, standing in front of the lamp that illuminated his path, he found it hard to convince himself not to think about these things. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out from behind. Yuri raised an eyebrow but didn't turn around, only calmly asked, "Have you been waiting for me, Ine?" In the darkness, a tall woman stepped forward. It was Ine. "Yes, Yuri," Ine nodded slightly. "It's been a few days since we last met. I should properly greet you." Yuri slowly turned around to look at Ine standing behind him. Then his gaze moved from down to up, finally landing on the blazing fire sword at Ine's waist. Even though the sword was still in its sheath, the heat and the light it emitted was faintly visible. Yuri knew that the sword had already been ignited. "What exactly happened?" Yuri asked calmly. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you already standing against me?" "A lot has happened, Yuri," Ine said softly. "I really wanted to talk to you properly, but there's no time for that now." "No time again? I keep feeling these days everyone is reminding me of time." Yuri tapped his hand on the emergency device hanging on his neck that had stopped working. "It's like someone also put one of these things inside my brain, but none of you is willing to tell me exactly what happened. I'm sorry, Yuri. Can I take it to mean that you have sided with your father? Ine didn't deny it. Yes. It seems some people's concerns about your father were correct, Yuri said. So, he has already pulled in a big group of people. No, Ine replied, it's just me. Yuri looked into Ine's eyes, wondering if she had been influenced or controlled. But there was nothing. Ine's eyes were as usual, just like when she faced the pollutants. She had not been contaminated. Yuri sighed, you should tell me what exactly is happening. It's complicated, Ine said, but it can also be summarized simply. You've brought something back from the polluted land that you shouldn't have. Was that really why? Yuri felt no significant fluctuation in his heart, just slowly said, since you're here, it means your father is here too, right? He looked around, but did not feel the presence of anyone else. It seems your father has already rushed over there, Yuri said. Let's not talk about whether he can succeed or not. Are you here to stop me? Using my family? No, Ine said, I'm just here to stop you and... She paused. Many things will happen tonight, and I don't want your family to get hurt. So you're here to protect my family, Yuri said with a smile. That really sounds like your style, Ine. Don't move, Yuri. Ine stared at Yuri's hand and said seriously, I know your sword skills, so I've already overheated the sword. If you make a move, I don't want Angel to lose her father. Angel was Yuri's daughter. So you want me to just watch? After tonight, I can tell you everything, Ine said, but not now. I don't have much time and you wouldn't believe me. Is that so? Yuri nodded slightly as if understanding, then suddenly he seemed to recall something, looked into Ine's eyes and said, Speaking of which, a few days ago in Abyss I encountered a ghost. I wanted to ask if you know him. Don't try to divert my attention, Ine said coldly. Facing you, I will be fully focused. I do want to know because I promised him something, Yuri said. He was wearing Night Star's uniform, said he had forgotten many things, even forgot Lyra, but only remembered one vague thing. He paused, then looked into Ine's eyes and softly said, He said he owed something to a woman. That thing is a music box. Ine's pupils slightly constricted. In that instant, 2 swords were drawn at the same time, one red and one black. The red sword's blade was fiery hot, as if it could cut through the silent night, while the black blade hid in darkness. When swung, its blade was invisible, only its piercing through the air could be heard. Clang! The red and black clashed together, the red blade almost breaking the black one with its high temperature. But the black blade held on, and the flames from the red blade also heated up the black one. Both quickly backed away, but now they stood on the same starting line. It seems you do know that person, Yuri said. Yes, Ine did not deny. Many years ago I called him uncle. And the woman? His wife? How is she? She went mad. Yuri fell silent, then slowly said, He is a hero, I've witnessed it. Ine looked surprised. Step aside, Ine, Yuri said. I promise you I will not hurt your father and I will try to reveal the truth. Ine shook her head. I'm not afraid of you hurting my father. Then what? I'm afraid my father might accidentally kill you. Yuri was taken aback. The next second, a piercing scream echoed through the sky. Chapter 237, 72 So That's How It Is, 5K. Chapter 237, 72 So That's How It Is, 5K. Turn the clock back a little. Gerard was standing on a relatively tall building, looking at the distant camp through a telescope. He had been observing for a long time now, saw the Devil's army enter the city, then disperse, leaving behind those who were obviously not from the Devil's army, as well as the rows of twitching pollutant remnants. Gerard's expression gradually grew solemn. What are these people trying to do? He muttered quietly. Why would they bring pollutants back? It must be a disguise, Byway said lazily. Quite clever of them. Disguise? Yes, disguising with those pollutant remnants, Byway explained. I guess they must have hidden the items inside those remnants. Even your eyes can't see through it. It's not that easy. Those remnants must have been taken from the deepest part of the polluted land, what you call the Abyss. I can sense the remnants of divinity on these remnants. Byway observed the undying remnants with interest. Anything with a trace of divinity isn't so easily seen through. It needs a bit more seriousness, but with your current body. Byway did not finish his sentence, but Gerard understood his implication. To see through the remnants covered by divinity, his left eye needed to release more power, but such power was clearly too much for him to bear now. "Is there really nothing that can be done then?" Gerard asked earnestly. "My body is still holding up fine." "Some things aren't as simple as just holding up," Bai Wei said with a light smile. "People of age should know their limits." Gerard could clearly hear the teasing tone in Bai Wei's words, and realized Bai Wei was not taking their opponent's disguise seriously at all, which allowed him to relax a bit and continue his observations. What they could confirm now was that both Vises's corpse and the purification source crystal were there. However, neither Gerard nor Bai Wei planned to just blunder in, at least not yet. After all, the Devil's Army, unlike the Skeleton Corps, were truly elite troops of Lyra, and the entire Fifth Zone was their home ground. Once surrounded here, the pressure they faced could not be compared to being outside. Even Gerard did not think he had a chance of escaping. But Bai Wei was different. Gerard could distinctly feel Bai Wei's eagerness, knowing he would stop at nothing for his own corpse. After all, this guy never knew fear. Thinking this, Gerard decided to remind Bai Wei again of their deal. But before he could speak, there was movement in the camp. Gerard saw Devil Knights pushing carts covered in thick black cloth exiting the camp. They grouped in twos or threes and went off in different directions, their purposes unclear as they swiftly blended into the night. In fact, if not for Bai Wei's eyes at that distance and visibility, it really would be hard to see anything. He was about to speak when he heard Bai Wei's voice in his mind. "So they planned to leave this way." It was clear Bai Wei had also realized, so there was no need for Gerard to remind him. But Gerard soon realized those weren't Devil Knights, they were just dressed in similar attire. It appeared to be men from the New Chaser Association. "They are coming out, can you see through now?" Gerard immediately said. "No." "Still Ka?" Gerard asked. "Didn't you say you could see through without the divine remnants in the way?" "Yes," Bai Wei drawled, "but how do you know they haven't brought them?" Hearing this, Gerard's brow furrowed immediately. He looked again at those carts, and Bai Wei shared his vision at that moment, allowing Gerard to see even clearer details dozens of meters away in the night without the need for light, like the small pendants carried by the New Chaser Association. But even so, he couldn't see what was on the carts, as if they were shrouded in a huge shadow. The feeling was exactly the same as the pollutant remnants in the camp. Gerard immediately understood what was on the carts. They brought the pollutant remnants with them. "It seems so," Bai Wei said. "Tusk, they are indeed very cautious, almost as if they were expecting you." Hearing this, Gerard's already deep frown deepened even more. He had thought that after dealing with Yang Xin, just addressing the issues with Yang Xin, it could not solve all the problems but at least alleviate most of them. But in reality, their actions became even more rapid and targeted, as if they had anticipated everything like the back of their hand. This left Gerard feeling profoundly powerless. Not just for himself, but more for Ian, as if Ian's sacrifice had not achieved anything, and had only worsened the situation. Is it my imagination?" Bai Wei suddenly said. "I think I smell a very mournful scent in the air. It couldn't be coming from you, could it?" Bai Wei's words were like a bucket of cold water poured from head to toe, instantly sobering Gerard up. Chapter 238, 72, so that's how it is 5K2. Chapter 238, 72, so that's how it is 5K2. Even at this stage, how could he still harbor such negative emotions? So he bit his lower lip, using the slight sting to keep himself alert. The current actions of the New Chaser Association were exactly traded for by Ian's sacrifice. They didn't dare wait any longer. Thinking of this, Gerard's mood gradually stabilized, and then he lowered his head to look at his left middle finger and whispered, "Thank you." I didn't say anything." Bai Wei avoided being explicit. "It looks like we can continue now." "Of course." Gerard once again focused his attention on the members of the New Chaser Association who were attempting to hide in the shadows, scattered in twos and threes. While Bai Wei took a good look at Gerard. He knew too that Gerard's state was not good right now. Last night he had experienced the anguish of killing his child without any time to rest, and then ran into the matter with Ju. And the situation with Ju still unresolved, he now faced even more troublesome matters here. If it were anyone else, their spirit would have probably collapsed countless times by now, but Gerard was still holding on, merely having some despairing thoughts. Of course, it might be more than a little, since even Bai Wei could feel it. That meant it was quite significant. Byway knew that what Gerard needed most now was rest, a double rest for both body and mind. But what he could least afford to do now was rest. After all, saving a city doomed to destruction wasn't something that could be resolved simply by making decisions and shouting slogans. It was precisely for this reason that Byway decided not to further use the power of his eyes, to avoid causing Gerard to collapse before him. "All right," Byway said, "since that's the case, let's get to work." Get to work? It was rare for Gerard to arch an eyebrow. "Do you know where they are hiding the item?" "Not yet," Byway said indifferently, "but I know the location of each of their groups. Is that enough?" "You mean?" Gerard watched as his left middle finger gradually straightened out, pointing in a direction. He didn't even need to look up to know that it was the location of the big bridge. "No matter how much they've spread out, there's only that one bridge to leave this place, right?" Byway spoke slowly. "So then, isn't it possible to just take them out one by one before they climb onto that bridge?" "What?" The wheels rolled over the uneven ground, shaking the entire cart and making a creak-creak sound, as if it would fall apart the next second. On the cart lay a massive object, covered with a black cloth and tied with ropes, obscuring its contents from view. But as the cart trembled continuously, the corners of the black cloth flapped in the wind, and as it passed places with light sources, the shadows squirming under the cloth could be seen. At the same time, liquid was continuously flowing out from those shadows. But the people pushing the cart had no reaction, their faces still covered with heavy masks, the black lenses impervious even to the light from street lamps. They made no superfluous movements, nor did they engage in conversation, just silently walked on like ghosts. However, under another street light, the pitch-black lenses of their masks once again reflected real ghosts. The two were about to look up when the other swung the giant sword in hand, slapping it down towards their heads. Two muffled grunts. Both men collapsed almost at the same time, convulsing briefly on the ground before becoming still. Of course, it was Gerard who acted. He didn't kill them as Byway had suggested, but at least he could keep them unconscious for a while. Then, without hesitation, he quickly approached the cart and tore off the black cloth. Sure enough, under the cloth was a piece of polluted corpse, but it contained nothing else. "It's not here," Gerard said softly, then prepared to move to the next location. That was their plan because the only way from the 5th Zone to the 4th District was the steel bridge. So all they needed to do was keep watch near the bridge and take out each group approaching it. And if they acted fast enough, they could find the corpse blocks and the purification source crystal before they stepped onto the bridge. But Gerard had just lifted his foot when Byway suddenly said, "No, there's something wrong with those two guys behind you." Gerard paused for a moment, then quickly turned around, indeed seeing the two men he had knocked out shakily standing up again. They could still stand up. Gerard was quite surprised. Just as he was prepared to knock the two out again, he noticed something amiss. Their stance was very odd. Their bodies were contorted like broken puppets, not at all human-like. "What's going on?" Before Gerard could react, the masks on the two split open, and then a ghastly scream pierced the sky, as if to awaken the entire slumbering 5th Zone. "Gerard, chop off their heads now," Byway commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Clearly, that sound wasn't one that a human could make, so Gerard no longer hesitated and immediately swung the chainsaw sword in his hand. Almost instantly, two heads hit the ground and a fountain of crimson blood shot up. Gerard froze. The color of this blood, were they still human? Just as this thought emerged in Gerard's mind, he noticed that the two heads kept rolling on the ground, and the shrieking noise did not diminish at all, continuing to scream heartrendingly. Chapter 239, 72 So That's How It Is 5K3. Chapter 239, 72 So That's How It Is 5K3. Gerard then heard Byway tusk in his mind. "So that's how it is." Before Gerard could even ask, "How is which way?" Byway spoke again. "They've been awakened too, this is a trap." "Awakened?" Byway offered no explanation, but instead shared the vision from his left eye with him. And then Gerard saw that all members of the new Chaser Association, at this very moment, lifted the carts and began sprinting crazily toward the position of the Great Bridge. The reason for the term sprinting crazily was that at this point, they no longer resembled humans at all. Just like the two guys Gerard had beheaded earlier, these people's limbs had now become extremely bizarre. That movement, that posture, indeed, as Byway said, was like awakened monsters. They were now only a few hundred meters away from the steel bridge. At this pace, Gerard simply couldn't intercept them. "There are devil knights on the bridge," Gerard said gravely. "They should stop these guys." "You're thinking too much," Byway said. "Why would they need to go over the bridge?" Gerard was slightly stunned. "What?" "Humans need bridges to cross rivers," Byway said indifferently. "Look, are they still human?" Finally, Gerard snapped back to reality, once again relying on Byway's shared vision to look at those people. Only then did he realize that the direction of their frenzied sprint was not toward the bridge, but toward the river. Just as Byway had said, only humans need a bridge to cross rivers, but monsters do not. "Furthermore, we previously thought that those corpse blocks were just tools to obscure vision," Byway slowly said. "But actually that's not the case. They are also important cargo, no less significant than my tongue or that purification source crystal." "What do you mean?" Gerard grew even more uneasy. "Those divine remnants from the abyss are what the new deity uses to increase its power," Byway said. "It intends to devour these flesh and blood directly to become stronger, so as to completely kill Lyra and fulfill the final coming, what the new Chaser Association calls rebirth." Gerard's body stiffened. Byway had made himself very clear, and he understood it all, every bit of it. It all formed a chain of events. Countless times they thought they had seen the truth, yet they did not realize it was only a part deliberately exposed by the other party. Even Byway hadn't seen it coming. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Those more than 10 groups of people rushed towards the river simultaneously. Gerard, even if he grew 4 legs now, couldn't possibly stop them all in time. Once they crossed the river, it would be even less likely to stop them. The Devil's army was the last line of defense. Now it had been breached. Was this Bishop Oliver's doing? Upon seeing in his vision the countless numbers, like wild beasts charging toward the riverbanks, Gerard stumbled, the massive mental turmoil nearly preventing him from even standing. But at that moment Byway chuckled. "Don't panic, it's not the worst time yet." Upon hearing this, Gerard immediately grasped the hilt of the chainsaw sword tightly, bracing himself from collapsing. Byway's unhurried tone, it was like a stimulant to him. "Do you have any other plan?" Gerard asked. "Right now we can only stop one person at most." "One person is enough." Gerard seemed to understand something then, and took a deep breath before stating, "My body can still hold on, release the power of the eye." "There's no need." Byway's pupils flickered, then he shifted his gaze to the throat of one of the sprinting people, then chuckled. "I can still find my own tongue." "What?" "On the other side of the river, 4th District." Hogney stood on the lightless bank, quietly watching the awakened 5th Zone opposite the river. He knew that when that sound had risen, the plan had been successful. What followed next was unstoppable. Even Gerard with that eye couldn't stop it. When a string of plops came from the river, Hogney's lips curled slightly. After a few breaths, a number of bizarre shadows, holding corpse blocks, crawled out of the river and then stood silently by Hogney's side. 1, 2, 3. Hogney silently counted. When no new figures emerged from the water, his smile grew thicker. "To have lost only one group, 2 people," Hogney said with a chuckle. "The Night of Night Star, Visa's eye, is nothing more than this, right?" He turned his head to look at the others. But no one could answer him, most just stood there vacantly, their eyes as dead as a corpse. This was also why they never took off their masks. Hogney slowly ambled over to one group, using his fingers to pry open the remnants they were carrying. Within the remnants was a purification source crystal. "Very good." He nodded in satisfaction. Then he walked over to another person. "Open your mouths." The person slowly opened their mouth, revealing the tongue within. "Perfect," Hogney excitedly slapped the stupefied face, "or rather even better, ha-ha-ha." And then, without waiting for any response, he left, laughing loudly. He did not see the monster cock its head to the side, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 240, 73, Either burn everything to ashes. Chapter 240, 73, Either burn everything to ashes. "Captain, make way, the captain is here." Seeing that Yuri had arrived, the Devil Knights who had reached the spot earlier immediately cleared the way, allowing Yuri to observe the scene inside. It was 2 headless bodies, wearing the attire of Hogney's subordinates. "What happened?" Yuri asked. They were killed, a devil knight replied curtly, and when we arrived we found their bodies had changed. As he spoke, the devil knight brought over the two heads and placed them in front of Yuri. This was Yuri's first time seeing the faces of these men without their masks, and though he was somewhat prepared, the sight of their pitted, pothole-like faces, with tiny worms incessantly squirming, still made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. "Captain," the devil knight softly said, "have we really been traveling with these guys all this time?" Yuri looked around and saw both cohesion and fear in everyone's faces. After all, these individuals had been accompanying them since the pollution zone, and although they could not say they were comrades fighting side by side, as they all wore masks and could not see each other's faces, it wasn't too different. Thus, the devil knights had never imagined that the faces under the masks would look like this. Did this mean they had been traveling with monsters all these days? Even for the devil knights, who dealt with pollutants year-round, this realization was frightening. What exactly is happening? A devil knight couldn't help but ask. Have they always been like this, or were they infected afterward? What do you mean, after? Are you suggesting we have a source of infection here? Don't forget what we brought back from the abyss. That statement heightened the tension even further. Ideally, their primary concern should have been who killed these two men, for daring to commit murder in the fifth zone was indeed audacious. But the bizarre state of the two bodies made it difficult for them to prioritize finding the murderer, as it wasn't clear whether the victims were humans or monsters. Yuri turned to look at a devil knight, his current deputy. The deputy approached and whispered a few words in his ear. But Yuri's expression hardly changed, as all attention was focused on him. So he simply nodded calmly and said to the other knights, "Let's leave it here for tonight. I'll handle the rest, you all go back and rest." "Go back and rest, but Captain..." "Did you hear my order?" Yuri repeated emotionlessly. "Go back and rest, of course, do conduct a pollution self-check before bed. We won't organize a formal check." The devil knights exchanged looks and eventually followed Yuri's orders, leaving only two to deal with the bodies. At that moment, Yuri's expression finally grew solemn. His deputy had just informed him of two things. First, the devil knights he had previously sent to guard Hogni's subordinates had been infected, and the pollutant remains they brought back had almost completely disappeared. Second, according to reports from the bridge guard unit, they saw numerous dark figures jumping into the river, crossing the bridge and entering directly into the 4th district. This meant that the heavy pollutants had already entered Lyra. His mind involuntarily recalled the words Ine had told him earlier. "You have brought back something from the polluted land that you shouldn't have." Now her words had come true. "Captain, what should we do now?" the deputy whispered. "We've never experienced something like this. What exactly are these guys trying to do?" Yuri glanced at his deputy, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Follow the standard procedure, report to the Sky Tower." "Just report. Until we understand the truth, there's not much else we can do," Yuri said, glancing at the departing backs of the devil knights, and added softly, "Whatever happens, our people need to rest, even if only for a few hours." The deputy knew Yuri was right. After a series of events, and having just returned from the abyss, most of them were on the brink mentally. Pushing further could indeed lead to irreversible destruction. But the deputy also noticed the emphasis in Yuri's statement, even if only for a few hours. "Do you think something big is going to happen?" the deputy asked quietly, "in the next few days?" "It might already be happening." Yuri patted his deputy's shoulder and said softly, "Regardless, be prepared. We can't afford more chaos tonight." The deputy nodded solemnly and then quickly left. Following that, Yuri swiftly returned to his own home. As expected, Ine was still waiting for him there. "Earlier you said you didn't have the time," Yuri stated directly without beating around the bush. "Now I need to know everything." Ine remained silent. Another deep voice then emerged beside Yuri. "Of course, we also need your help." Yuri's body stiffened briefly. He slowly turned his head to see a middle-aged man stepping out from the shadows. It was Gerard. Chapter 241-241. 73 Burn everything to ashes, too. Yuri looked at Gerard, and Gerard was also looking at Yuri, which made Ine, who stood by the side, somewhat nervous. This was not only a meeting between two former captains of the Pioneer Force, but also because Gerard was currently a wanted criminal of Lyra, and as the captain of the Devil's Army, Yuri had the obligation to capture Gerard directly. But Yuri did not do so, He just looked deeply at Gerard and then said, "Then you need to clarify your point." "Of course," Gerard nodded slightly. "I can tell you everything I know." Ine breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Gerard succinctly repeated what he had previously told Ine. After hearing this, Yuri's reaction was not as intense as Ine's had been, but he also fell into a long silence. After a while, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and was about to put it in his mouth when he remembered something and looked up at Gerard. "Do you mind if I have one? I think I need some help digesting what you've said." Gerard shook his head but still asked, "You smoke?" "It's been a long time, maybe the last time was 10 years ago." Yuri lit the possibly expired or moldy cigarette. "I'm just used to carrying one or two on missions to take a moment to smell it, because the smell there is not very pleasant, as you're well aware." "Indeed," Gerard nodded slightly. "The smell of smoke is certainly better than the stench of rotting corpses. We had people who did the same." "Perhaps that's a legacy," Yuri said indifferently. Listening to their conversation, Ine felt somewhat surprised. She couldn't understand how two men, who should be enemies, could chat like a predecessor and a successor. But she wisely did not interrupt, merely listening. After smoking a cigarette, Yuri's expression visibly relaxed. "Honestly, the things you just talked about, I wouldn't have believed them a week ago," Yuri said. "But now I'm willing to believe. It seems you've also encountered many things." "Yes," Yuri looked into Gerard's eyes and said, "in the abyss I met many. Ghosts of the Night Star, I talked with them, so I'm willing to believe you." "Is that so?" "I have no other intentions. I'm just wondering why someone who gave everything for Lyra eventually had to carry the name of a rebel," Yuri said softly. "There must be something wrong. Now, I think I know where the problem lies, so what do you plan to do? And how can I assist you?" Seeing Yuri so readily believe him and choose to join, Gerard was somewhat surprised, but he did not show it and directly clarified, "Purification Source Crystal." "Purification Source Crystal." "Yes, the biggest issue now is Oliver. He is the Bishop of Sky Tower, and the person most deeply connected with Lyra. I believe it was because he was corrupted that the situation fell into such a passive state." Gerard hurriedly articulated his own conclusion. Or rather, Ian's analysis. "He has the greatest authority in all of Lyra, so the new gods also hope to descend through his power. So we must use the Purification Source Crystal to cleanse him, to bring him back to our side. Then there is still room for negotiation. I think this is exactly why the New Chaser Association wanted to take the Purification Source Crystal with them." Hearing Gerard's words, Yuri nodded slightly, clearly agreeing. "However, the Purification Source Crystal has been taken away, right?" Yuri asked. "Do you know where it is?" "I do," Gerard replied briefly. "Good." Yuri didn't ask how Gerard knew, merely nodding. "Then what do you need me to do?" "To be precise, it's not just you I need," Gerard said. "I need the entire Devil's Army." Yuri did not speak, just looked at Gerard. Gerard then opened his pocket watch, showing Yuri the time on it. "It's exactly 4 in the morning now. 6 hours later, Oliver will hold a General Assembly," Gerard asked. "Do you know what that is?" "The General Assembly," Yuri thought for a moment, then asked uncertainly. "Are you talking about the one where all the workers are gathered to vote on a major resolution, and if passed, the results are reported to my lord? Is that it?" "Yes," Gerard said. "This meeting has not been held for a long time. The last time was 100 years ago, on the resolution whether to make the orbital train the main transportation of Lyra. I think this time they probably won't be discussing orbital trains." "Of course not. Even what they are discussing is not important," Gerard slowly said. "The key is reporting to the Lord. This report is to awaken the Lord." Yuri slightly narrowed his eyes. "You mean, according to the current development, is it my Lord being awakened, or someone else?" Silence extended silence. Neither Yuri nor Ine, who had just learned the whole story at that time, spoke. Yuri's cigarette had burned down to his fingers, but he showed no reaction, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Just then a groggy voice arose, "Daddy." This faint voice was like a pebble tossed into a calm lake, instantly rippling the surface. The three looked over and saw a little girl clutching the door, poking her small head out, her eyes drowsy. Yuri's expression softened instantly. "Anna, why are you awake? Did Daddy wake you?" Anna shook her head. "No, I just got up to go to the bathroom. Daddy, why didn't you come in?" "Daddy has something to discuss," Yuri said. "Go back to sleep." Anna uttered an "oh." She was not fully awake yet. Just as she was about to retract her head, she suddenly thought of something, perked up, and asked with a tilt of her head, "Is it something important?" Yuri remained silent for a long while. No, it's a small matter. Anna then went back relieved. Afterward, Yuri turned his head as if he had made some kind of decision and looked at Gerard, repeating what he had said before. Tell me, what should I do? 20 minutes later, Ine walked Gerard to the bridge. With Yuri's pass, Gerard could now leave directly. Father, as Gerard was about to leave, Ine stopped him. I better go with you. Gerard seemed to have anticipated Ine's response, yet he shook his head. No, Ine, you need to stay here. Don't forget your mission is also very important. Even though we're not in the same place, we're still fighting side by side, right? But, Ine wanted to say more, but Gerard suddenly stretched out his hand and ruffled her head as he had done when she was a child. It's a minor issue, he said softly. Ine was stunned. By the time she came to her senses, Gerard was already stepping onto the departing bridge. The sun was rising at that moment, and the dawn's early light cast a red hue on Gerard. It made him look as if he was walking into fierce flames. She subconsciously wanted to call out to Gerard, but in that transient moment, he had already gone far. Finally, it comes to an end. In that morning light that seemed to ignite the sky, Gerard heard Bai Wei say to him, either rebirth or destruction. Either turn everything into ashes. Chapter 242, Do We Need to Kill Our God? Chapter 242, Do We Need to Kill Our God? Oliver sat by the window, watching the sun slowly climb up the city's sky, gradually awakening Lyra in the silence. The door behind him opened, and Hogni walked in, saluting Oliver. Lord Bishop, Hogni respectfully said, everything is ready, and the representatives of the workers have begun to enter. Oliver's gaze slowly returned from the sun on the horizon to Lyra below him. He could see countless people flocking toward the sky tower. Attracted by the General Assembly, they surged like blood into a hart or ants returning to their Ant Queen, so spectacular and orderly. How beautiful, Oliver said with a light chuckle, isn't it, Hogni? Of course, Lord Bishop, Hogni said, and after today it will be even more beautiful. Oliver chuckled again and then slowly stood up. Yes, it is about time. Seeing this, Hogni immediately stepped forward, draping the robe signifying the distinguished status of the Bishop of the Sky Tower over Oliver, who simply stood still without any movement. Once he was fully dressed, Hogni took 2 steps back and then gave Oliver an even more respectful and humble bow. Please lead us into the future of Lyra under the crown of the Pope. 2 hours remained until the start of the assembly. What? Do you know, my dad is an outstanding worker, and he gets to attend the meeting at the tower with Bishop Oliver today. So what, my dad can too? Mine too, mine too. On the gear train, Ju lowered her hat brim as if that would block out the chatter of the children. But it was futile because everyone in the gear car was talking about the impending assembly. The children compared whether their parents qualified to directly participate in the assembly, while the adults were more concerned about the content of the assembly. When was the last General Assembly again? Over 100 years ago, I think, about the gear train. I see, and this time, Bishop Oliver talked about a new future. A new future? Yes, it would be good if nothing goes wrong. I heard that the wanted criminal is still at large. Tusk. Ju listened while inconspicuously tightening her clothes. If anyone had paid attention to her, they would have noticed the malnourished little girl's clothes were far too big, making her tightly grip her collar to prevent anyone from seeing her entire body through the neckline. Those closer to her might have heard a distinct metallic clinking sound, completely different from the noise of the gear train. But no one noticed her. Instead of a malnourished little girl, people were more concerned about the once-in-a-century assembly. Ju looked up at the towering structure that seemed to connect heaven and earth, which grew larger and larger in her small pupils. 1 hour and 30 minutes remained until the assembly. Standing in front of the third zone sub-tower, Ine took a deep breath to soothe her slightly nervous mood. Is everyone in their places? Ine asked the Devil Knight next to her. Yes, Vice Squad, everyone is in position, the Devil Knight answered, saluting Ine before hesitating. But are we really going to do this, Vice Squad? Ine glanced at the Devil Knight. Have you forgotten what the order was? No, of course not, the Devil Knight replied seriously. Upon receiving the command, take control of the sub-towers and the skeleton core immediately, then wait for further instructions. But isn't this really a rebellion? We received Bishop Oliver's orders, and you have my and Yuri's handwritten commands. Ine tried to keep her tone calm. If something goes wrong, it's on me and Captain Yuri. What are you worried about? It's not that, No, I have no more questions, the Devil Knight answered. We will follow your commands completely. Ine nodded slightly, then turned her gaze back to the nearby third zone sub-tower. She knew this was a risky gamble. She and Yuri had forged the orders, forcing the Devil's army that was not allowed to leave the fifth zone to leave their district, ready to seize control of the nodes of the sub-towers at the start of the assembly to prevent any mishaps. If they failed, both she and Yuri would be branded traitors and meet the same fate as Night Star had in the past. The same as Night Star in the past. For some reason, thinking of this suddenly calmed Ine's uneasy mind. Brother, she murmured softly. What was that? The Devil Knight next to her didn't hear clearly. Ine composed herself, then turned back to the dozen fully armed Devil Knights behind her. Be mindful of the time. Yes, Vice Squad, the Devil Knight replied, looking at his pocket watch. We have 1 hour. What? Where are Fred and the others? Chamos frowned. Daisy Muni, where is everyone? At the entrance of the Sky Tower, Chamos, who was responsible for the Skeleton Corps, 10th Squad, looked at the incomplete 10th Squad and couldn't help but voice his doubts. Chapter 243. Do we need to kill our god, too? Chapter 243. Do we need to kill our god, too? After Cude's death, Bai Wei naturally took over as captain. Though he didn't want to become captain in such a way, there was no helping it. Since becoming the squad leader, he had only executed 2 missions. One was the pursuit of Gerard, and the other was now. After being injured by Gerard that day, Chamos took a long time to rally and finally resolved to protect the squad no matter what. But what he didn't expect was that upon his return after healing, he discovered that the squad was even further diminished, with several more people missing. What exactly happened? Chamos asked. It seems they were transferred out by the higher-ups, his subordinate replied. Transferred out? When did this happen? Chamos's frown deepened. How come I didn't receive any orders? About 2 days ago, I think. It was a direct order from Bishop Oliver. Since those 3 had the lightest injuries, they were chosen. Transferred out by a direct order from Bishop Oliver. For some reason, this answer made Chamos feel vaguely uneasy. He wanted to go and ask Minister Fenley for clarification immediately. But the General Assembly was about to begin, and the accredited representatives were already starting to arrive, with even more people standing outside waiting for the outcome. Given the shortage of security forces, it was unthinkable for him to leave at such a time, so he had to restrain himself, planning to ask for clarification after it ended. It was then that a subordinate came to report. Captain, someone is here to see you. At this time, Chamos frowned. Who? Captain Cude's father. Chamos's body stiffened, then slowly turned his head to look at the man. Who did you say? Captain Cude's father, he's over there. The subordinate pointed backwards, then hesitated before saying, He seems to be unaware of Captain Cude's situation. What do you think? Chamos fell silent for a long while, then glanced at the pocket watch in his palm. There was still half an hour before the start of the General Assembly. Give me 5 minutes. What? Yuri led a fully armed Devil's Army squad, pushed the door to a warehouse located underneath the Sky Tower, and immediately saw several people lying in pools of blood, his pupils slightly constricted. Because these skeleton corps looked exactly like the monsters that had been killed last night. And the only one standing in this warehouse was Gerard. Behind Gerard was the purification source crystal that had been lost just last night, now emitting a faint glow. Seeing Gerard, the Devil Knights behind Yuri grew visibly restless. Although Yuri had given them a heads-up, this scene still made them feel uneasy. Yuri, however, did not mind, and swiftly stepped forward to Gerard's side. So it was them who stole it. Yuri surveyed the surroundings and asked, But how did you find this place? Gerard didn't elaborate, just shook his head. I have my ways. Yuri studied Gerard's face and commented, You look pale. Gerard didn't reply immediately, instead slowly bent down and turned over the closest corpse, revealing the blood-stained armband underneath. Skeleton 10th Squad Fred. Understanding flashed across Yuri's face. All these are skeleton knights. Gerard hummed in affirmation. It seems last nights were as well. Why would this happen? It's the doing of that new god, Gerard softly stated. His method of intervening in reality is becoming increasingly aggressive. As Gerard spoke, Yuri's gaze also caught sight of the shoulder of Gerard's uniform. He was still wearing the Skeleton Corps uniform and the armband read, Skeleton 10th Squad Gerard. Yuri understood everything and patted Gerard's shoulder, saying, Everything will end today. Gerard didn't say much, just asked, Did you bring the item? Yuri nodded and gestured to the Devil Knights behind him, who then brought forth a device resembling a giant horn. This is the latest model radiation device, Yuri said. As long as it's connected to the purification source crystal, it should extend the purification efficiency to cover the whole assembly hall, even the entire Sky Tower. By that time, everything will come to an end. Is that so? Gerard nodded slightly. Thank you. It's not for you, you know that, Yuri responded coolly. Then he paused, looking into Gerard's bloodshot eyes, knowing the man hadn't rested for a long time, and said softly, How about I go instead, and you wait here for me? Gerard shook his head, his tone firm. No, I must go myself. Yuri didn't refuse, just nodded. Okay. Time. Yuri glanced at his pocket watch and said, 10 minutes left. What? The grand conference hall was filled to the brim. Although those present were trying their best to keep their voices low while speaking, the sheer number of attendees still made the hall as noisy as a gear train. Those who had come to participate in the meeting were undoubtedly the cream of the crop from all walks of life within Lyra, or were employees with access rights. If Lyra were compared to a machine, then they were the important parts at each of its nodes. And now, their attention was all focused on that one empty seat at the very front of the meeting room. Although the person had not yet arrived, they all knew to whom that seat belonged. Of course, there were also some curious as to why the meeting was hosted by only Bishop Oliver. Shouldn't a full assembly be presided over by 5 bishops? It seemed that was the case 100 years ago. Of course, this question didn't trouble everyone for long because what they were more concerned with was the content of this meeting. The gear trains fitting 100 years ago could be said to have changed the entire ecology of Lyra, expanding the scale of Lyra's cities several times over. So what about today? What exactly was Bishop Oliver's brand new future? Would it bring new change? This anticipation filled countless people. I have inside information. I heard this meeting will also utilize a new technology. New technology? What kind of technology? Spill the details. The discussions continued unabated. Then the dull yet loud sound of a bell resonated, instantly quelling the myriad of clamor. The time was nearly upon them. That was the only thought left in people's minds, as they all quieted down and simultaneously turned their gaze in the same direction. Oliver made his entrance. Dressed in his most sumptuous robes, he strode across the red carpet like a pope, and to the solemn and reverent tolling of the bell, made his way to that one seat. He then surveyed the hundreds of people in the conference hall. The moment the bell ceased, the entire conference hall fell silent. Oliver smiled at the audience and slowly raised a finger, his lips slightly parted. This full assembly, he began slowly, will make use of a new technology, that is. The next second, his voice echoed in every corner of Lyra, allowing everyone to hear my voice. Inside the conference hall, outside the Sky Tower in all the major districts, and aboard the compartments of the gear train, everyone heard Oliver's solemn voice. After a brief silence, the entirety of Lyra burst into intense cheers as if to ignite the city. As citizens of Lyra, constantly at the forefront of technological innovation, people were acutely aware of what this meant. Was this the future that Bishop Oliver had promised? The excited people had already begun to ponder how this technology was achieved and where else it could be applied. But soon Oliver's voice rose again. I know everyone is happy and the brand new future is almost upon us, but it has not completely arrived. We still face a slight obstacle, and that is the purpose of convening this meeting. Everyone quieted down. Ju, who had just gotten off the train, looked towards the Sky Tower. Ine roused her fellow Devil Knights, who were also stunned, preparing them for action. Chamos, having just seen off Cude's father, wore a grave expression as he eyed several figures rushing toward the meeting room and immediately bellowed, Who goes there? Yuri was the first to light the blazing fire sword and said to Gerard as he moved forward, I'll cover you. You go straight in. Gerard quickened his pace. Byway looked on indifferently, his eyes passing over the Devil Knights, through the Skeleton Corps, piercing the door, and resting on Oliver's gradually opening mouth. We shall hold a referendum. Oliver declared. The subject of the referendum will be whether or not to execute the one who has been an obstacle to our development, the Lyra god. Chapter 244, 75 Truth. Should the Lyra god be executed? When Oliver uttered these words, the Lyra people, who were in an uproar just a second before, fell silent at that very moment. Whether it was those in the hall, those outside waiting for the verdict, or even the Devil's army and the skeleton corps who were about to clash, swords and daggers drawn halfway, everyone stopped. All eyes were focused on Oliver to see if he was joking. But clearly, Oliver was not about to joke at such a time. He had anticipated everyone's reaction, and now, once again, he surveyed the representatives in the hall, letting all of Lyra hear his voice once more. I know this might initially seem incomprehensible, even hard to accept, Oliver said calmly, but think about it, is it really that hard to accept? Lyra is a place that pursues progress. Our city has always been filled with fresh blood, always vibrant, always the most creative place in the world. And it's because we've managed to do two things. We eliminate obsolete limbs. We utilize emerging technologies. If so, Oliver continued leisurely, why then can't we eliminate an obsolete god? Prosthetics can be replaced, technology can evolve. Why not gods? So it was because of this. Byway's voice leisurely resonated in Gerard's mind. You Lyra people have always been madly chasing technological innovation, just so one day you could replace gods too, marginalize and commodify gods, and then equate god execution with replacing parts. From this perspective, you Lyra folks indeed have great creativity, even making a spectacle in deciding. Gerard had no mind to pay attention to Byway's teasing. His expression was exceptionally somber. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that Oliver would bring up deicide so openly and rapidly, especially in a manner familiar to all Lyrans, which greatly exceeded his expectations. As Byway had mentioned, their purpose of marginalizing and commodifying the Lyra god was for this moment. This seemingly illogical rationalization, but in reality. When Gerard saw the skeleton knights guarding the hall and the devil knights beside him only showing a slightly confused expression rather than anger and agitation after hearing Oliver's discourse, he knew that the other party had succeeded. Deicide was undoubtedly the greatest desecration. But if even the gods' guards couldn't muster much reaction to such desecration, one could well imagine the reaction of the rest of the populace. It looks like you were right. Fortunately, not everyone was unresponsive. Yuri drew his blazing fire sword completely. He dares to say such things now. What he will say later, I dare not imagine. But it's not all bad, at least it confirms to me that I haven't come here in vain, don't you think, Gerard? Oh, indeed. Gerard took a deep breath, looked at Chamos, who had been a comrade just a few days ago, and tightened his grip on his sword. While he had thought a bloody conflict was now unavoidable, what Gerard hadn't expected was a flicker of struggle across Chamos's face. At the explosive moment, Chamos issued an order. Fall back. This command wasn't addressed to Gerard, but to his own skeleton squad. The skeleton knights looked at Chamos in surprise. Captain. I said fall back, Chamos repeated. The skeleton knights exchanged looks and eventually, albeit reluctantly, sheathed their weapons and stepped aside, making room for Gerard and Yuri. It seems there are still some sober-minded people here. Yuri, not knowing much of the backstory, saw Chamos make room and didn't hesitate any longer, immediately commanding his men to bring in the purification source, crystal, and the equipment. Gerard, however, looked at Chamos, wanting to know what had happened, but he no longer had the time. Yuri burst the hall doors open, and Gerard could only follow. Just as he passed by Chamos, he heard him whisper almost inaudibly, I'm sorry. When he turned back, Chamos had already had his subordinates close the hall door again, now standing in front of another group of reinforcements from the skeleton knights. Inside the hall, Oliver watched the devil knights rush in, clearly not too surprised. His gaze swept across the faces in the crowd, finally resting on Gerard's face. Ah, Gerard, he began slowly, it's been many years since we last met, hasn't it? Gerard. As soon as this name was mentioned, the hall immediately stirred. Not just the hall, Oliver's voice was still audible to all Lyrans. 10 years ago, as a Night Star Knight, Gerard was already quite famous, a hero in the eyes of many, and now, Gerard was even more notorious than he had been 10 years prior. However, it was an infamous reputation. Gerard, isn't that the wanted criminal? What the hell, why him? Chapter 245, 75 Truth 2. Chapter 245, 75 Truth 2. Are the Bone Knights just eating without working? Outside the Sky Tower, countless gathered people also started discussing, and Gerard's appearance even made them temporarily forget Oliver's previous earth-shattering remarks. While Oliver was looking at Gerard, Gerard was also looking at him. Likewise, a person he hadn't seen in 10 years. But Oliver's state was completely different from Hallman's back then. He still looked so solemn, so grave, not at all like someone who had soaked in thought amber for 10 years. All this caused Gerard a bit of unease. But at the moment he had no way out, he simply nodded slightly. Yes, it's been 10 years, Bishop Oliver. You look much older than you did 10 years ago, Oliver said without reservation, letting everyone in Lyra hear his conversation with Gerard. His tone very relaxed, not like he was facing Lyra's most wanted criminal, but rather an old friend. Of course, I also know what you've been through, and for that I am sorry. You should have been a hero of Lyra, yet you've carried too many curses. Should have been a hero of Lyra. This short phrase also brought shock to the countless people present, including Gerard himself. He had thought of countless things Oliver might say upon seeing him, but he had never expected this. What do you mean by that? Gerard asked. Exactly what it says. I know you're not a criminal, you are a hero, Oliver slowly said. No one knows this better than I do, because it was I who sent you to the pollution zone, who had the Night Star team carry out that mission. He paused. It was I. I had Hallman find you. I personally selected you as the leader. As he spoke, Oliver's eyes gradually softened. These years, you and your Night Stars really suffered, Gerard. But it's okay, I will reveal all the truth. You are still heroes of Lyra. With that, Oliver suddenly clapped. Night Star, please allow me, in the name of the Archbishop, to offer the highest tribute to you and your team members. He spoke solemnly, and then applause in the hall rose like a tide. Ine clutched the handle of the blazing fire sword tightly, hearing that voice from nowhere, feeling her body tremble. The truth she had been chasing for 10 years. She always wanted to seek justice for her brother. At this moment, did it really happen? In this manner, Ine felt incredibly unreal. At Rim Station, a woman who looked mad suddenly knelt on the ground, crying out loud. While crying, she also screamed. I said it. My husband is not a traitor, he's not a traitor. But there was no one around her. Outside the Sky Tower, Ju once again clenched her collar. But there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. And inside the hall, Gerard, hearing the applause like a tide beside him, also felt somewhat at a loss. What was this? The truth revealed. Injustice cleared up. The thing he had been wanting to do for the past 10 years, was it achieved just like that? Was this the result he had earned by persisting until now? But why? Couldn't he feel happy at all? Yuri saw all this. He was about to remind Gerard, but Gerard had already responded first. The next second, the gigantic chainsaw sword had already been placed against Oliver's neck. In an instant, applause ceased abruptly. People's expressions turned to fear once again. Cheers immediately switched to curses. Bastard, what do you think you're doing to Lord Bishop? Devil Knights over there, why are you just standing there? Are you planning a rebellion? Only Oliver remained calm. Are you underestimating me? Gerard's voice was as cold as a sharpened sword. Do you think that will make me back down? Oliver let out a gentle sigh. You misunderstand, Gerard. I had no such intention, moreover, I know why you have come. He slowly lifted his head, looking towards the purification source crystal surrounded by the Devil Knights. He lightly chuckled and said, You think I've been contaminated, don't you? Otherwise, why would I commit such an act of desecration, and you want to expose me in front of all of Lyra, right? Gerard said nothing, just coldly stared at Oliver. I really do understand, Oliver said. Especially after what you've been through, it's pointless to talk more. If you just want to prove it, I can certainly show you. Hearing this, Gerard's sense of unease multiplied. He watched Oliver calmly step down from his seat and walk towards the purification source crystal under everyone's gaze. Then he slowly raised his hand and reached toward the purification source crystal. At that moment, Gerard held his breath. Many images flashed through his mind like a carousel, finally settling on the words the dying Ian said to him that night. Then Oliver's hand gently rested on it. But nothing happened. The purification source crystal showed no reaction, as if it were dead. Gerard was stunned. "See, Gerard," Oliver said with a smile, "I'm not infected, I never was." "How is that possible? How could he not be infected? Something must be wrong." Gerard did not speak. He silently stepped forward and, under the gaze of hundreds in the hall, began inspecting the purification source crystal. Yuri, too, didn't just watch, but also directed his subordinates to examine the purification source crystal. However, no matter how they inspected it, the purification source crystal had no fault. It still could purify the pollution sources carried by the Devil Knights, but it could not react to Oliver at all. "Why is that?" Gerard murmured. At that moment, Bai Wei's voice finally sounded. "He really isn't contaminated." Even Bai Wei said so. Gerard's body swayed. "Why is it so then?" Gerard asked. "Ian was contaminated, why wasn't he?" "Don't you understand yet?" Bai Wei sighed softly. "He and your son are not the same. Your son wanted to kill Lyra because he was contaminated. But he just wants to kill Lyra." Gerard stiffened. He slowly turned his head to look towards Oliver, standing beside him with a smile, suddenly feeling an infinite chill from that seemingly amiable smile. "Why?" This time, Gerard wasn't asking Bai Wei, but was asking Oliver. He stared intensely at Oliver, his eyes murderous. "You are neither insane nor contaminated," he said, inching towards Oliver, his barely concealed anger palpable to everyone in Lyra. "Then why would you do such a thing?" "It's simple," Oliver spoke indifferently. "As I said before, this city needs a better tomorrow. And that weak and defective god can no longer satisfy our need for revolution. We need a god who is stronger, more complete. So it is right for him to die," Oliver said unabashedly. "Everything I have done these last 10 years has been for this cause, for Lyra, for a better future." "And what about those who died for this?" Oliver answered calmly. "We ought to praise and forever remember them." Chapter 246, 76, You Can Only Be Loyal to Me. Chapter 246, 76, You Can Only Be Loyal to Me. Should we extol and remember forever? Gerard never expected to hear such words from Oliver's mouth. The real mastermind behind all these calamities now spoke such grandiose words. "Are you serious?" Gerard couldn't help but say. "Are you really serious?" "Of course," Oliver answered calmly. "I have always respected those who have sacrificed. They are like stars in their radiance, and that includes you, Gerard. I've always thought you are the brightest among them." Gerard felt so absurd he almost laughed. 10 years ago, he might have taken those words as an honor, especially coming from the Archbishop of the Sky Tower. But now, Gerard, I can understand your anger, your despair, and your current recklessness in trying to fight a deadly battle. Oliver walked up to Gerard, patted his shoulder gently like an old friend. Even your current actions are in your own way an attempt to save Lyra. Therefore, I won't blame you. After all, this is all you can do before you can grasp the truth. I respect you, but I also hope you don't continue down this wrong path. Our future still needs symbols like you, heroes like you. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Oliver sighed lightly, his tone like a helpless old father dealing with rebellious offspring. "I know you won't simply believe me, that would not be like you. But no matter, we still have time, lots of time. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you." Oliver's voice echoed around every corner of Lyra, allowing every citizen to hear their archbishop and the conversation with the once hero. Gerard also tried to calm himself down, knowing that all of Lyra was watching him, and this wasn't the time to solve the problem with a simple slash. So he raised his head, looked directly at Oliver, and asked emphatically, "You said you want to kill Lyra." "To be precise, I want to kill the Lyra god, not Lyra," Oliver said. "The people of Lyra, Lyra City, and the Lyra god have been bound together for thousands of years, which should not be. Why? The mechanicians of Lyra have a saying, for machines to be perpetually new, they must continuously evolve," Oliver explained. "This is well suited for Lyra City, which is like a machine that has been continually upgraded and evolved over the centuries, becoming more advanced and potent, but that has stopped now." Oliver, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked around Gerard. "Haven't you noticed? It's been 100 years since the last General Assembly when we passed the Gear Train Bill, which transformed the entire Lyra City into the most advanced city in the world. But what about since then? In these 100 years, have we had any innovations as significant as the gear train that could change the city's structure? No, there hasn't been. Although we are still progressing in minor aspects, still innovating, our prosthetics becoming more flexible and our components more precise. But our city hasn't changed in 100 years. The tracks of the gear train are still those laid a century ago, each gear emitting an old aura, like a senile elderly person who can change prosthetics and artificial eyes, but not his rotting organs and veins, inevitably leading to weakness and death. But people die and then are gone, but what about the city of Lyra? Are we just to watch it weaken and decay like this? Oliver stopped in front of Gerard, gazed into his eyes, and then slowly said, "At least I can't bear to watch. So that's why I decided to do something." Hearing Oliver's explanation, Gerard felt absurd. "So you plan to kill the Lyra god?" "If we don't do that, we can't carry out the innovations," Oliver said lightly. "Gerard, you should know what constitutes the main body of Lyra City. Without dealing with him, do you think we can achieve those things?" Oliver's words immediately reminded Gerard of the flesh he had seen in the furnace at the gear train station. Lyra City was composed of the flesh of the Lyra god. It seemed Oliver was very aware of this. "Just for that reason you want to kill the Lyra god?" Gerard still found it unbelievable. "Lyra City was created by the Lyra god, who sheltered us from the polluted land before. Because of him we have Lyra City." Gerard hadn't finished speaking when Oliver interrupted him. "It seems, in your eyes, the Lyra god is our creator, our protector, like a father figure, right?" Oliver asked lightly. "So in your view, I am like a son who wants to kill his father when his body is sick, am I right?" Chapter 247, 247. 76. You can only be loyal to me too. Gerard gazed directly at Oliver. "Isn't that the case?" As he uttered these words, Gerard noticed a sinister smile briefly surface on Oliver's lips, as if he had been waiting for the conversation to arrive at this very point. But that smile was fleeting, and soon Oliver resumed his indifferent demeanor. Aside from Gerard, no one noticed that smile. This made Gerard feel somewhat uneasy. "Yes, it seems so." Oliver turned around and slowly walked back to his seat. "To the Creator, to our God, I must seem unfeeling and overly cruel, right?" He stopped in front of his seat, then turned back, sweeping his gaze over all those who were attending the meeting, and finally rested it on Gerard's face. "But is our Lord, our Lyra God, really the benevolent Father you speak of?" Gerard blinked in mild surprise. "Is everything he does truly for our protection?" Oliver slowly raised his metallic prosthetic limb, his voice growing louder. "People of Lyra, look at our bodies. Look at your own selves, the bodies beneath these mechanical limbs." Everyone's eyes turned to Oliver's raised prosthetic limb. "Look, such a perfect creation. It can do so many things. With it, we are the people of Lyra, the most advanced citizens in the world," Oliver said with a smile, then suddenly exerted force, wrenching the prosthetic limb off. Before people could react, they saw the gruesome muscles at the stump of his arm, torn and bloody from the force, a sight that made hearts quail. "But without it, what are we?" His blood dripped onto the platform, a shocking sight. Without these prosthetics, what are we?" he said softly. "Disabled, people with incomplete limbs, those who can't hold a knife and fork to eat, who must use a cane to walk." "But when did it start?" "People of Lyra are the disabled with prosthetic limbs. Why do we take pride in having prosthetics and shame in our flesh and blood? Why do our children clamor for newer, better limbs before they are even of age? None of our adults have many parts of their own. Our elders cannot take a complete body to their graves when they die. Why is it like this?" Oliver's gaze shifted downward again, continuing to meet Gerard's eyes. "Can you tell me, Gerard, who made us so dependent on machines that we would discard our own flesh and blood to embrace the cold metal? Who planted one shackle after another in our minds, that even as we possess such strength, we cannot act against its source? After using these things, the people of Lyra can only be people of Lyra. Once they leave Lyra City with the machines inoperative, we are helpless, disabled individuals." Oliver's tone turned increasingly icy. "Answer me, Gerard. Has he truly sheltered the people of Lyra, or has he imprisoned them? Are we truly his people, or the miscreant beasts he breeds? Gerard, have you ever thought if one day he abandons us, then across the entire city, there would be millions of disabled individuals?" At that moment, the entire council hall, no, the entire Lyra City fell deathly silent. People stared blankly at Oliver, then blankly at their own mechanical limbs. They had never before considered such a problem, but now, As if awoken suddenly by Oliver, an indescribable fear surged in their eyes. Even Gerard found himself at a loss for words, just staring at Oliver, the momentum of his earlier queries gone. This oppressive silence lasted for almost an entire minute. Finally, a trembling participant whispered lowly, "Then, kill Lyra." His words were like a spark falling into kerosene. In an instant, flames of anger and fear blazed high. All participants stood up, their fists raised, shouting, "Yes, kill Lyra! Kill Lyra, kill Lyra! Kill Lyra!" The participants' voices spread outside the meeting, similarly igniting the spark there. The whole of Lyra City was shouting, "Kill Lyra," with furious voices. And Oliver walked down from the stage amidst these roaring waves, approaching Gerard once again. Even though they were of similar height, Gerard felt as though Oliver was looking down on him. "Do you understand now, Gerard?" Oliver said with a smile. Gerard felt a raw pain in his throat. He looked at Oliver and asked in a low voice, "Is this your plan?" The fire had been lit, and Oliver no longer needed to make his voice heard throughout the city, so he spoke just loud enough for Gerard to hear. "Yes, of course, the original plan was somewhat safer, but because of the trouble you caused me, I had to revise it continuously, acting ahead of schedule. Fortunately, it still went smoothly." With that, he stepped back once more, letting his voice reverberate throughout the whole city. Chapter 248, 76, Your Only Loyalty is to Me 3. Chapter 248, 76, Your only loyalty is to me 3. People of Lyra, I have heard your voices, received your prayers. His tone was solemn and majestic, as if the true God had descended. I, Oliver Delly, promise you that I will change everything. I will personally kill Lyra and bring a brand new future before your eyes. As soon as he spoke, the cries of "Kill Lyra" from the crowd immediately turned into shouts of allegiance to Oliver. They chanted Oliver's name, even louder than when they had formerly chanted the name of Lyra. Now only one step remains. Oliver looked at Gerard again and smiled as he extended his hand. "Knight of the Night Star, Gerard, after all we've been through, are you willing to pledge loyalty to me once again and fight for the future of Lyra?" In that moment, hundreds of burning gazes landed on Gerard. And outside the hall, even more people were paying attention to this event. "As long as you are willing to be loyal to me," Oliver said softly, "I will bygone all that you have done before, and I will restore your honor as well as the honor of the Night Star. They will no longer be rebels. They shall return to everyone's sight as heroes." "Of course, even if you are not willing, I will still do it," Oliver said with a smile. "This is what you deserve." Gerard opened his mouth. Was it over just like that? All he had to do was step forward and take that hand, as he had done countless times 10 years ago. Would all this end? The honor of the Night Star? The obsessions of the past? Could everything be dispelled just by letting the new god descend? It seemed beautiful. Gerard was momentarily bewildered. But at that moment, he remembered what Bai Wei had said to him. "Do you know what it costs to bring about the descent of the new god?" His pupils slightly narrowed. No, no, no. This man had hidden the most crucial thing. Gerard stepped forward immediately. "To bring the new god to the throne, do you know how many people will die?" "Your daughter in the 3rd section of the tower," Oliver suddenly spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "That child you care about, named Ju, stands right outside the gates of the Sky Tower." Gerard's body stiffened. Oliver's face was still smiling, but his words were ice cold. "Gerard, think it over carefully. Some words once spoken cannot be taken back. And the widow," Oliver continued, "I am different today than I was yesterday. Now I control all of Lyra." Gerard stared intently at Oliver. "You know everything. Do you know what the arrival of the new god will bring? Why are you still doing this?" "These are necessary sacrifices, Gerard," Oliver said calmly. "You only have 2 choices now. First choice, speak those words and die as a rebel, and those others, they depart together. But you will achieve nothing, and you should be well aware that even if you speak them, no one will believe you. Second choice, grasp my hand, and I will give you everything I promised you. You will still be the hero you once were, your daughter, that little girl, and the widow. Many more people will be saved, and you will all have a place in the future. These 2 choices can only affect you and cannot impact me. Make your choice, Gerard." Oliver looked into Gerard's eyes as he spoke each word distinctly. "Die as a rebel or live as a hero." Gerard turned his head, and through Bai Wei's eyes he saw a distant place. At Rim Station, 2 men were approaching a crying woman. At the third tower of the section, Knights of the Devil were slowly extending their hands to their blazing fire swords at their sides. Outside the Sky Tower, a Bone Knight was enthusiastically chatting up Ju, who was clutching her collar tightly, trying to leave but was stopped. "Gerard," Oliver yelled furiously at Gerard, "make your choice, do it now." At that moment, Gerard almost broke down, until Bai Wei's voice, unequivocal and resolute, rang in his mind. "Reject him, Gerard. The one you can be loyal to is only me." Chapter 249, 77 let out another earth-shattering roar. Chapter 249, 77 let out another earth-shattering roar. Gerard stood outside the Sky Tower, the noon sunlight beating down on his face, while the surrounding people kept casting strange gazes at him, causing him a moment of bewilderment. Then he looked towards a nearby spot where Ju was squatting, head buried, apparently busy with something unknown. Seemingly feeling something, Ju also lifted her head, her gaze meeting Gerard's, but neither of them spoke. Gerard stood for quite a while before he walked up to Ju and asked in a low voice, "Shall we go back?" Ju nodded, then stood up, the sound of metal clinking coming from within her clothing. Gerard lowered his head to look at her for a moment, and Ju buried her head even lower, then said softly, "Someone's been pestering me. I didn't get a chance to throw it away." Ju had always wanted to take revenge on Lyra. Of course, she couldn't miss the public meeting today, but what a pity that before she could even begin to act, she was already marked by Oliver. Gerard and Ju took the gear train home. He could no longer remember how long it had been since he had ridden the gear train in such an open and honorable way. The last time he took the gear train seemed to have been a very, very long time ago, but in reality, upon careful reflection, it was only a matter of days. At that time, Cude, who was also on the train, had been sent by his superiors to hunt him down. Mr. Gerard, you've really had a hard time. Thank you for your 10 years of dedication." Since the public meeting had already ended, there were many people who had attended or come to listen, so there were also many people on the gear train at this moment, and naturally, many recognized Gerard. They greeted him warmly, much like how they did 10 years ago when he was the Knight of the Night Star. But clearly, his wanted notice was still posted in every passenger car. If it had been 10 years earlier, he might have responded with a smile to these people, but now he simply couldn't manage a smile, not even having the energy to nod in acknowledgement. He just stood with Ju in a corner of the gear train, with his back to the enthusiastic crowd, silent. Fortunately, the attention they gave him wasn't that high. Soon, the focus of the conversations shifted to the results of the vote at the public meeting. Yes, as Gerard left the Sky Tower, the public meeting had passed that resolution with 90% approval. Execute the Lyra God. Gerard slowly closed his eyes, recalling the scene in the meeting hall earlier. Oliver had extended an olive branch to him. No, to be precise, it was not an olive branch, it was a threat. The Oliver of now didn't need anyone's assistance. He just needed Gerard not to cause him trouble. The pressure Oliver brought upon Gerard at that time was unparalleled. If it hadn't been for Bai Wei's sudden interjection, he almost would have given in. But Bai Wei's interjection only allowed him to withstand the pressure, enough to turn around and leave, that's all. Gerard had refused the olive branch that Oliver cast to him under everyone's gaze. But that was all. He had no way to continue to contend with Oliver in such an occasion. He could only choose to leave, or more precisely, to evade. Yes, in the eyes of the majority of Lyra's people, Gerard was now a deserter. People both admired his tenacity over the past 10 years, and mocked and despised him for his lack of courage to face reality. So even within the passenger car, those who stole glances Gerard's way did so with disdain and contempt. In their eyes, Gerard was a man destined to be abandoned by the times. The gear train slowly came to a halt. Gerard with Ju left the car under everyone's gaze. The train doors opened and then closed, and in the moment before they sealed, Gerard heard someone say, "They call him a hero, but these 10 years he's brought quite a bit of trouble to Lyra, and yet he still doesn't think of atoning and wants to." The doors closed, the train departed, and their words abruptly cut off. Gerard had little reaction, but he felt the hand tugging at the edge of his clothing tighten little by little. So he patted Ju's hand lightly and said, "It's okay." Ju's hand then let go. The two once again fell into silence and proceeded wordlessly back to the small warehouse. To Gerard's surprise, Ine was already waiting there. "Father," Upon seeing Gerard, Ine immediately came forward, her face full of urgency, though she paused upon seeing Ju. "Who is this?" Gerard gently patted Ju's shoulder. "You go ahead, I have some things to discuss with this young lady." Ju nodded and then entered the warehouse alone. Following that, Gerard introduced her to Ine. "She is Eric's daughter." "Uncle Eric." Ine's expression grew complicated, clearly remembering Eric and wanting to know about Ju's situation, but she also knew what the most important matter at hand was. But before she could speak, Gerard was the one who broke the silence. "How did you know I was here?" "It was the skeleton corps who told me," Ine spoke softly. "Did they know you were here all along?" "No," Gerard shook his head. "It was Oliver who told them, and Oliver only found out today because only today did he possess that kind of power." Ine's expression turned very ugly. "You mean?" "Yes," Gerard said softly. "Oliver now possesses a measure of divinity, and the proof is that he can make his voice heard by all Lyra's people." Chapter 250-250, 77 let out another roar that resounds through heaven and earth. 2. Possessing a certain divinity. Ine had never imagined that a mere mortal's body could grasp the power of the gods. Could it be the corpses from last night? Ine could only think of this possibility. Gerard nodded. The information related to divinity had naturally been conveyed to Gerard by Byway. Now Oliver had become the most powerful entity in the entire Lyra, aside from those two true gods. Before the awakening of those two true gods, the entire Lyra was an extension of his senses. He could naturally find everything related to Gerard. Of course, Byway's presence could weaken the effects of such one-sided surveillance, but not completely. If he were to fully intervene, then there was a high probability that Oliver would notice Byway's presence. "Father," Ine asked, "is what Oliver said yesterday all true?" As her father, Gerard naturally knew what those things referred to. It was about the influence of the Lyra god. And this question, Gerard had also found the answer from Byway. "Yes," Gerard said softly, "it's all true." Ine, who had been harboring a sliver of hope that Oliver was lying, also received the same answer from Gerard, and the last glimmer of hope in her eyes began to vanish. "Then, will things get better if the new god arrives?" Ine asked softly. "I don't know, Ine." Gerard shook his head. At such a time, he also didn't want to lie to his daughter. What kind of changes will come to Lyra after the new god arrives, whether good or bad, it is a matter of the future, and no one can explain it clearly. But what I do know is that the process of the new god's arrival will cost many people their lives. "How many?" "1/3. A district." "No, 1/3 of all Lyra." Hearing this, Ine's body couldn't help but shake. 1/3 of all Lyra, that was such an enormous number, Ine dared not think about it in detail. "But no one will believe you." "Yes," Gerard said softly, "I know." The father and daughter once again fell into a long silence. After an indefinite amount of time, Ine finally raised her head and looked into Gerard's eyes. "Let's leave this place, father." Creak. The heavy doors were pulled open. Blood flowed out like a tide, and the scorching wave of air raised the temperature of the entire room significantly in an instant. Behind that door was a heart, several meters in diameter, beating faintly. The heart's shape was very strange. It looked as if it had been sliced from top to bottom with a small knife when only a third was left, giving it the appearance of a heart split in two, and yet like two separate hearts that were just slightly connected. Whether it was one or two, the difference between the two parts was clear. One part was throbbing powerfully, like that of a healthy young person, while the other seemed dim and weak, like that of an elderly person at the end of their days. "How beautiful!" Oliver stood in front of this huge heart and said softly. This was the most core part of the Sky Tower. There were more than 20 people in the room. Apart from Oliver, all were dressed in heavy protective gear. "Beautiful." Next to Oliver was Hogni, who was somewhat puzzled by Oliver's description. "Yes," Oliver said faintly, "isn't the slaughter between gods beautiful?" "If you put it that way." Hogni also took a closer look and then smiled, saying, "Indeed, it's beautiful. Such a scene is something many people will never see in their lifetime." Yes, Oliver looked towards Hogni. "How much longer?" 20 hours, Hogni said. "According to our calculations, in 20 hours, the Lyra will be completely killed by the Lord, and the Lord will be reborn upon the carcass of Lyra, thus descending upon this world." "Ah, only 20 hours left." Oliver looked at the weaker part of the heart and said softly, "In 20 hours the Lord will descend, and we will accomplish an unprecedented feat in this world, the god of killing." "Yes, Lord Bishop. Oh no, under the crown." Hogni gave a solemn bow to Oliver. "From now on you will be enshrined in history." Oliver did not reject the title under the crown, merely smiling faintly and then looking towards the people behind Hogni. "Is it about time?" As soon as Oliver finished speaking, one of them walked straight towards the robust part of the heart. As he approached, the protective gear on his body dissolved under the sublime power symbolizing the divine. Thus his clothes dissolved, his skin dissolved, and even his flesh and bones were dissolving, but he did not slow down in the slightest, continuing straight to the heart where it devoured him. Suddenly, the beating of that side of the heart grew even stronger, while the other side weakened further. "We must strictly control the timing of the replenishment." Oliver watched the rows of stimulants behind him and said faintly, "Even the Lord can have issues if he takes in too much of such a thing at once. I do not wish to inherit nothing but ruins." "Don't worry under the crown," Hogni nodded. "I will keep strict control. Before the Lord's awakening I will stand guard here."